Prepare yourselves for a plunge into a world pulsating with raw magic, a chronicle of grand adventures and academic warfare within a legendary academy. If your spirit yearns for such a saga, then your journey begins now. This tale follows a boy named Serwan, our fated hero. Forsaken as a babe, he was cast out by his own blood, but destiny intervened, placing him in the care of rugged hunters who nurtured him with unexpected tenderness. Despite the harsh existence of a commoner, a fire for literacy burned within him, and he became utterly consumed by the world of books. One fateful day, a chance encounter with a mysterious magician occurs. It is then he learns the secret to accessing the spirit zone, the very gateway to wielding true arcane power. Though society dictates that only the highborn can command magic, will Serwan shatter this dogma and reveal his boundless potential? Before we witness his ascension, let us turn back the pages to the very first chapter. Beneath a vast, star-strewn sky, a formidable mountain range sleeps, but its silence is shattered by the piercing wail of an infant, echoing through the desolate night. These lands are the domain of a hardened hunter. His warrior instincts ignite at the sound, his hand immediately grasping for his trusty axe. He suspects scavenging weasels are raiding his territory. A fatal miscalculation, he thinks, for any creature to be so bold. Challenging a veteran hunter in his own sanctum is a death wish. He stalks the source of the cries, circling his secluded cabin. His search leads him to the horse stable, but the only souls present are his faithful steeds. For a fleeting second, he questions his own sanity, wondering if his mind is playing tricks. After all, since the cruel revelation that he and his wife were barren, the ghost of a child's laughter has haunted his waking hours. But this was no phantom of his grief. There, nestled in the hay of the pasture, lay a newborn child. Without hesitation, he sweeps the infant into his arms, and as he draws the baby near, a powerful, undeniable truth, the rhythmic beat of a tiny heart against his chest. In that profound moment, his wife appears at his side. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief at the sight of the child in his grasp. In a silent, sacred pact, they both knew this child was a gift from the heavens, and now, he was theirs. Legends speak of a great mage who, with but a gesture of his hand, could command the winds themselves, summoning storm clouds to obey his will. From the heavens he called forth, life-giving rain would descend, revitalizing the drought-stricken land until it shone with renewed vitality. The people of the town would erupt in celebration, their jubilant songs echoing through the air. For this sorcerer didn't just bring the rains. He was their shield, warding off monstrous threats that lurked beyond their walls. Through the might of his mystical arts, an era of peace and abundance dawned, banishing hunger and thirst from the kingdom. Yet, this great mage found no rest. He was relentless in his pursuit of knowledge, forever striving to elevate the lives of his cherished people. His legendary deeds were so profound, they named him the well-mannered mage, and his epic tale became a treasured myth, passed down through generations. Serwan Aryan, the very boy discovered in that stable, was raised on the echoes of this grand story. Now a young man of 12, Serwan constantly lost himself in the pages of books, enthralled by the potent magic woven into every word. His father, the now 40-year-old Vincent Aryan, never grew weary of watching his son's devotion to reading. To Vincent, the boy's boundless curiosity was a spectacle of endless charm. On this day, after completing their arduous task of chopping firewood, Vincent playfully hoists his son into the air, a cherished ritual, before declaring their work done for the day. As they trek back through the untamed wilderness, Serwan turns his gaze to his father, his mind alight with questions about magic. He asks about its inner workings, and if a boy like him could ever hope to command. The humble hunter, whose world barely extended beyond the forest, could only offer answers steeped in his own simple, heartfelt wisdom. Meanwhile, some of Siron's peers spot him walking with his father. They whisper amongst themselves, wondering why Serwan always chose his father's company over their games. He would even reject their invitations to play in favor of his dusty old tomes. He always said no. They started to mock him, doubting he could even comprehend the complex texts he read. Surely, they thought, the words were far beyond his simple mind. Later, as they watch Serwan and Vincent from a distance, a venomous rumor begins to spread. A seed of doubt is planted, that Vincent is not his real father. One of their mothers had poisonously whispered that Vincent didn't truly own Serwan, spreading the tale that the boy was a mere foundling, discovered as an infant. As these cruel words slither through the air, Vincent overhears their gossip. A silent fury ignites within his soul. Yet, he masterfully contains his rage, refusing to confront the children. Instead, he clings to an unshakable conviction. Blood or not, he is Siron's father. Driven by a fierce need to bring his son joy, Vincent declares a trip to the city on the morrow, a journey to acquire the fruits the boy desires, a just reward for his hard work. That evening, Siron's heart soared with excitement, eagerly anticipating the wonders of the market, though Vincent silently wished he could offer his son the world. However, a deeper hunger still gnawed at Siron, the burning need to unlock the secrets of magic. The next day, their path leads them to the city of Craze, in the mighty kingdom of Tormia. Siron's eyes drank in the breathtaking spectacle of the bustling city. Upon arriving at a designated storefront, Vincent entrusts Siron to the care of an elderly acquaintance, while he attends to his own pressing business. He issues a stern warning: do not wander off, and above all, avoid the nobles. With that, Vincent vanishes into the crowd, leaving Siron to wait, offering what little help he could to the old shopkeeper. Siron, seizing the moment, probes the old man for any knowledge of magic. At first, the shopkeeper seems perplexed by the question, so Siron, with renewed intensity, asks again. The man then gestures across the way, toward a bookstore opposite his own stall. There, he explains, one can find tomes dedicated to the arcane arts. With a surge of exhilaration, Siron rushes toward the bookstore. But as he steps inside, his hand barely grazing a leather-bound volume, a harsh voice erupts, commanding him not to lay a finger on anything. The shopkeeper sneers, declaring the boy's hands too grimy to touch his precious merchandise. Siron pleads, asking if he could just read a single page. He is brutally denied. These books, the shopkeeper snarls, are priceless artifacts reserved exclusively for the nobility. Crushed, Siron retreats from the unwelcoming store. His gaze then falls upon a discarded heap of books, piled in a dusty corner. A flash of recognition hits him. This must be the place where his father acquired the stories he so cherished. But then he witnesses a stark truth. A bitter reality crystallizes before his eyes. The nobles who patronized the shop were not only granted access to any book they desired, but they were also showered with fawning reverence. A burning question ignites in Siron's mind. Why were the nobles granted such divine right, while he was treated as less than dirt? His father's ominous warning about avoiding the aristocracy echoed in his thoughts. He began to suspect a deeper, more sinister injustice at play. Just as Siron turns to flee this place of prejudice, he is ambushed by imposing guards. They demand to know, by what audacity did a commoner like him breach the sacred gates of the bookstore's private compound? This ground was reserved for the noble elite alone. Siron frantically explains that his father is close by, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. The guards scoff. They see only a street urchin, an orphan. They move to apprehend him, their intentions menacingly clear. But Siron, fueled by desperation, proves impossibly elusive. Before his captors can even comprehend his movement, they find themselves clutching nothing but the empty fabric of his jacket. Siron has already vanished, concealed within a dense thicket of flowers by a nearby edifice. From the safety of his hiding spot, Siron's sharp ears pick up the hushed tones of a conversation about magic. A group of children are imploring someone to unravel the mysteries of the arcane. At first, the speaker offers only vague, simplistic explanations. Most of it is information Siron had already gleaned from his secret readings. But then, a single phrase slices through the air, arresting Siron's entire being. Magic is all about insight. In that singular moment, Siron felt as if he had stumbled upon the sacred, long-lost key to his destiny. The voice continues, its words resonating with profound wisdom. Insight is a blade sharper than knowledge, and a force swifter than any mere ability. The speaker adds that, with careful cultivation, any soul possessing sufficient insight could ascend to the rank of mage. As Siron hangs on every word, consumed by the secret discourse, he is startled by the voice of an old man, seemingly from nowhere. The voice suggests that if he truly wishes to hear, he should scale the wall. Siron is stunned, utterly bewildered. It was as if this mysterious elder could peer directly into his very thoughts. Frozen with indecision, he weighs his options: heed the cryptic advice, or retreat back into the shadows. Ultimately, an undeniable impulse drives him to ascend the stone barrier. He felt it in his bones. To turn away now would be a monumental regret that would haunt him for all his days. And so, with newfound resolve, he vaults to the top of the wall. From his perch, he sees a circle of children gathered around an ancient man, seated serenely beneath a great tree. The old man's gaze meets his instantly, and to Siron's astonishment, he is beckoned to descend and join their exclusive lesson. The old man then reveals his identity: Alpheus Miri, the headmaster of the legendary Lauhia School of Magic, and a formidable level 4 mage. Buoyed by Alpheus's startlingly warm reception, Serwan steels himself and prepares to drop from the wall, to step into a world he had only dreamed of. Serwan breaches the Academy's sacred grounds. Before him, a gathering of children his own age sit in the shadow of a colossal tree, listening to the old man. As Serwan, the headmaster's unexpected guest, makes his approach, the privileged children immediately move to cast him out. They sneer, demanding he leave, for he is not of noble blood. But the headmaster, the venerable Alpheus Miri, silences them with a glance. He commands Serwan to step into the circle and declare his purpose for scaling the wall. With a burning intensity, Serwan proclaims that he desires to witness magic. He confesses that he has only ever encountered it within the pages of books. Never has he beheld its true power with his own eyes. The children erupt in mockery, branding him a liar. But Serwan, undeterred, implores the headmaster to show him a demonstration of true magic. Alpheus, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, agrees. I shall summon the wind for you, boy. With a surge of arcane power, the headmaster unleashes a torrent of wind magic. The world turns upside down as Serwan and the noble children are lifted into the sky. Serwan is utterly captivated, consumed by the raw power of the experience. His eyes, wide with pure astonishment, drink in the feeling of magic coursing around him. After they are gently returned to the earth, Serwan, still radiating with insatiable curiosity, demands to know, what is the true nature of magic? The raw, unfiltered sincerity of the question catches Alpheus by surprise. It compels him to offer a genuine answer. Alpheus looks at Serwan and begins to explain. Magic, he states, is an act that shatters the very laws of our world. It is the mental quest to explore and unearth the fundamental truths that lie dormant within all phenomena. Serwan absorbs every word. Then, with a startling depth of thought, he connects this to a pattern he has observed in the tomes he has devoured. He recalls how history's greatest minds were often condemned as heretics for their revolutionary ideas that, generations later, were hailed as universal truths. He wonders aloud, if the very essence of truth is concealed within these so-called anomalies. This profound insight leaves the headmaster deeply impressed, yet it also sparks a keen curiosity about this strange boy's perspective. When Serwan eagerly presses on, asking how one can learn this power, Alpheus pauses. He harbors doubts that Serwan, a mere peasant, could possess the discipline to master such a feat. To illustrate the required level of skill, he commands one of his noble pupils to enter the spirit zone. The student's focus becomes razor-sharp, his mind entering a state of hyperacute sensitivity. He then flawlessly discerns the number of coins concealed within the headmaster's clenched fist. Serwan is mesmerized by the student's impossible accuracy. The headmaster reveals that when a mage achieves total concentration, their senses become so profoundly attuned to the world that they can perceive realities hidden from ordinary men. The spirit zone is a realm of heightened consciousness, where the mind itself can bend and command the very fabric of reality. An unshakable confidence surges through Serwan. He knows he can do this. He knows he can replicate what the noble students just demonstrated. The headmaster, sensing the boy's iron will, instructs him to find a place of absolute tranquility to begin his training. He imparts a cryptic mantra. First, you must find yourself, and then you must erase yourself. Though the concept is esoteric and profoundly challenging, it ignites a fire of curiosity and fierce resolve within Serwan. The headmaster understood a crucial truth. While any fool can attempt to access the spirit zone, only a chosen few possess the innate talent to truly command. Moved by the boy's unyielding spirit, the headmaster grants Serwan permission to attempt the impossible, to enter the spirit zone. Instantly, Siron's eyes snap shut as he plunges into a state of deep concentration, his entire being focused on the singular task. While he begins to sense the faint echoes of the practice's true essence, to the onlookers, his efforts appear clumsy and utterly amateurish. The noble children scornfully dismiss his attempt as a complete failure, and the headmaster, though inwardly intrigued, maintains a facade of detached indifference. However, Siron's relentless tenacity does not escape his notice. The headmaster silently concedes that, with disciplined effort, this boy might one day cultivate a profound sensitivity to the currents of the world. After dismissing his students for the day, the headmaster privately ponders Siron's raw, untamed potential. He recognizes an undeniable, natural affinity for magic within the boy, a power that could have blossomed into greatness had he been born into the privileged sanctuary of a noble household. This thought weighs heavily on the headmaster's mind as he contemplates the staggering possibility that Siron's latent abilities might defy all expectations, that he might rise despite his humble origins. Now alone on the hallowed academy grounds, Serwan reflects on the forbidden knowledge he has just acquired. Burning with a new resolve to master this power, he vanishes from the academy, vaulting back over the wall from whence he came. Now, fully submerged in the ethereal currents of the spirit zone, Serwan feels a seismic shift in his perception, a deep and unbreakable bond with the world. As his awareness expands at an exponential rate, he feels as if his very consciousness is merging with creation itself. An explosive, overwhelming sensation of infinite power surges through his veins. With this newfound godlike perception, he sprints for home, desperate to test the very limits of this power. But as he charges through the streets, a blur of motion, he collides violently with an unseen obstacle, sending him sprawling to the ground. He scrambles to his feet, offering a hasty apology. But the figures he has struck are no mere citizens. They are hardened thugs, and their fury ignites like wildfire. They immediately seize him, their grips like iron vices. His very existence is an insult to them. In the midst of this brutal confrontation, a young noblewoman arrives on the scene, her voice cutting through the chaos. The gangsters sneeringly explain that they are merely educating a peasant who has forgotten his place. Serwan desperately tries to defend himself, but his words are drowned out by the sound of fists meeting flesh as they continue their assault. The noble girl, however, intervenes, commanding them to cease their savagery. She warns them that their brutality could easily turn fatal. As she attempts to de-escalate the volatile situation, the thugs dismiss her with contemptuous laughter, callously debating their next move. One of them chillingly suggests selling the boy into slavery. After all, who would mourn the loss of a single peasant? They could commit this atrocity with absolute impunity. The noble girl, baffled by their sheer depravity, sarcastically suggests they should inspect their new property first. But the brutish gangsters twist her words, taking it as a signal for Serwan to be stripped bare. At that moment, something inside Serwan shatters. The abject humiliation, the stark terror, and the crushing powerlessness detonate within him as a single, apocalyptic emotion. In a flash, the world grinds to a halt. Time itself freezes. Disoriented, he struggles to comprehend what is happening. As he stands in this suspended reality, a vivid memory of the headmaster's wind magic demonstration explodes in his mind's eye. A horrifying realization dawns. He has unconsciously unleashed his own latent magical power, a power mirroring the very wind magic the headmaster had displayed. Suddenly, the world lurches back into motion, but the gangster's reign of terror has abruptly and violently ended. Without any warning, they are all violently ripped from the ground, dangling helplessly in the air, held by an unseen force. An instant later, they are slammed back down to earth with cataclysmic force. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoes through the alley. They are left broken, writhing in agony, utterly incapacitated. The noble girl, reeling from this terrifying display of raw power, approaches Serwan, her curiosity now a raging inferno. She demands to know where he learned such fearsome magic. She remarks that for a mere peasant, possessing such abilities is not just rare, it's utterly impossible. But before Serwan can even begin to formulate a response, a crowd begins to swarm, drawn by the sounds of the violent confrontation. Sensing the imminent danger of being discovered, the noble girl executes a swift and strategic retreat, melting away into the encroaching mob. Serwan, feeling the chilling weight of a cold, unforgiving world, instinctively follows her lead and flees the scene. As he navigates the labyrinthine streets, Serwan is haunted by the feeling of an indifferent world, a world that seems impossibly distant. At the House of Karmas, a name synonymous with first-class nobility, the patriarch of the house, Shakola Karmas, peruses the daily paper. He spies his daughter, the very same noble girl from the alley, gliding into the room. He lowers his paper, a questioning look in his eyes, noting her unexpectedly early return. She replies with an air of nonchalance, claiming to have already mastered everything her tutors could offer. She declares her lessons have become dreadfully boring. With a sudden, sharp shift in her demeanor, she then asks her father if he holds any influence at the magic school. She expresses a keen new interest in forging an acquaintance there. Meanwhile, Vincent frantically scans the horizon for any sign of Serwan. His unease deepens into dread when his wife tells him Serwan has ventured out to the logging site alone, defying the heavy, persistent snowfall. Vincent immediately resolves to track him down, his heart heavy with worry over the brutal weather. As he plunges into the blizzard, his mind races back to the day he took Serwan to the city, back in the previous spring. On that fateful day, Serwan had almost been lost to him. A chilling question haunts Vincent. What truly transpired with the boy since that incident? Deep within the snow-choked forest, Serwan stands a solitary figure before a towering tree. He replays the memory of the day he first unleashed his magic, a feat he has been agonizingly unable to replicate. It was a power born of pure subconscious instinct, and though he has yet to consciously wield magic again, he can still access the gateway, the spirit zone. Within this heightened state of being, he perceives the world around him with a terrifying, razor-sharp clarity. His focus lands on a single, almost imperceptible point on the tree's trunk, a spot that seems to radiate with an ethereal light. Guided by pure instinct, he swings his axe. The tree explodes into a shower of splinters from the sheer force of the impact. Serwan stares in awe. He has just felled the mighty tree with a single, impossible blow. Unbeknownst to him, Vincent has been a silent witness, concealed behind a neighboring tree. He is utterly stunned by the spectacle, which resembled a bolt of lightning. Vincent watches, his heart pounding, as Serwan continues his work, completely oblivious to his father's hidden presence. Serwan, lost in his own world of concentration, feels an insatiable thirst for understanding. He vows to repeat this ritual every single day, forging himself into a weapon, preparing for the day when destiny grants him another chance to seize control of his latent power. 3 years have now passed. In that time, Serwan has evolved, honing his skills and deepening his understanding of his gift. Now a master of entering the spirit zone at will, he achieves a profound communion with nature during his meditative states. He feels as if his very soul has merged with the world itself. With a heavy load of firewood on his back, he makes his way home, eager to return to his life of quiet discipline. However, as he nears his family's cabin, Serwan is confronted by a sight that jars him from his reverie. A lavish carriage, pulled by magnificent white horses, is parked outside his humble home. Something is gravely different. A sense of foreboding grips him as he steps across the threshold. Inside, his parents formally introduce him to a strange visitor, an impeccably dressed under-butler from the esteemed House Oyent, a powerful second-class noble family. His name is Temerin, and he has journeyed here specifically to speak with Serwan. He has heard whispers of the boy's unusual literacy. Serwan is utterly baffled. Why would the servant of a great noble house take any interest in him, especially one from House Oyent, renowned for its formidable status? Temerin then presents Serwan with an unprecedented job offer, a chance to serve House Oyent directly. The task, to assist in the relocation of their legendary Great Library. This library, one of the most extensive in the entire region, boasts a collection of nearly 10,000 volumes. Many of these tomes are so priceless they are forbidden from ever leaving the house's sacred grounds. The monumental undertaking will span 2 full years. Serwan and Temerin will be solely responsible for the sorting, while the brute labor is delegated to common porters. Serwan, his mind reeling, instantly grasps the true implications of this offer. House Oyent must possess a veritable treasure trove of knowledge, specifically advanced texts on magic. This could be the key to unlocking his own potential. But as Temerin continues to speak, a chilling tension fills the air. The under-butler's tone turns deadly serious. He warns that the only people who know of this secret relocation are those within this very room. If a single book goes missing, or if even a whisper of a rumor spreads, the consequences will be unimaginably severe. His family's very lives will be forfeit. Vincent, Siron's father, listens to this veiled threat with a heavy heart, his complicity dawning on him. Tamarin had initially believed that Vincent was selling his son into servitude for a bag of coins. But Vincent vehemently denied this accusation. He insisted that his only motive was to grant Serwan a chance to chase his impossible dream. Tamarin had once made a promise to Vincent that Serwan would be permitted to read the books within House Oyent's library, a promise Vincent believed would be the key to his son's future. But now, Tamarin cruelly rescinds this promise. He sneers that Serwan won't be allowed to read freely, and that he will be watched like a hawk around the clock. A suffocating frustration builds as Tamarin presses Vincent, accusing him of deceiving his son about this supposed opportunity. All this time, Vincent, crushed by the weight of this unfolding disaster, is forced to confront his own role in this. A sharp pang of guilt twists in his gut, knowing Serwan isn't his biological son. But still, he recognized the boy's extraordinary potential. Vincent had always secretly believed that Serwan must possess noble blood, which is why he had begged Tamarin to take him in, simply to grant Serwan access to the forbidden knowledge housed within the library. He had never cared for the money, but the grim reality of his foolish bargain now bears down upon him. In a sudden burst of enraged frustration, Vincent orders Tamarin to get out of his house, finally accepting the catastrophic mistake he has made, entangling his son in this treacherous web. Just as Tamarin turns to depart, Siron's voice cuts through the tension, halting him in his tracks. He shocks both Tamarin and his distraught parents with his unwavering, calm resolve. Serwan declares that he accepts the job offered by House Oyent. Tamarin, though visibly relieved, issues one final, chilling warning. He reiterates the fatal consequences should even the faintest rumor of their activities escape. He warns that Siron's life will be instantly forfeit if anything goes awry. Serwan, with a full and terrifying understanding of the stakes, promises his absolute discretion and swears he will bear no grudge, even if the situation takes a disastrous turn. Tamarin acknowledges Siron's steely resolve and informs him he will return to collect him in 1 week's time. He cautions Serwan that once he sets foot on the grounds of House Oyent, there will be no escape until the 2-year contract is fulfilled. With that ominous finality, Tamarin departs. Vincent, gripped by a profound sense of dread, watches the underbutler's carriage disappear. He is terrified that he is sending his son to his doom. He voices his fears to Serwan, arguing that Tamarin isn't seeking a librarian, but a scapegoat, a sacrificial lamb. Vincent desperately offers to find a way to break the agreement, but Serwan silences him with a look of profound gratitude. He thanks his father for giving him the greatest gift imaginable, his unshakable faith in him. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion, Vincent pulls Serwan into a crushing embrace, vowing that he and his mother will stand by him always, no matter what darkness lies ahead. 1 week later, the day of Siron's departure arrives. Though a pang of sorrow hits him as he leaves his parents behind, he knows this is a pact with destiny he cannot refuse. He is about to step into a den of powerful, dangerous individuals, and while his survival over the next 2 years is far from certain, a profound sense of purpose now burns within his soul. House Oyent resides in Kraze Tormia, a city legendary for forging warriors of immense power and fearsome reputation. The men assigned to escort Serwan inform him that the founder of House Oyent was a legendary level 3 general, and the current patriarch of the house, Sir Bishop Oyent, is a terrifying level 4 knight. Sir Bishop, they explain with reverence, commands the entire military might of the city, a titan of a man, wielding unimaginable influence. As Serwan is brought before the great manor of House Oyent, he is staggered by the sheer, breathtaking opulence of it all. The estate, a towering symbol of second-class nobility, rises before him like a mountain. Its imposing architecture and decadent design are utterly overwhelming. It is undeniably clear that Serwan has crossed the threshold into a realm far beyond the scope of his former humble existence. The servants' quarters and offices, where Serwan is to be housed, are located in a detached, remote section of the estate. As he is led to his new, Spartan living space, Serwan is consumed by a whirlwind of both awe and deep-seated apprehension. The following day, Tamarin leads Serwan to the legendary Great Library. It is a cavernous chamber, packed to the ceiling with endless shelves of ancient tomes. Temurin lays out the staggering importance of the task before them. Every single one of these books must be transferred to the new library, and Serwan is now solely responsible for their classification. Temurin presents Serwan with a meticulous list of books to be sorted on a weekly basis, making it clear that Siron's only duty is to gather the books according to this manifest. He must ensure their perfect and proper categorization. His work schedule is set from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. His nights, theoretically, are his own. However, Temurin issues a stern warning. Serwan is forbidden from leaving the grounds during his work hours. Furthermore, he is barred from entering the main manor unless given a direct order. The lower-ranking butlers, he is told, will brief him on the myriad of other rules. Siron's new life of servitude is to commence the very next day. The following morning, Serwan begins his monumental task. Dressed in his new proper attire, he quickly understands why this colossal job was assigned to a single individual. It is absolutely critical that the classification system remains perfectly consistent. As Serwan delves into his work, he begins to perceive a profound truth. All knowledge is woven together, and the one thread that binds all disciplines is history. He quickly calculates that, of the 10,000 books in this grand library, a staggering 850 are dedicated to the annals of history. Determined to seize this opportunity, Serwan makes a solemn vow. He will devote the next 2 years of his life to devouring every single one of these books. If he is ever to ascend to the rank of mage, this is the crucible through which he must pass. While on duty, Serwan finds himself completely lost within the pages of a history book, but he snaps it shut the instant he hears the echo of approaching footsteps. He cannot allow Temurin to discover that he is reading, for his own purposes, outside his designated duties. Temurin, however, is privately impressed by Siron's uncanny efficiency in sorting the complex library. As dusk falls, the stern Temurin warns him, "Do not burn your life force away so recklessly. The path ahead is a marathon of trials, not a sprint." Drawing close to Serwan, he continued his lecture. "Understand this. These hallowed halls are frequented not just by lowly servants. The lord of this domain and his very sons walk these floors." His voice dropped to a low growl. "Guard your every word, your every move. The immaculate honor of House Oyen rests upon your shoulders now." He then gestured to the boy's head. "And that wild mane of yours must be tamed." The unspoken command was clear. "Appear worthy of your station." With one last, piercing gaze, Temurin turned and departed. He left Serwan to drown in the weight of his admonition. Later, we find Serwan once more within the heart of the great library. He was lost, adrift in a sea of ancient chronicles. A terrifying realization dawned upon him. The history of Tormia alone was an endless, sprawling epic. An ocean of knowledge stretched before him. Utterly crushed by the scale, he despaired at how he could possibly conquer this mountain of lore. Then, a stroke of genius. He would not be a fool who counts every leaf in the forest. Instead, he would grasp the soul of each historical event and forge ahead, rather than being ensnared by trivialities. But as he battled the ancient texts, the tide of exhaustion proved relentless. Finally, the young scholar succumbed to slumber. His consciousness faded, his head pillowed by forgotten kings and fallen empires. Sometime later, Temurin re-entered the silent library, only to find Serwan asleep at his post. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. He thought to himself that the boy's ambition was a foolish fire, attempting to devour the entire world in a single night. At this self-destructive pace, a single volume would imprison him for weeks. A flicker of pity mixed with irritation crossed Temurin's face. Shaking his head at the boy's impossible dream, he withdrew. He would permit the exhausted warrior of knowledge his momentary truce. We see Serwan now, a sentinel standing guard behind the great library's reception desk. His hands moved with practiced grace, bringing order to the chaos of books and records. Day after day, he faced the parade of aristocrats seeking to borrow these tomes. By now, the casual arrogance of the nobility was a familiar, bitter taste. He understood the sacred trust placed upon him to guide these vessels of knowledge and maintain the library's very soul. Yet, a silent frustration simmered within him. So many of these nobles took the books, never to bring them back on schedule. They would return for more, clutching their overdue treasures, their expressions radiating a divine right to hoard this knowledge. Still, Serwan maintained his iron composure. His devotion to his duty was a shield against his inner turmoil. He would endure, even if it meant tolerating the noble's flagrant contempt for the rules. 3 moons had waxed and waned. Siron's tenure as a servant in the great house Oyen had begun. By now, the insolence of the aristocrats was nothing more than background noise. What truly staggered him was the breathtaking pace of his own intellectual ascent. He had devoured over 80 volumes in his time here, a mere fraction of his audacious goal of 1,000, yet each was a victory. With every passing day, he forged new weapons of invaluable knowledge. An epiphany struck Serwan like a bolt of lightning. Mastering history and the alchemical lore behind magic, this wasn't just about becoming a better scholar. This was the very path to becoming a mage of terrifying power. The more he absorbed, the clearer the truth became. A mage's true might is born from wisdom and comprehension. Deciphering the scrolls of history gave him insight into the very currents that shaped their reality, while the chemical texts revealed the fundamental grammar of magic itself. It was an undeniable revelation. His destiny wasn't just to be a keeper of books, it was to become a wielder of cosmic power, and reading was the key to unlocking it all. However, he knew that not every scholar who walked this earth possessed the spark to ignite magic, especially those forever barred from the ethereal plane of the spirit realm. But fate had blessed Serwan, for his unique gift to traverse that hidden dimension gave him an almost divine advantage, separating him from the common rabble of academics. This made his potential as a mage exponentially greater and more efficient. This stark realization ignited the furnace of his dedication to a roaring inferno. Then one fateful day, while managing the usual tide of nobles flowing into the sanctuary of knowledge, a storm shattered the library's tranquility. A young aristocrat named Leon burst in, a whirlwind of panic and disarray, his face a mask of pure dread. As Siron's razor-sharp instincts analyzed Leon's desperate flight, an alarm bell screamed in his mind. Something was terribly wrong. His intuition told him a predator of immense power was hunting this young noble. And as if summoned by his thoughts, Serwan heard the heavy, purposeful footsteps of an approaching titan. It was the fearsome Master Kate, Leon's personal blade instructor. Among the scions of nobility, Leon was an unmistakable figure. His mane of shocking cerulean hair set him apart, a stark contrast to the mundane browns and blacks of his peers. As he stormed into the library's sanctum, an aura of sheer desperation radiated from him. He scrambled toward Serwan, his eyes wide. His face was a canvas of terror and pleading. Without uttering a full sentence, he begged Serwan to weave a lie for him, should anyone inquire of his whereabouts. Leon then dove beneath a row of shelves, attempting to vanish from the world. It wasn't long. The doors exploded inward with terrifying force, and Master Kate strode into the room. His sheer presence seemed to suck the air from the library. His voice boomed like thunder. "Where's the boy, Leon?" Without a flicker of hesitation, Siron's finger became a spear of judgment, pointing to Leon's pathetic hiding place. He was fully aware of the peril in this act of betrayal. But Serwan was a student of the brutal laws of aristocratic culture. When serving one of a superior station, like the formidable Master Kate, defiance was not an option. It was suicide. Serwan was forced to assist in dragging Leon from the library's sanctuary. And as he was hauled away, Leon spat a venomous promise at Serwan. He swore an oath that, for this betrayal, Serwan would suffer a fate worse than death. Serwan, however, stood like a statue, resolute in his choice. He knew with cold certainty that he had no alternative. The rigid hierarchy of the nobles demands absolute submission to those of higher rank, and Siron's humble status as a servant left him no path to defy the master's will. Leon was dragged away from civilization. Whispers and rumors circulated that he had been exiled to the harsh, unforgiving mountains, fated never to be seen again for many moons. The entire affair seemed to dissolve into memory. But the incident remained, a burning coal in Siron's mind. He knew the fire of Leon's rage was not so easily extinguished. The months bled into one another, and Serwan remained shackled to his mission. His entire existence became his studies and his sacred duties in the library. But then one day, as he was submerged in the world of his books, the door was once again flung open with explosive force. To his absolute shock, it was Leon, very much alive. But his eyes were no longer filled with fear. They were burning with a savage, unholy resolve. Leon advanced on Serwan, his very presence a crushing weight of malice. It was terrifyingly clear he had returned for one singular purpose: retribution. Despite the hellish months of brutal training Leon must have endured, Serwan could see the same inferno of rage burning in his eyes. Leon's thirst for vengeance had not faded, and now, Serwan found himself face to face with the reaper of his past deeds. He attempted to articulate his reasons, to explain the impossible situation. But Leon's fury was a palpable, living entity, and Serwan felt the venomous sting of being branded a coward. Leon roared, accusing Serwan of selling him out due to sheer terror. He bellowed that there was no justification for such a spineless act. Serwan held his ground, though the accusation struck him like a physical blow. He defended his actions, declaring that he had only exposed Leon because he feared the cataclysmic wrath of Master K. But Leon was deaf to reason, blinded by his hatred. He demanded a trial by combat, a duel to finally balance the scales of fate. He presented a wooden practice sword. Though a knot of dread tightened in Siron's stomach, he accepted the challenge. He knew there was no other path to quell the storm raging between them. He was no warrior, no swordsman, and Leon's legendary reputation as a fearsome fighter weighed on him like a mountain. But Serwan steeled his resolve. He agreed to let Leon land the first 3 blows, a fool's gambit. The duel ignited, and it was Serwan who unleashed his attack with every fiber of his being. But even with this shocking opening move, he instantly understood the terrifying chasm in power between them. His attacks were deflected with contemptuous ease, and the sheer force behind Leon's defense left Serwan reeling, struggling to even maintain his grip. Serwan launched another strike, pouring even more of his essence into it. But as the 2 wooden blades met in a furious clash, they exploded with a deafening crack. Both practice swords disintegrated with a sound like splitting thunder, and the shockwave echoed through the silent library. The outcome left both combatants stunned. But it was Leon who was utterly shattered by the event. He had never conceived of such monstrous power from Serwan, who just moments before had seemed like a sacrificial lamb in this duel. Leon stood paralyzed, a statue of disbelief, his mind unable to process the cataclysmic result. After a long, agonizing silence, he finally found his voice, demanding to know how Serwan had struck with such godlike force. Serwan, ever the pragmatist, revealed that the devastating power of his swing was not born from sword training, or any practice with a blade whatsoever. He spoke of a technique born from his humble youth, back when his father had tasked him with splitting firewood. In the beginning, Serwan had failed miserably at the chore, unable to cleave the logs regardless of his effort. But through sheer, unyielding persistence, he had an epiphany, discovering what he now called thunderstruck, a single, perfect swing that focused all his life force into one explosive motion. Though he had only ever used this technique to shatter timber, Serwan had unknowingly perfected it over countless years, honing the skill until it was as natural to him as breathing. Leon listened, his mind reeling, struggling to accept the impossible truth Serwan had revealed. A toxic cocktail of disbelief and burning shame flooded his soul. How could he, a scion of a noble house, be so utterly humiliated by a man who had never received a single day of formal training? He had been so certain of his own God-given superiority with a blade, and yet here stood Serwan, a complete unknown in the world of swordsmanship, who had just humbled him in the most crushing way imaginable. This profound sense of shame stirred a sleeping demon deep within Leon's heart. It triggered a phantom pain from his childhood, a memory that had haunted his every waking moment for years. When he was just a boy, one of his own brothers had defeated him in a duel. A fair fight, a clean loss, that had left a permanent scar on his soul. That single defeat, witnessed by their own father, had poisoned everything. Leon's father, the great Lai Ojin, had always seemed to bestow his favor upon the other children, and from that day forward, Leon felt as though he could never escape their shadows. His siblings, each blessed with their own unique and specialized talents, had always seemed to eclipse him completely. But Leon had never discovered his own inner fire, his own special gift. This profound lack of a unique identity, of something to call his own, had left him with a deep-seated feeling of worthlessness that festered to this day. The Ojin family, legendary for their striking blue and black hair, had 4 children, 3 sons and a single daughter. The firstborn son bore hair as black as night. The daughter and Leon both possessed the family's iconic blue locks. Each of his siblings had discovered their destiny, their unique talent, a domain in which they could reign supreme. But Leon remained a ghost, uncertain of his place in the world, and that uncertainty had only metastasized over the years, especially after the soul-crushing defeat at his brother's hands. Feeling the immense weight of his own frustrations and shortcomings, Leon's entire demeanor underwent a terrifying transformation. He unsheathed a blade of true, lethal steel from its scabbard, and cast it at Siron's feet. He roared that he would not surrender just because their practice swords had failed. He proclaimed that their duel was far from over. Siron may have won this skirmish, but Leon would never accept such a humiliating defeat. He was determined to press on, and he declared that, in exactly 1 month's time, they would stand face to face once more. Leon demanded a rematch, a true trial by combat where he could prove to himself and to Siron that he was not some pampered noble's son, easily toppled. Even as Siron tried to explain that he had never truly wielded a sword in his life, Leon's monumental arrogance rendered him deaf to Siron's pleas. He refused to acknowledge the truth in Siron's words. The 2 combatants parted ways, and Siron, vowing not to be outmaneuvered again, began to consume every single text on swordsmanship he could find. He focused his efforts on mastering techniques of blinding speed, knowing that while he might never match Leon's brute force, he could use his intellect to level the battlefield in their fated rematch. During Leon's next training session with his master, he followed every command, pouring every ounce of his soul into each movement. His efforts were so savage that his master immediately sensed something was amiss. Leon's raw power had increased exponentially, but there was a deeply unsettling quality to his actions now. When his master demanded to know what demons plagued his mind, Leon denied that anything was wrong, but his very movements screamed a different story. Leon continued to push himself far beyond his previous limits, and his performance became so dangerously powerful that his master grew gravely concerned. He feared the boy would injure himself, shattering his bones or tearing his muscles to shreds. Fearing for Leon's very life, his master brought the training to a screeching halt and demanded that he reveal the source of his inner turmoil. Despite the immense pressure, Leon remained silent, refusing to confess the source of his torment. His master, recognizing Leon's boundless potential, but also understanding that he needed more than just unbridled power, counseled him to seek out other techniques and skills beyond the narrow confines of swordsmanship. He urged Leon to discover something that could harmonize with his sword skills, something that would demonstrate he was reaching for something beyond his current limitations. Leon expressed his gratitude to his master for the guidance, admitting it was the most profound advice he had received in years. Though Leon conceded he was still far from a master of the blade, he swore an oath to train with such terrifying dedication that no living soul would be able to defeat him in the future. Leon clung to his master's words like a holy scripture about the vital importance of achieving anything in life through sheer effort and unyielding will. Siron, on the other hand, submerged himself in studying the 6 legendary sword forms from the greatest swordsman to have ever lived. He was determined to wring every drop of potential from his time in the city, and to seize this golden opportunity to experience the true world. He had made a pact with himself to do whatever it took to ascend to a higher plane of power. He now understood that every single moment was priceless. Through his relentless training, Siron came to a profound realization. There was a shocking parallel between the realms of the sword and of magic. Both were boundless in their nature. The path of the sword and the path of the mage had no true end. There was always a higher peak to conquer. Siron drilled with a blade of true steel, channeling his entire consciousness into foreseeing his enemy's next maneuver. He leveraged his unique gift to enter the spirit realm, to perceive and predict the very currents of battle. Over the course of many days, Siron sharpened his abilities, gradually elevating his comprehension and his technique. Meanwhile, Leon's entire being was consumed by the fires of revenge, practicing out of a desperate sense of wounded pride, rather than any quest for deeper mastery. The month evaporated in the blink of an eye, and the hour of their fated duel finally descended. The darkness of night was their chosen arena, and despite Siron's unnerving, placid exterior, Leon's soul was a tempest. He stared at Serwan and noted the bizarre way he held his blade, completely lacking the practiced composure of a true swordsman. For a fleeting moment, Leon wondered if Serwan had been telling the truth about having never swung a sword before this. His pride screamed at him, assuring him of his inevitable victory, but he could not banish the serpent of doubt coiling in his gut. In stark opposition to his first impression, Leon felt a bizarre, almost supernatural serenity emanating from Serwan. Leon, propelled by his insatiable thirst for vengeance, surged forward with supreme confidence, certain that his grueling training had forged him into a weapon capable of destroying Serwan. But as his blade sliced through the air, he was completely thrown by how preternaturally calm Serwan remained. His stance was nothing like Leon had anticipated. For someone who had supposedly never held a sword before, he was effortlessly evading the lethal strikes Leon was unleashing upon him, all thanks to his newfound knowledge of the blade. His spirit realm sense also allowed him to foresee which attack would come next. When Leon saw that Serwan was parrying and evading his every assault, he altered his strategy, so that every strike he threw at Serwan would sap his strength. Even though Serwan could still deflect the blows, Leon planned to win through a war of attrition. He believed that once Serwan's stamina was depleted, he would claim an easy victory in their duel. But what Leon failed to realize was that, even as Serwan's energy waned, he wasted no strength on futile counterattacks, nor did he allow his emotions to seize control and hasten his own demise. At the very moment Leon believed he had ground Serwan into dust, he was staggered to see Serwan launch an attack of his own. Though it appeared to be a standard offensive, Leon was confident it would pose no real threat for him to handle. But what he witnessed next was something else entirely. Throughout their clash, Serwan deduced that Leon was depending solely on his physical prowess, and was swinging his sword without any real precision. This meant that Leon had no true comprehension of the art of swordsmanship. Even as Leon began to unleash more savage power, Serwan remained a fortress of calm, understanding that mental acuity and skill in the blade were far more crucial than simple brute force. To vanquish Leon, Serwan knew precisely what must be done. He knew that if his physical power was insufficient, he would have to rely on superior technique to land the final, decisive blow. However, as Serwan witnessed Leon losing his focus and succumbing to desperation, the ghosts of his own childhood re-emerged from their graves. He remembered how his own parents would laud his opponents, mostly his own kin, whenever he was defeated as a child. The very concept of another loss was an unbearable poison. He could not accept it, especially since he had been the one to instigate this conflict and set the date. To lose now would mean utter disgrace for him and his family's name. Fueled by these toxic thoughts, Leon fought like a man possessed, swinging his blade without any control or awareness of his surroundings. Even Serwan, with the aid of his spirit realm, could no longer predict Leon's chaotic attacks. As this madness continued for several minutes, both combatants fought with everything they had to avoid defeat. Even though no pact had been made between them regarding the fate of the loser, the most terrible thing either of them could lose, aside from suffering a grave injury, was their reputation, their very ego. With all his strikes thrown in a blind rage, he managed to land a blow on Serwan's chest, slicing through his garments, but not deep enough to end the battle. The clash raged on until one of them collapsed to the ground. A deafening silence descended upon the scene for a few heartbeats, heralding a moment of victory for the one who still held his weapon. It was Leon's sword that clattered to the ground as he swung with reckless abandon. The counterattack he anticipated from Serwan was not what he expected. Serwan altered his grip in the middle of his motion, and before Leon could even comprehend what was happening, he was disarmed and his sword lay on the floor. For Serwan, this victory became a source of immense dread. Having defeated a noble scion twice in a row, he stood frozen, contemplating the dire consequences that might now befall him. Then, Leon finally broke the silence. He pleaded with Serwan to execute him, to honor the sacred tradition of the duel. Serwan could not believe his ears and retorted that he himself would not survive to see the next dawn if he dared to kill him. He declared to Leon that this was all his own fault from the very beginning, for attempting to drive a mere servant like him to his death. He argued that he should have remained loyal to his own convictions, rather than blindly obeying his instructor's commands. Leon roared back, insisting that Serwan should have been loyal to him, and explaining his entire situation, including what he was and was not capable of doing. But after this heated exchange, what truly convinced Leon was the sight of Serwan collapsing to the floor weeping. He cried that he never wanted any of this, and never intended for it to happen. Leon, witnessing this, was at a complete loss for words. He made a startling decision to make Serwan his friend, because in Leon's mind, even though Serwan had vanquished him, he had not made a mockery of him, as his own siblings, with whom he had dueled, invariably did. He understood that although he lacked Serwan's raw power, he realized that Serwan compensated for this lack of strength with incredible intellect, or perhaps he was simply a genius. As they both formally introduced themselves to each other, their legendary friendship began. It had been 1 year since Serwan had begun his service in the great house of Oyen, and in that time, he had managed to catalog over 7,000 volumes, out of a total of more than 10,000. The master of the house was immensely proud of him. Serwan was also filled with a sense of accomplishment. He was striving to read nearly all the historical texts he had vowed to complete. By now, his pace had quickened, and he was devouring 2 to 3 books each day. He relished it, believing that it fortified his knowledge as he read. Since their last fateful duel, he and Leon had forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. Leon now spent his free time with him, keeping him company in the silent library. This alliance caused them to grow even closer, as they frequently challenged one another on what they knew about any given topic found in the library. Serwan constantly pleaded with Leon to handle the books with care, reminding him that he, Serwan, might forfeit his very life if any of them were to be damaged. But Leon always reassured him that his life was worth infinitely more than any book, and that he would always shield him from harm if anything were to happen. However, a seed of worry began to sprout in Serwan's mind as the amount of time Leon spent with him grew, prompting him to ask why Leon was no longer attending his training as he once did. Leon replied that, although he only had a handful of basic training lessons left to master, whenever he informed his master that he was headed to the library to study, his master would always grant him leave. This caused Serwan to erupt at him, shouting that if he truly came to the library to read, then he should actually be reading. But Leon struggled to read books with illustrations or diagrams of combat, always complaining that they were tedious. He once questioned Serwan that since he was on the path to becoming a mage as he desired, he didn't believe he truly needed to read all the tomes he claimed to have conquered. Serwan retorted that he needed to master or know everything a mage knows to be a true mage, and everything a scholar knows to be a great scholar. As they were debating one day about who they believed would emerge victorious in a clash between a mage and a swordsman, Lai suddenly materialized behind them. Leon immediately rose to his feet to greet him, wondering if he had been eavesdropping on their conversation. But Lai was far more intrigued by their argument, proclaiming that a swordsman would always triumph over a mage. He stated that one could see from their immediate surroundings the stations and authority they both possessed. Leon vehemently disagreed with him on this point. Then Lai challenged Serwan to settle the matter for them, demanding to know what he thought. Serwan argued that he believed the mage would be victorious, but before he could even state his reasons, Lai declared to his face that he was wrong. Instantly, Leon understood the source of Lai's rage. It was Lai who always infuriated him, because according to Lai's worldview, everything he said or did was infallible. He never considered the perspectives of others, always crushing what he believed to be the truth. As Lai was about to depart, he turned to Leon, stating that, although a mage could certainly enter their spirit realm to do battle, a swordsman could easily win if he possessed the armor of sin. It was a legendary artifact that was anti-magical in nature. The moment Serwan heard the term anti-magic, he realized he had not studied it with nearly enough diligence. He had been too engrossed in the magic side of things, as if that alone would help him achieve his goal of becoming a truly well-rounded mage. With his ambitions of mastering scholarly skills, a bit of swordsmanship and magic, he knew he must do everything required of him. Lai continued to explain the phenomenon to the group, saying, battling a mage who has entered their spirit zone is like trying to fight a leviathan in the ocean. With the aid of an anti-magic artifact, however, even from within the spirit realm, if one can get close enough, their magic becomes utterly useless. Lai, who appeared to be a history fanatic, enthusiastically joined the discussion. He informed them that anti-magic artifacts were forged from the hearts of dragons, which made them astronomically expensive. A single suit of the armor of sin costs as much as a year of the nation's budget, he declared, and its price is not fixed. It skyrockets based on demand. That is why only the obscenely wealthy can ever hope to afford it. The group was stunned when Lai added, the very first anti-magic artifact was actually created by a mage. Leon, ever the skeptic, shook his head in sheer disbelief. But Lai went on, explaining that the mage was motivated by avarice and a burning desire to surpass his rivals. This revelation disgusted both Lai and Leon, who branded mages as pathetic for creating something that could be turned against their own kind. But Serwan, who had been silent for several moments, finally spoke up. He explained, the anti-magic artifact was actually developed by a mage from the Magicians Association to bring equilibrium to the world's power. Its function wasn't merely to counter magic, but to guarantee that no single faction could ever dominate. It is even utilized in mage academies to discipline students, or in magic forbidden zones to maintain order. Lai, who habitually looked down on Leon, felt as though he had been publicly lectured and shamed. Infuriated, he could no longer stand to be a part of the conversation. He departed in a rage, muttering curses under his breath. Leon, on the other hand, could not suppress his triumphant grin. For once, someone had managed to put his arrogant brother, Lai, in his place, and it felt like a deeply personal victory. Serwan relished how Leon had shattered his own ego, even though Leon had never intended for any of this to unfold. 6 months later, as the newly established library was finally complete, with the monumental task of book classification finished, a full 6 months ahead of schedule, the master of the library marveled at their incredible achievement. Within the hallowed halls of the library, a sudden disruption occurs. Leon shatters the silence, bursting through the doors. His voice thunders as he makes a beeline for Serwan, proclaiming a grand revelation. The library's vast knowledge has finally been systematically organized. Serwan, ever composed, counters with his own victory. He has devoured every last tome of history. His scholarly quest is at an end. Then, he throws Leon off balance with an unexpected proposal, an invitation to his family's manor, a final visit before their paths diverge. Leon is thunderstruck. After nearly a year of this burgeoning bond, he confesses this is the very moment he had secretly yearned for. With no hesitation, he agrees and begins to lead the way, offering a quick reassurance to quell any doubt. The estate is deserted. They will have the sanctuary to themselves until nightfall. They traverse the grand, echoing corridors of the residence, eventually arriving at Leon's personal domain. It's the most modest chamber, a space befitting the youngest son of the house. The room is a whirlwind of chaos, a perfect storm of adolescent life. But amidst the clutter, a true passion is revealed, a breathtaking arsenal of swords. The collection ranges from humble wooden trainers to the cold, hard glint of true steel. After a tour of the grand estate, they retreat to Leon's quarters for a game of cards. As fate would have it, Siron's victory is absolute, round after crushing round. Overwhelmed with frustration, Leon levels an accusation. He must be cheating with his spirit realm perception. Serwan merely laughs, explaining that such esoteric powers are unnecessary. His true weapon is keen observation of Leon himself. He imparts a piece of wisdom. One must perceive the entire battlefield, not just the fragments before their eyes. Intrigued, Leon wonders aloud if this technique could be applied to a schema duel. Siron's reply is laced with confidence. If a principle holds true in the spirit realm, its power will undoubtedly manifest in the schema as well. Before long, the day's excitement claims Leon, and he drifts into a deep slumber. Seeking a different kind of story, Serwan picks up a work of fiction, admitting a temporary weariness with the cold, hard facts of history. As he wanders the silent hallway, a haunting melody reaches his ears, the sound of a piano. He knows of only 2 individuals in this vicinity who command the instrument, and one of them is Leon's enigmatic sister. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, he steals a glance into the room. He fails to realize her senses are far sharper. She's already aware of his presence. Her voice cuts through the music, asking if her performance pleases him. Startled, he confesses that it truly does. She formally presents herself and inquires about the identity of this stranger in her home. Serwan offers his explanation, In response, she commends him for his legendary diligence at the library. Her next question is direct. Has he ever touched the ivory keys before? Upon his admission that he has not, she insists on becoming his impromptu tutor. Siron's mind flashes back to Leon's dire warnings, tales of a cruel and ill-tempered sibling. Yet, he pushes the thought aside, refusing to be swayed by hearsay. She gestures to the empty space beside her on the bench, an invitation. He braces himself, determined to discover where this twist of fate will lead. Siren is taken aback, a deep reluctance to share the space with her washing over him. She senses his hesitation and assures him no harm will come of it. After all, she herself has granted him this explicit permission. Torn between her guarantee and this rare chance to sit before a grand piano, an opportunity he might never have again in this lifetime, he finally, albeit cautiously, accepts the offer. She begins the lesson, explaining the nature of each individual key. But Serwan, being the prodigy he is, understands instinctively that the true secret lies in mastering the resonance. After absorbing her words with perfect clarity, he asks if he might attempt a performance with the sliver of knowledge she's imparted. To her utter disbelief, his first attempt is nothing short of miraculous. While it lacks the polish of a seasoned master, the melody he coaxes from the keys is breathtaking, especially for one whose hands have never known a piano. Lena applauds, her surprise genuine and her admiration palpable. But before he can even finish the piece, Leon erupts from his chambers, roaring in fury about his sister's melody disturbing his sacred slumber. The moment his eyes land on Serwan seated at the piano, he freezes, the angry words dying on his lips. Serwan is the first to speak, apologizing for shattering Leon's peace. But Leon, his mind racing, immediately demands to know the nature of this connection between Serwan and his sister. Serwan calmly recounts the unforeseen sequence of events. Leon then makes the formal introduction, presenting Lena to Serwan, and explaining their own deep bond, a friendship solidified over more than a year. Serwan turns his gaze back to Leon, a question in his eyes. Why had he painted such a dark portrait, depicting his sister as the most malevolent figure in their entire lineage? As the two friends converse, Lena's gaze remains fixed on Serwan, her mind awhirl. She silently ponders how a boy like him, a mere commoner, could possess such an aura of nobility and, she had to admit, such striking features. Finally breaking her silence, she asks Serwan to reveal the secret behind his prodigious talent. He casually dismisses it as a simple matter of intuition. But Leon interjects, warning Serwan not to be deceived by Lena's apparent warmth. He labels her a sorceress, a witch in disguise. Lena graciously thanks Serwan for his steadfast friendship with her brother, noting that Leon still has much growing to do. She then fixes her gaze on Serwan, a playful smile on her lips, and declares him quite charming. Leon, never one to miss an opportunity, fires back a jest. If she's so taken with him, perhaps she should just take him as her husband. Ignoring the playful jab, Serwan directs a serious question to Lena. He asks why she is present in the manor, especially when Leon had sworn the estate would be completely empty. She clarifies that her purpose here is to help Leon with his preparations for the coming trials. He is about to undertake his official certification, a grueling system of trials established for both warriors and mages alike. Both Leon and Lena then elaborate for Serwan on the brutal competitiveness of these certification exams. The number of aspirants who are granted passage each year is but a sliver, a tiny fraction of the thousands who dare to make the attempt. Although one can attain the same certification by amassing glory through guild work, or by graduating from a magic academy after reaching a designated rank. The honor of conquering the exam directly is a glory without equal. Leon stresses that despite these alternate paths to power, most warriors and mages crave the legitimacy of passing the official exam. The immense wealth and fame that follow are a powerful lure. Lena adds that Leon will be challenging this monumental trial at the tender age of 18. As her hand rests gently on Leon's shoulder, she offers him words of comfort, assuring him not to be burdened by pressure. His moment to shine will inevitably arrive. Then, with a final glance at Serwan, she moves towards the kitchen, casually remarking that she would welcome another encounter with him. As her figure recedes, Serwon poses a quiet question to Leon. Does his sister have a suitor? With absolutely zero tact, Leon dashes into the corridor and bellows at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if his sister is currently unattached. Before he can get another word out, Serwon lunges, pulling him back, clamping a hand over his mouth, mortified by the scene. Unseen by the boys, Mr. Lewis and Hannes, two retainers of the great house, witness the entire exchange from the shadows of a nearby chamber. They silently commit every word and action to memory. Later that afternoon, Leon is deep in his training with his swordmaster, Kate. Kate is lost in contemplation, devising new strategies to elevate Leon's schema mastery to the next level. Their session is broken by a frantic servant, who reports that Lady Lena urgently summons Leon. Initially, Leon resists the interruption, but the moment the servant utters Siron's name, his demeanor shifts, and he begs his master's leave to depart. He vows to face his father's wrath later, all for the sake of his friend. In another part of the manor, Serwon is forcibly escorted before the patriarch of the family. The air is thick with a chilling tension. The lord of the house delivers his verdict with icy finality. Siron's crime warrants death. On the very day Siron was meant to depart, a dark report had arrived. Whispers reached the family head that Siron, a lowly commoner, had dared to fraternize with the children of nobility. His transgressions involved none other than Leon and Lena. When news of this judgment reaches Leon, he races towards the main estate, a desperate hope burning in his heart to avert the impending tragedy. In the colossal hall, Serwon is forced to his knees, the sheer weight of this sudden, terrible fate crashing down upon him. The family patriarch stands over him like a monolith, his voice a cold blade as he articulates the unforgivable sin of a commoner befriending nobles. This is an ironclad law of their society, and Siron's mere presence in their company is a deep stain upon the family's immaculate honor. Lena and Leon are seated at their father's side, bound by duty to watch in tormented silence. Lena, her heart aching with worry, attempts to plead with her father to show mercy. She senses a hidden depth to Serwon that her father cannot see. She is convinced there is some crucial truth about this boy, a truth that her father must be made to comprehend. But her desperate words fall on deaf ears. The patriarch's mind is a fortress, sealed by the butler's damning report, and bolstered by the testimony of multiple servants who witnessed Siron's frequent visits. They spoke of the undeniable bond he shared with the noble children. Despite the suffocating atmosphere, the head of the house grants Serwon one final chance to speak his piece. Serwon, still on his knees, does not grovel for his life. Instead, a shocking calm emanates from him. He coolly brings forth a simple fact. His friendship with Leon has flourished for over a year, and in all that time, not a single shadow of harm has fallen upon either of them. He boldly defies the very notion that their bond could pose a threat to anyone. Lena watches Serwon, a surge of awe and pride swelling within her. Even staring into the abyss of his own demise, he remains an unwavering pillar of his convictions, fiercely loyal to Leon. In that moment, she forms a silent wish, that one day, she too, might find a friend with such a soul. A companion who values honor and loyalty above all else in this world. Elsewhere in the hall, the head butler and the servants who delivered the damning testimony against Siron murmur amongst themselves, baffled by his refusal to beg for his life. They cannot comprehend why he would choose to defend this forbidden friendship, rather than plead for a shred of mercy. The patriarch, incensed by Siron's serene defiance, finally erupts. He bellows for his guards to seize the boy and drag him from his sight. The sentence for his transgression is immutable, death, and no soul shall ever speak of this matter beyond the confines of these walls. Lena cries out in protest, but her father's resolve is granted. He, along with the head butler and his underling, are united in their conviction. The family's reputation is paramount. Even the most minuscule disturbance, like this forbidden friendship between Serwon and Leon, must be eradicated with ruthless efficiency and silence, lest it tarnish the immaculate legacy of their noble name. Two guardsmen seize Serwon, their grips like iron vices. They begin to haul him towards the exit, but just as they near the threshold, Leon bursts into the chamber like a hurricane. A tempest of fury radiates from him as he commands them to halt. He pleads his case, but his father is an immovable mountain. The patriarch declares that for a noble to associate with a commoner is a sign of weakness, a vulnerability that could shatter the family's standing in an instant. The head of the house is utterly convinced that to permit such a friendship to exist would be an unforgivable stain upon their entire lineage. Leon stands his ground, clutching the very sword gifted to him by his master, Kate. His father poses a venomous question, a challenge thrown like a gauntlet. He demands irrefutable proof that Serwan is not merely manipulating him for personal advantage. In that moment, Leon understands. This is no longer a simple disagreement. This is a crucible, a battle of wills between son and father, and the stakes are everything. Only moments before, Leon had been with his mentor, Kate, who had issued a grave warning about the sanctity of reputation within noble houses. Kate had cautioned him that extending a hand to one such as Serwan could invite disaster, but Leon will not forsake his friend. He remembers the fire that burned within him as he trained, all to surpass Serwan. And now, that very same fire compels him to defend Serwan, regardless of the cost. Kate, witnessing the unshakable conviction in Leon's eyes, bestowed upon him a sword. His master's words still echoed, "If your belief is true, then wield this blade." Back in the charged atmosphere of the present, Leon glances at the cold steel in his grasp and lets out a soft, mirthless laugh. He is no fool. He knows he cannot best his father in combat. But victory in battle is irrelevant. What truly matters is his faith in Serwan. Leon declares to his father that their bond is genuine, forged in the fires of mutual respect, not the cold calculus of status. This is a truth he will defend to his last breath, no matter what his father decrees. The patriarch's fury intensifies. He accuses Serwan of bewitching his son with clever lies, attempting to force a confession that their friendship is a vile mistake. But Leon stands unyielding. He proclaims he would sooner cast aside his own bloodline than betray the sacred trust he shares with Serwan. Serwan, ever serene and prepared to meet his fate, informs the assembled nobles that he understood the price. The very moment he accepted Leon's hand in friendship, he is prepared to pay that price with his life if it comes to that. The household staff watch from the periphery, their hearts stirred by the raw courage and devotion displayed by Leon and Serwan. They realize in that moment that they are witnessing something pure, a true bond of brotherhood, a force far more powerful than any societal decree or family edict could ever hope to break. Without warning, the grandfather's voice booms from the upper floor. He muses aloud that it has been an eternity since he has witnessed such a spectacle. He calls it by its true name, the unbridled passion of youth. A wave of relief washes over the children, their faces breaking into smiles. Even in the heart of this storm, his presence is a comforting anchor. Of all those present, Lena's heart soars the highest. She feels a surge of hope. Surely, all will be set right now that the true patriarch has returned. Her father is visibly startled by his own father's sudden appearance. He demands to know the reason for his presence. The grandfather, the legendary Clump Oyant, explains he was visiting an old comrade, but was forced to return prematurely. It seems his friend was far more captivated by the company of his new bride than by his own, and so he made his way home. Siron's eyes widen as he lays them upon Clump for the first time. This is a man of legend, the former lord of the house, and the celebrated general of Tormia, a third-level swordsman who carries the visage of a man in his prime, 30s or 40s. He is a towering and formidable figure. He settles into a grand chair, a glint in his eye, and proclaims his immense amusement at the current drama. Leon's father questions how he can possibly be entertained when the very honor of their house is crumbling to dust. Clump retorts that even if the family's dignity hangs by a thread, he derives great pleasure from seeing how beloved this boy, Serwan, has become. He is deeply impressed by the boy's ability to win hearts, even in the face of mortal peril. With that, the grandfather seizes command of the proceedings. He summons each of his grandchildren to give their testimony. He begins with the eldest, Lena. She states unequivocally that her support lies with both Leon and Serwan. Though she only met Serwan the day prior, she can already perceive that he is a person of immense talent and virtuous character. She declares her vehement opposition to her father's decree of execution. Next, the gaze of the court falls upon Lai. Before any prompting is needed, Lai speaks, branding Serwan an imbecile. A flicker of satisfaction crosses their father's face. Finally, an ally to support his righteous judgment. But then Lai elaborates. He proclaims that the affairs of Serwan and Leon are of no consequence to him. While he holds no affection for Serwan, his only desire is for this drama to conclude so that his sister can escort him to the palace for his own upcoming examination. Essentially, Lai declares himself a neutral party in this conflict. The grandfather watches this familial theater unfold, a satisfied smirk on his face. He then turns his attention to Mr. Tamarin, the third witness. He commands the man to speak his mind. Though he knows he is overstepping his station, Mr. Tamarin confesses he has been observing Serwan closely since the day he arrived. He testifies to the boy's relentless work ethic and recounts the many tasks Serwan has undertaken for the noble family. When questioned about the friendship, Mr. Tamarin admits he never foresaw such a bond forming between them, but he asserts his firm belief that Serwan harbors no ill will towards Leon. The head servant and his cronies who brought the accusation forward attempt to hiss Mr. Tamarin into silence, but Lena's spirit soars with every word of his testimony. It appears the tide of opinion is turning against her father, who now stands as the sole, unyielding advocate for Siron's execution. The grandfather absorbs all the testimonies, his face unreadable, and then his judgment falls in direct opposition to the growing consensus. A hush falls over the hall as he lays out his reasoning. Although a true friendship has indeed blossomed between Leon and Serwan, the grandfather decrees that this bond must be severed, here and now. He declares he will not punish Serwan for his part in forming this friendship. However, he makes it absolutely clear that the reputation of their house and the families standing within the government are of far greater importance. He uses Lai as a stark example. He warns that if rumors of this scandal were to spread, Lai could face severe prejudice during his own palace examinations. The grandfather turns to Serwan and asks if he consents to dissolving this friendship. But after a long, heavy silence, Serwan refuses. He proclaims that he will depart from this place, but he will never, ever renounce his bond with Leon. Leon is stunned, tears welling in his eyes. The words of his master, Kate, echo in his mind from before he arrived. With newfound resolve, Leon raises the sword in his hand. Before he can utter a word, his sister pleads with him, begging him not to take this irreversible step. But Leon's course is set. He will not be swayed. He plunges the sword's point deep into the stone floor, his voice ringing with the weight of an ancient vow. From this day forth, he will dedicate his life to Siron's service, and be known as Siron's sword. A wave of shock and chaos ripples through the hall. The family is left reeling from this completely unforeseen declaration. The gravity of Leon's action cannot be overstated. This is a ritual that stretches back to the dawn of the kingdom, a time when lesser kings forged unbreakable alliances with the sovereign king through a sacred pact known as the Knight's Oath. This oath represents a tradition of immense power, and its sanctity has been honored by noble houses throughout the ages. Even Leon's own master, the man who provided the sword, is left utterly speechless, realizing he has unwittingly unleashed an unprecedented complication. The grandfather does not hesitate for a second. He rises to his feet and commands Serwan to take responsibility for his son. He orders the servants to summon Siron's parents at once, so that the full story of what has transpired can be revealed. The grandfather proclaims that, since Leon and Serwan have now sworn a lifelong oath of brotherhood, the matter is concluded. There is nothing more to be done. Later, within the confines of Leon's chamber, Leon is ecstatic. He feels as though he has won a great victory against his family. He declares that he harbors not a single regret for pledging his sword to Serwan. His sister enters the room, bearing news of the family's next move. A new destiny has been forged for them. Both will be dispatched to a private academy of swordsmanship. The implication is clear. Serwan is now, for all intents and purposes, a member of their house. First, Leon balks at the prospect of attending this particular school, but his sister calmly explains that this is the hand fate has dealt them. They have no choice but to play it. He then reveals to Lena that Siron's true ambition is to become a mage, not a wielder of the sword. Lena lets out a knowing laugh, surmising that Serwan must have suffered a defeat at the hands of a mage. This comment earns a shared laugh from both Lena and Serwan, and they playfully banish Leon from the room, She sits down, her curiosity piqued, and asks Serwon to explain his method for defeating Leon. Serwon reveals that when he enters the spirit realm, his perception transcends the physical world. This heightened state allows him to anticipate Leon's every strike. She then remarks that she has heard whispers that the spirit realm can amplify one's latent power, its strength directly proportional to one's focus. As she prepares to depart, she studies Serwon and silently muses if he will ever find a romantic partner in his life, given how intensely bashful he becomes when speaking with her. She resolves to advocate on his behalf, to convince their grandfather of Siron's true calling. But she makes one thing perfectly clear: this will not change their immediate destiny of attending the Swordsmanship Academy. She also delivers a piece of somber news to Leon. His master, Kate, formally terminated their contract the day before. Later, Siron's parents arrive, and the household staff now address him as young master. As he descends the stairs, he is taken aback by this new formality, and assures them they can simply use his given name. But they firmly insist, unwilling to risk their heads over such a breach of protocol. When he pushes open the doors to the reception chamber, he sees his parents. They envelop him in a tight embrace, a testament to the long and agonizing time they have been apart. Serwon observes that they appear gaunter than he remembers, and a terrible thought crosses his mind. Have they been starving themselves? Were they gripped by the fear that he would not return from this place alive? But his parents quickly dismiss his concerns, blaming their appearance on the simple passage of time. They swear they have been eating well. He recounts the entire epic saga of his bond with Leon, the heir to this powerful noble house. His father finds it almost impossible to fathom that a nobleman would perform such an act to sponsor a commoner. He even voices a dark suspicion. Could Serwon be under some form of duress? His wife intervenes, silencing his doubts about their son. She declares her unwavering faith in Siron's account. As their reunion continues, a servant announces the arrival of the lord of the house himself. He enters, accompanied by Lena and Leon. The formal introductions commence, beginning with the patriarch himself. Each member of the noble family states their rank and title. Siron's parents leap to their feet in a panic, displaying the utmost deference, bowing their heads low in reverence. Dispensing with pleasantries, the lord of the house gets straight to the point. He asks if their son has fully apprised them of the current situation. Siron's father cries out, his voice thick with disbelief, as he confirms that the incredible tale is indeed true. The scene shifts to the dining hall. In an unprecedented gesture, Siron's parents have been invited to sit with them as a single family. This is the first time in their lives they have tasted such exquisite cuisine, and they navigate the formal affair with the discreet guidance of the servants, who instruct them in the proper use of the intricate cutlery. After the meal has concluded, Siron's father offers his profound gratitude for their support over the years. He asks them to verify every detail of their son's story, just to be certain that the events transpired exactly as he described. The lord of the house then unveils his grand design, the plan to enroll Serwon in the Swordsmanship Academy. However, they will not be shouldering any of the financial burdens. They will, however, grant him the use of their family name as a title. The conversation then turns to Siron's ambition to become a mage. They explain that the most direct path to this goal is to gain entry into one of the 5 most elite magical academies. With the weight of their reputation behind him, they do not foresee any difficulty in securing his admission. Upon his graduation, he will officially be recognized as a mage of the realm. Siron's parents are reeling, unable to process what they are hearing. It feels like a fever dream that someone of their station could ever become a mage. The lord of the house clarifies that the true hurdle is getting Serwon admitted into such a hallowed institution in the first place. To bear their noble title, he must sign a document officially declaring him an Ojin. Even if this is merely a legal fiction, this formality will guarantee he faces no obstacles upon his arrival at the prestigious academy. They are quick to reassure Siron's parents that they have no intention of stealing their son away from them. Vincent, Siron's father, is completely overwhelmed, at a loss for words. He stares at the pen and parchment before him, paralyzed by indecision. To everyone's astonishment, Serwon intervenes. He places a hand on his father's, stopping him. He declares that he will not allow his parents to sign such a document. He proclaims with unwavering conviction that he will forever be their son. Serwon announces he will not go, even if it means sacrificing his lifelong dream of becoming a mage. He chooses to remain a commoner, Despite the grandpa's attempts to reason with him, arguing that a peasant cannot simply decide to become a mage, Serwan retorts that his very ability to read, the foundation of his current standing, is a gift from his parents, the ones who first taught him his letters. He adamantly refuses to sever his own roots. Vincent, Serwan's father, in a desperate act, falls to his knees and begs them to adopt Serwan. But the grandpa insists that Serwan's own wishes must be honored. In a decision of this magnitude, in a stunning turn, Vincent declares that Serwan is not their biological son. His wife frantically tries to silence him, to stop him from revealing the secret of how they discovered Serwan, an infant abandoned in a stable. But he finally says it. He is certain Serwan is of noble blood. He believes the best course of action is his adoption, to return him to the world where he truly belongs. Among the noble elite, everyone, including the great patriarch himself, is dumbfounded by Vincent's bombshell revelation. The lord of the house realizes the truth of it. Serwan bears no physical resemblance to his parents whatsoever. Now, his parents are in the act of disowning him, but Serwan pushes back, his heart breaking. He demands to know why they would reveal such a thing now, without ever breathing a word of it to him before. Vincent tells him he cannot bear to see Serwan sacrifice his destiny. For his sake, he argues that it is for the best that Serwan learns the truth, now that he has come of age. Serwan reveals he has harbored suspicions since he was a small child. He says that being signed over to the Oyant family feels like they are forsaking him, just as his birth parents once did. Being adopted would mean he has had a total of 6 parents in his young life. Tears stream down every face in the room as Serwan lays his heart bare. The moment is heavy with raw, unfiltered emotion. The lord of the house conceives of an alternate path for Serwan, one that could grant him entry into the hallowed Althea Academy, without forcing him to lose his adoptive parents. He remembers that his own father has a connection with the headmaster of the school. The grandfather confirms this is true. He admits that persuading the man will be a formidable challenge, but the head of the academy owes him a significant debt. He decides now is the time to call in this favor, for Serwan's sake. He warns that Serwan will remain an immovable object if he chooses not to bend. Through the intervention of the lord of the house, Serwan's parents are permitted to remain for 3 days, during which time arrangements are made for the children to depart for their new academies. When the 3rd day dawns, Leon stands before the waiting chariot, his face streaked with tears. He laments that the academy is tearing them apart. Even though they had chosen the same institution, Leon's letter of acceptance arrived first. This means Serwan cannot even begin his studies until the following year, assuming his own acceptance letter ever materializes. Leon promises they will reunite during the holidays and exchange written correspondence. He makes Leon swear an oath. He must achieve his dream of becoming a mage, no matter what trials or tribulations he may face. As the moment of their parting finally arrives, Leon continues to shout Serwan's name as the chariot pulls away into the distance. Lena remarks that she is captivated by the way he clings to his principles. She wants to confess something to him, but then she realizes that once Serwan completes his training, he will ascend to a higher plane, a world of pure magic. Meanwhile, Grandpa Ojent is at the academy, locked in a battle of wills with the headmaster over Serwan's admission. He even plays his trump card, reminding the man of the favor he is owed. However, the headmaster, a wizened old man, proves to be a difficult opponent. Grandpa Ojent finally sways him by passionately describing Siren's immense potential, and how the boy reminds him of his own fiery youth. The headmaster at last concedes. He asks why Siren did not simply apply through the normal channels. Grandpa Ojent reveals that Serwan is not of noble lineage, but the headmaster counters with a strangely specific question. Does the boy have golden hair and sapphire eyes? Grandpa Ojent is stunned by this accurate description, and asks if the headmaster has laid eyes on the boy before. He denies it, but it's clear a memory has been stirred. He recounts to the headmaster of the school the tale of how Siren managed to win over his entire household, and how he rejected their generous offer when they proposed to elevate him to the status of a noble. The headmaster proclaims that this proves Serwan comprehends the law of nature itself. He understands cause and effect, and even as a grandmaster of swordsmanship, he recognizes that such innate wisdom in a boy so young is exceptionally rare. The headmaster also says that Serwan is a mirror image of Grandpa Ojent in his younger days, because he, too, was an unyielding force who never compromised in his youth. The two old men continue to reminisce about their shared past. The headmaster reveals that he never wanted any boy to walk the same hard path he did in his youth, which is the very reason he founded this academy, to shepherd those with prodigious magical talent and ensure they do not stray into the darkness. Regarding the very destiny of this nation, he declares that in the coming era, a soul like Siron's will be indispensable. The headmaster then makes a stunning confession. He had encountered Serwan once before, when the boy was but a child of 4. To this, Grandpa Ojin declares that the threads of destiny must have woven this reunion, bringing Serwan back to learn from him once more. But the headmaster scoffs at the very notion of fate. His unwavering faith lies not in destiny, but in the absolute law of cause and effect. He finally makes his concession. It was the rigid walls of social hierarchy that barred him from accepting Serwan years ago, during their first fateful meeting. But now, with Serwan having carved his own path back to these hallowed gates, he will finally open the doors of the academy to him. 3 months later, the world awakens to the bloom of spring. Serwan readies himself for his new life at the academy. His first journey is to the outskirts of the city, to bid farewell to his parents. They embrace him, their arms a fortress of love, their voices filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. Even the great-grandpa Ojint extends an offer for his parents to relocate to the city, presenting them with one of the family's unoccupied residences. His parents, however, guard the secret of his new path, his admission to the legendary school of magic, known throughout the land as Town City. Serwan ascends into the waiting chariot, his journey towards destiny truly beginning. At long last, he lays eyes upon the academy, a breathtaking, colossal structure, houses built upon houses, reaching for the heavens. Its facade is a masterpiece of art, adorned with countless ornate statues. Mr. Tamura, who has served as his loyal escort, informs him that his admission fees and all necessities have been settled in full. His only duty now is to pursue his studies with a fire that will make both his sets of parents swell with pride. All around him, other aspiring mages of his age are arriving, each one a new soul stepping onto this sacred ground for the first time. As they begin to form a crowd, Serwan bows deeply in gratitude to Mr. Tamura. Mr. Tamura returns the gesture with a warm smile, then leans in to impart a final, crucial piece of wisdom, a secret to ensure his survival within these competitive walls. He warns Serwan that his commoner status makes him a target. The nobles will undoubtedly conspire to break his spirit. He implores Serwan to turn a deaf ear to their provocations, because the chance to walk these halls, to study at this pinnacle of magic, is a miracle, a chance that comes once in a million lifetimes. Mr. Tamura guides Serwan through the magnificent, echoing halls of the academy as they proceed towards the registration area. This institution is known far and wide as the cradle of geniuses, a crucible where only the absolute best can hope to thrive. As they step into a designated corridor, Mr. Tamura instructs Serwan to wait here for his official guide. Left to his own devices, Siron's eyes are drawn to the school's grand notice board. It chronicles the names of roughly 30 senior students in the highest class. Yet, a stark reality hits him. Only 10 of them successfully graduated the previous year. This single fact gives Serwan a chilling glimpse into the brutal trials that await him. Suddenly, a light tap on his shoulder breaks his concentration. It is the headmaster, the very same man from his fateful interview. A spark of recognition ignites between them instantly. Serwan immediately expresses his gratitude for the invaluable lessons imparted to him all those years ago. Now, at the age of 17, a new chapter begins. The headmaster commences a tour of the grand institution, reminding Serwan that he must first face an entrance examination. This single trial will seal his fate and determine the class he is assigned to. Serwan humbly admits that his knowledge of practical magic is virtually non-existent, but the headmaster offers a calming reassurance. As long as Serwan possesses the ability to access the spirit realm, he has nothing to fear. They pass by the first tier of classrooms, the domain of the youngest acolytes, ranging from Class X to Class E8. Within these chambers, students are honing the most fundamental of spells, infusing magic into their daily lives, animating their attire and performing minor feats. Serwan is struck by their intense focus and proficiency, a level of skill remarkable for their tender age. They proceed to the next tier of classrooms, from Class 7 to Class 4, the territory of the more seasoned students. These students are older, and their curriculum is a labyrinth of complexity. The air within these rooms hums with intellectual fervor, discussions ranging from the arcane principles of chemistry to the very nature of electricity. Each student is a world unto themselves, utterly absorbed in their own pursuits. It dawns on Serwan with crushing clarity that he has stepped into an entirely new dimension, a world populated by the fiercely dedicated, the blindingly brilliant, all singularly focused on their own path to power. The headmaster leads Serwan to the school's ranking board, a testament to glory. Here, the names of the most powerful students in the advanced classes are displayed for all to see. One name blazes brighter than all the rest, Amy Karmas. She sits alone at the pinnacle of the list. What truly astounds Serwan is the realization that, in a sea of prodigies with comparable raw talent, one individual can still manage to eclipse everyone else so completely. In that very instant, a new resolve is forged in Siron's soul. He too will claim the top spot in his class. He will be second to none. As this thought solidifies in his mind, Amy Karmas herself glides past, her friend trailing in her wake, calling for her to slow down. Serwan instinctively calls out her name. The moment the sound reaches Amy's ears, her composure shatters, and she quickly averts her gaze. He knows, without a shadow of a doubt, he has seen her before in his childhood. On that fateful day he first awakened his magic. Her friend notices his intense stare and whispers to Amy, urging her to take a look at the handsome new arrival. Amy, still visibly shaken, murmurs that she feels a strange sense of familiarity, as if she's seen him somewhere before. The headmaster breaks the tense silence and instructs Serwan to accompany him to the examination hall. When they step inside, Serwan is surprised to see that even young children are undertaking the exam. These young hopefuls are being evaluated, their raw potential measured to determine their proper class placement. The headmaster advises Serwan to observe with keen focus how the examiners frame their questions, and above all else to answer with unwavering honesty. This is a trial of practical skill, with a panel of examiners grading each candidate based on the raw power they demonstrate. As the examination commences, the children tap into the spirit realm, their latent abilities blossoming into view. The examiners meticulously document their responses and auras, remarking to each other that, with every passing year, the power of the incoming students grows ever more potent. When Siron's turn arrives, the headmaster simply tells him to be true to himself, and then departs, leaving him to face the panel alone. As Serwan takes his place, a current of intrigue electrifies the examiners as they speculate on the nature of his power. They are all aware of his status, listed on the official forms, as a guest of the legendary Ojang family, and a special candidate handpicked by the headmaster himself. Their first question cuts to the chase. What magical feats can he perform? Siron's answer is brutally honest. He has never learned a single spell, for he never had a mentor to guide him. Their next command, enter the spirit realm. A wave of relief washes over the examiners. They know all too well that vast wealth does not guarantee magical aptitude. As Serwan crosses the threshold into the spirit realm, the world transforms, and he begins to perceive what the others have always seen. The ethereal plane is now as real to him as the physical world. When the lead examiner asks Siron to describe his vision, he hesitates, but the headmaster's voice cuts through, reminding him to speak his truth. He clarifies that this is not a test for rank, but a diagnostic to place him in the class that will best nurture his growth. This assurance calms Siron's nerves, and he slowly gives his answer. He describes a vision of numbers, constantly receding into an infinite distance. After a moment of intense focus, he finally identifies a specific figure, the number 314. He admits he has no inkling of its meaning. A collective gasp ripples through the examiners. His answer has left them utterly floored. What Serwan has just described is not a random number. It is a measurement he can perceive with perfect clarity up to a distance of 30 meters. This range of perception is orders of magnitude beyond the test's established parameters. This single ability sends shockwaves through them. It reveals a level of innate power that most students could never hope to achieve. Their next question: which color blazes with the most intensity in his vision? Siron's answer is immediate: blue. This identifies him as a swarmer, a rare class of mage possessing immense spiritual endurance. The examiner notes that this makes him the polar opposite of a clump, a type of magic wielder with a completely different set of abilities. Upon hearing this, the headmaster is struck by a memory of what his old friend Clump, Leon's grandfather, had told him about this boy. It is now undeniable that Siron's true power is even more extraordinary than Clump had ever imagined. The examiners pose their final question: How many orbs of mana does he perceive floating in the air around him? Siron's response is swift and certain. He sees 867 orbs, an absolutely staggering number. He requires no further explanation. He can feel the raw power of the mana orbs surrounding him. This translates to 86.7% of the maximum standard for magical endurance. With the interrogation concluded, the candidates are instructed to wait outside the chamber, while the examiners deliberate on their class assignments. As the students gather in the hallway, Serwan waits among them, but behind the closed doors of the examination hall, a fierce debate is raging over Siron's unprecedented results. They discuss his apparent use of an amplifier object, and the anomalous way he perceived the mana orbs, which possessed a density far exceeding all known precedents. The debate escalates into a heated argument, when Professor Thad posits that Serwan might have been fabricating his results, or outright lying about the number of mana orbs he could perceive. He argues that for someone with zero practical magic training, to witness such a vast number of mana orbs is a statistical impossibility. Such perception typically requires years of rigorous training and deep meditation within the spirit realm for one's power to fully awaken and become visible. A female examiner adds that even if Serwan was being deceitful, a student who cannot substantiate such grandiose claims with actual magical power will never survive the curriculum of the class he is assigned to. One of the other examiners cracks a joke, asking if Serwan is aspiring to be a court jester, implying his claims are nothing more than a desperate attempt to show off. The argument rages on for some time, as they struggle to determine the appropriate placement for Serwan. At last, the headmaster enters the chamber and demands to know their verdict. Professor Thad adamantly argues that Serwan belongs in the fundamental class, where he can receive the most basic training and build his power from the ground up. However, another examiner, who sees the boundless potential in Serwan, counters that he should be placed in Class 6, a higher-tier class reserved for students who exhibit extraordinary promise. Thad holds firm to his conviction, insisting that placing Serwan in Class 6 would be a catastrophic error. He believes that being elevated to such an advanced class would dangerously inflate Siron's ego, transforming him into an arrogant and reckless student and creating a host of problems for his magical development. He maintains that Serwan must begin at the very bottom and prove his worth through sweat and unwavering dedication. After a furious debate amongst the professors, each one vying for the chance to mentor Serwan and his legendary potential, the chamber erupts into a cacophony of conflicting opinions. Some contend that his raw, untamed talent demands placement in an elite class, while others voice grave concerns about his complete lack of foundational training. The heated dispute is silenced by the calm, authoritative voice of an elderly woman from the rear of the chamber. She serenely proposes that while Serwan is undeniably a prodigy, he still lacks the essential groundwork that would prepare him for the rigors of the more advanced echelons of study. She puts forth a compromise: place him in Class 7. There, he can be monitored closely. If his development proceeds as anticipated, he can be elevated by one class at a time until he ultimately finds the class that is a perfect match for his extraordinary abilities. The headmaster finds himself in complete agreement with the wise woman's judgment. He gives his official support to placing Serwan in Class 7. The Academy's hierarchy is trisected, encompassing a total of 10 distinct classes. Classes 10 through 8 are for the initiates, students who are just beginning their journey into the spirit realm. Meanwhile, classes 7 through 4 are for acolytes learning the fundamental principles of magic and how to forge a connection with their spirit zones. The final tier, classes 3 through 1, is comprised of the most elite students in the academy who endure the most grueling training imaginable to become true mages. These are the most difficult classes to conquer, with only a minuscule number of students ever managing to successfully complete the brutal curriculum. The following day, Serwan is formally presented to his new class. As he steps into the room, he feels the weight of every student's gaze upon him. Many of the female students are whispering amongst themselves about his striking appearance. Some of the other students, however, wear expressions of confusion and suspicion. They murmur about how it's possible for someone who didn't begin as an initiate to be placed so high within the school's rigid hierarchy. Serwan, despite his own bewilderment, is filled with a burning desire to prove his worth. The academy itself is a sprawling kingdom, covering a vast expanse of 75 square kilometers. It boasts more than 30 magnificent buildings, including sprawling dormitories to house the student body. Classes conclude at 5 o'clock each evening, and there are unbending rules about remaining within the academy grounds. Throughout the weekdays, students are forbidden from leaving the compound without explicit authorization, a testament to the iron-willed discipline demanded by the institution. At last, he is clad in the prestigious uniform of the Althea Academy. He quickly discovers that every class and assignment is a monumental challenge, precisely what one would expect from the advanced class he was thrust into. Even the children of the wealthiest noble families, who have been immersed in the study of magic their entire lives, struggle to master the complex curriculum. But he makes a silent, unbreakable vow to himself. He will not be left behind in any of his studies. He will conquer them all. After the conclusion of his first lecture, he approaches a girl of about his age to inquire about the location of their next training session. The girl, who is also a quiet and reserved soul, informs him that twice a week, all students from the advanced classes convene for a joint training session. When the time for training arrives, the girl kindly saves him a seat. As he settles in amongst the throng of students, he observes that when Amy, another student, makes her entrance, the entire student body turns to stare at her. Even Serwan speculates that she is destined for a promotion to a higher class, and soon, he does his best to keep his distance from her, still haunted by their last encounter. Finally, the instructor enters the grand training hall, a chamber far more vast than any regular classroom. The instructor, a woman named Itala Romi, announces that she will be their dedicated spirit teacher. After her own introduction, she calls upon Serwan to rise and introduce himself to his new classmates. The moment he stands, every student in the room, particularly the young women, fix their gaze upon him as he speaks his name. A wave of applause follows his introduction, and he is completely taken aback by the reception. Amy and her closest confidant are among the assembled students. Her friend points him out, exclaiming that he was the very boy she had mentioned the day before, when the headmaster was giving him a tour of the grounds. As Amy's eyes fall upon him, she knows with certainty she has seen his face before, but the memory remains just out of reach. The instant Serwan concludes his introduction, a jolt of electricity surges through Amy's brain, and in a blinding flash, she remembers exactly how she knows him. Amy Karmas, the youngest scion of the illustrious house of Karmas, hails from a noble bloodline, where evolution occurs at a breathtaking pace, and genius is as common as air. And yet, she shines as the brightest star among them all, possessing the most phenomenal talents of her generation. The Karmas family is legendary for their unique hereditary power, known as the Red Eye, an ability which grants them the power to absorb knowledge instantaneously, making their journey to mastery infinitely easier than that of ordinary mortals. Amy had always lived a life of absolute freedom, doing as she pleased, until the day she encountered a boy in a dark alleyway, Serwan. That single meeting was a cataclysmic event, one that ultimately drove her to return to her family home. Now, as Amy gazes at Serwan, the boy's face suddenly snaps into focus in her memory. Her thoughts spin into a vortex as she struggles to connect the dots of how and where she knew him. She is so lost in her internal turmoil that she doesn't even notice when she mutters, "What in the hell?" Her friends question her outburst, but Amy deflects, concocting a lie that it was merely a sigh of boredom. However, as her friends dismiss her comment and resume their chatter, Amy's apprehension deepens. She knows her mind is not playing tricks on her, and she cannot escape the chilling certainty that Siron's sudden appearance at this academy is no mere twist of fate. As she grapples with this revelation, she begins to question, how in the world did Serwan manage to gain entry into this elite institution? From that moment forward, she mentally categorizes him as an outsider, someone who is not of noble blood. But what terrifies her more is the ghost of her past, a past she never wished to be exhumed, now embodied in the form of Serwan. Here, in this place, she feels the crushing weight of that past, and she knows she must take action to silence. She is left staring at his back, paralyzed by indecision, as the memories she had buried so long ago begin to claw their way back to the surface. It was years ago when Amy, empowered by her noble status to do as she pleased, ran with a gang of thugs, tormenting anyone they deemed beneath them, especially the commoners on the street. One of those commoners was Serwan. She had ordered her thugs to rip the clothes from his body, merely so she could satisfy her cruel curiosity. But now, since her arrival at the academy, Amy has forged a powerful, impenetrable exterior. She coldly rejects any man who dares to approach her or offer his friendship. What plagues her most is the fear that Serwan will expose her sordid history, a past she now despises with every fiber of her being. She once reveled in being the center of male attention, but now, with her entire future hanging in the balance, she is consumed by the fear of what Serwan might unleash. The instructor finally calls the class to order, beginning her lecture, explaining how students can transmute their spirit zones into various forms to launch a precision strike against a specific target. She demonstrates by striking a target in the hall, a feat which leaves many of the students in Class 7 utterly dumbfounded. Serwan feels a surge of gratitude to finally witness authentic magic being wielded and taught. The instructor calls this technique the Spirit Zone Quaternion. It is comprised of 4 distinct forms: defense, attack, cross, and schism. She then proceeds to break down each form. For defense, she explains it assumes the shape of a perfect diamond. Attack is a fluid form, allowing for a diverse array of offensive maneuvers from multiple vectors, while the cross form enables combat from numerous directions simultaneously. The final form, schism, is the most esoteric of all, a specialized technique available only to certain mages due to its arcane nature. The instructor then demonstrates schism by manifesting a spirit realm, and to the absolute shock of everyone present, she severs the connection between her mind and body, her physical form walking outside of her own spirit realm. This single act of magic shatters the entire class's understanding, as it seems to violate the sacred connection between one's mind and physical form. The instructor stresses that the schism form empowers mages to assail their foes from every conceivable angle, rendering it an incredibly potent but fiendishly difficult technique to master. She adds that even students in Class 5 will find this an insurmountable challenge, and that only those who can successfully execute the schism will be granted permission to ascend to the next class. After elucidating these concepts, the instructor calls for a volunteer to demonstrate any of the forms she has taught. When a heavy silence falls upon the room, she calls upon the number 1 student from Class 4, the one and only Amy. The moment her name is spoken, the students, especially the young women, erupt in a thunderous wave of applause, for Amy has always been the one chosen to assist the instructor with her demonstrations. She is renowned for her supposed humility, a trait that often makes the male students appear utterly incompetent in the face of her prodigious skill. However, to the astonishment of all present, Amy does not rise with the proud confidence she usually exudes. Instead, she pauses, a deep reluctance to leave her seat evident in her posture. Amy finally steels herself and strides to the center of the hall. She demonstrates the cross form with breathtaking fluidity, obliterating all her targets in a mere matter of seconds. The classroom explodes with another round of applause. Her every motion is a symphony of grace and elegance, and the students seated behind Serwan begin to whisper amongst themselves, marveling at her pinpoint accuracy and unshakable poise. Some even express a desperate wish to be her friend, knowing full well they could never hope to match her vast knowledge and skill. Sorban, however, remains fixated on her, his thoughts drifting back to the day he last saw her, in the company of thugs. He cannot fathom how someone of her noble birth could have ever been embroiled in such sordid affairs. Amy concludes her flawless demonstration of the cross form in just 20 seconds, a stunning display of her unparalleled power. As she pivots to return to her seat, she makes an impulsive decision and glances directly at Serwan. The entire class witnesses this fleeting moment of eye contact, and many begin to speculate if the two have a history together. Serwan, now absolutely certain she is the same girl from his past, confirms it in his own mind as their gazes lock. Amy immediately breaks eye contact, her face flushing, mortified that she even allowed herself to look in his direction. She internally blames it on her nerves, forcing herself to focus on the simple act of returning to her seat. But deep within, her mind is racing, consumed with how to prevent him from revealing her dark past. She comforts herself with the thought that as the top-ranked student, no one would ever believe the word of a newcomer like Serwan over hers, even if he were to speak out against her. The class is then commanded to abandon their seats and begin their practice. At the center of the vast chamber, which is large enough to contain them all, the instructor directs Class 7 to begin with the defensive shape, while the other classes are assigned different forms to practice. Serwan makes his first attempt to shape his spirit zone, and when he discovers it to be remarkably easy, he requests the instructor's permission to utilize the magic circle, a device which measures the power of one spirit meter. The instructor, somewhat stunned by his audacity, grants his request. She muses to herself that Serwan must possess an incredible amount of nerve to ask for this, especially for a mere Class 7 student. The instant Serwan steps to the center of the hall and unleashes his spirit zone, the readings flare to life, displaying an unbelievable 20 meters, a feat which leaves every student watching in a state of utter shock. He intuits that the more compressed the circle, the greater the strain on his mental fortitude, so he expands its radius to a staggering 41 meters. With full command over the circle's epicenter, he begins to sculpt the defensive form he had intended to try. Within his diamond-shaped spirit realm, which he mentally dubs Jewel, he manifests a flawless defensive construct. The other students are dumbstruck to witness a Class 7 student not only attempt such an advanced technique, but execute it perfectly on his very first try. The instructor, observing this spectacle, is reminded of the furious debates during Siron's entrance exam about which class he should be assigned to. His performance now cements her belief that perhaps they had grievously underestimated him. She also comes to the chilling realization that Amy, as the reigning top student, may have finally met her match. Amy, along with her friends who had previously dismissed Siron's abilities, can only watch in stunned disbelief as he completes the task with casual ease. They are at a complete loss for how to process this, rendered utterly speechless by his unforeseen display of raw power. However, as Amy's mind begins to spin, she is haunted by the memory of her last encounter with Serwan, the one in which he had so thoroughly humiliated her. Now, seeing him stand before her in this sacred institution of magic, she is racked by a tempest of conflicting emotions. Her first instinct is to arrange a private meeting with him and finally settle this unresolved conflict between them. Lost in the labyrinth of her thoughts, Amy's closest friend senses that something is deeply amiss with her. She repeatedly asks if Amy is all right, but Amy deflects her concerns, insisting that she is perfectly fine and that her friend has nothing to worry about. But deep down, Amy is a storm of internal conflict. Her mind is a battlefield, filled with strategies to neutralize the threat Serwan represents, but she remains paralyzed by her uncertainty of how to confront him. After Serwan flawlessly completes his defensive maneuver, the readings are projected for all to see. His diameter is an incredible 41 meters, and his defense is a solid 10 meters. A wave of hushed whispers sweeps through the classroom as everyone struggles to comprehend this unbelievable feat. The instructor lavishes praise upon him for his phenomenal performance, and Serwan, feeling completely overwhelmed, offers her his humble thanks. His classmates, awestruck by his raw power, erupt in a chorus of cheers and lavish compliments. As the full weight of the room's attention falls upon him, Serwan begins to feel intensely shy and self-conscious, unable to bear the crushing weight of their praise. He hastily exits the spirit realm arena, fleeing to escape the blinding glare of the spotlight. The instructor, witnessing this display, makes a mental note that she will need to monitor him very closely. She understands that it is Siron's profound insight and crystal-clear mental focus that enables him to manifest a defense far more formidable than even her own, a quality that elevates him far above his peers. The chamber is now a maelstrom of would-be rivals, bitter adversaries, and starstruck admirers, all of them sizing up Serwan and whispering amongst themselves. His performance has undeniably carved a deep impression on them all. The next day, Professor Oliver, one of the very examiners from Siron's entrance trial, sweeps into the classroom. Her breathtaking beauty and elegance immediately captivate the students. But the true reason she has been assigned to instruct Class 7 is her burning desire to personally mentor Siron. The moment she makes her entrance, the students burst into an excited chatter, speculating if she is romantically involved with Professor Thad, or begging her to tell them a story. Professor Oliver, however, completely ignores their childish inquiries and immediately launches into her lesson. To seize their undivided attention, She weaves a spell, manifesting a frigid, razor-sharp construct in her hand. The ambient temperature in the room plummets, and an involuntary shiver runs through the entire class. With every student now utterly captivated, she poses a question to them regarding the intense cold they are now feeling, challenging them to contemplate the sheer amount of energy required to manifest. Professor Oliver allows the crystal of ice to fall, and then transmutes it into a cloud of tiny particles, a casual demonstration of her absolute command over magic. She nonchalantly remarks that she could easily use this technique to annihilate her enemies, a chillingly effortless display of her dominion over the elemental forces. As she glides towards the chalkboard, she begins to delve into the more profound mysteries of magic, specifically the concept of godlike abilities that mages can command from within their own spirit realms. She speaks of omnipotence and omniscience, the absolute ultimate powers that a mage can access when they have achieved total mastery over their spirit. It is during this very explanation that Serwan is struck by a revelation that explains his lifelong struggle with magic. Despite the mountains of books he had consumed and all the history he had memorized, he had never grasped that true omniscience. The knowledge of all things was the master key to unlocking his true potential. His inability to perform magic was not a symptom of a lack of talent or an ignorance of specific spells. To truly be a mage, and Professor Oliver, her voice a blade cutting through their naive assumptions, declares that breaching the spirit realm is merely the first step on an infinite path. She issues a grim prophecy: those who falter, who cease to relentlessly study, and shatter their own limits, will be mercilessly left in the dust, forgotten by their ascending peers. For Serwan, this revelation is like a lightning strike to his very soul. A ferocious ambition ignites within him, not just to equal his classmates, but to dominate them, to seize the arcane secrets that have forever been just beyond his grasp. During the recess, while his peers frivolously test their newfound powers, Serwan chains himself to his scholarly pursuits. He is a man possessed, driven to consume every tome, to close the vast chasm separating him from his privileged rivals, those who were born into a world of magic and boundless wealth. He will pay any price, endure any hardship to shatter the board and rewrite the game. Then, during a tranquil afternoon stroll through the Academy's sprawling grounds, the unthinkable occurs. Without a whisper of warning, an unseen force seizes Serwan, his body suddenly weightless. Panic flares as he realizes a powerful gust of wind is his captor, hoisting him ever higher into the boundless sky. Before his mind can even process the violation, he is violently propelled beyond the sacred boundaries of the school's compound, a puppet on the strings of an unknown master. When he finally crashes back to Earth, disoriented and reeling, his eyes fall upon the architect of his terrifying, unscheduled flight. It is none other than Amy Karmas, her face shrouded by a dark, concealing hood, her true identity cloaked in shadow. Cyrone could scarcely believe it. He had foreseen an eventual confrontation, but never in this terrifying manner. This was no civil discourse. It was a brazen, forceful abduction. The sheer might she commanded was undeniable, but her motives remained a dangerous, terrifying enigma. As she finally casts back her hood, Cyrone's blood runs cold. She knows him. This was no random act. She had orchestrated this entire encounter. Before he can even formulate a defense, Amy unleashes her pyromancy, summoning a ferocious torrent of fire, the flames hissing with menacing power in her outstretched hands. Primal fear grips Cyrone's heart. He is utterly defenseless, his magical arsenal completely devoid of any offensive spells. He has no shield against this inferno. Amy's aggression screams one thing: she is here to settle a long-dormant score, but what that score is, remains a mystery shrouded in fire. The chilling possibility that this is retribution for a sin from his past flickers dangerously in his mind. But there is no time for reflection. The huntress, Amy, is about to strike. As Serwan processes Amy's words, a bizarre cocktail of bewilderment and rage courses through him. She has the audacity to claim that the vile suggestion to strip him of his clothes was not her own. That vile idea, she alleges, was born from the minds of her thuggish companions. But Serwan is not fooled by her pathetic attempt at revisionist history. The memory is seared into his mind. It was Amy's voice that commanded the thugs, expressing her desire to inspect something on his person. While he lay there, utterly powerless and stripped of his dignity, Amy scrambles to mount a defense, insisting that she is not the monster Serwan remembers her to be. She furiously denies being the architect of that traumatic event, but her words only serve to warp the memory into something even more grotesque in Siron's mind. He cannot banish the thought that she has abducted him now to settle a debt from a 5-year-old transgression. The entire notion is utterly surreal. Why after all this time? Why in this violent manner? As she continues her frantic speech, Siron's mind detaches completely from her words. He realizes with chilling clarity that she is offering him nothing of value. Does she truly believe he can be placated by her flimsy excuses? He can no longer entertain her pathetic explanations. Instead, he chooses to cut through the noise and address the core issue. He makes a proposition. Let them both move past this. She must offer a sincere apology, and they can bury this entire shameful chapter of their lives forever. To Serwan, the logic is simple. The entire incident was a deep humiliation for them both. For him, it was a brutal reminder of his days as a helpless commoner, a nobody adrift in the world with nothing to his name. And for her, it was a shameful reminder of the thuggish company she once kept, her status and self-worth intrinsically linked to the men who surrounded her. Serwan believes this is a memory they should both eagerly cast into the flames. But Amy's reaction is the furthest thing from what he anticipated. She flatly refuses to offer an apology. Her response is frigid and dismissive. She sees no utility in apologizing, arrogantly proclaiming that there is nothing to be gained from such an act. Her ego, inextricably woven with her status as the top-ranked student in the advanced class, forces her to misinterpret Siron's words as a pathetic attempt to woo her, or to somehow win her favor. She is utterly blind to his sincerity, and her steadfast refusal to acknowledge her past sins only serves to widen the chasm between them. She then masterfully flips the script, turning the situation against him. She remarks that she perceives him to be a person of modest ambition. She reminds him of the brutal nature of the academy, and warns him that his current demeanor will get him nowhere. If he dares to cross the wrong people in this place, they will see him expelled without a second thought. She attempts to sow fear in his heart, warning that the moment his commoner status is revealed, he will be swarmed by more enemies than he could ever possibly imagine, and they will conspire to make his life in this academy a living hell. He understands her veiled threat immediately. She could be the one to see him expelled, so he cuts to the chase and demands to know her price. She replies that she needs to gauge the depths of his trustworthiness, and commands him to bring her a cup of coffee every single morning. He agrees without a moment's hesitation, but in the depths of his mind, a chilling realization dawns. She is the very same girl he met 5 years ago, a girl he now knows he can only pretend to tolerate. Amy is delighted. She has successfully twisted the situation to her own advantage. As she takes flight and soars away, she issues a final warning. If a single whisper of their conversation reaches the ears of an instructor, she will drag him down into the abyss with her. He now fully comprehends the savage nature of the academy he has entered. From the very beginning, he has been beset by trials and tribulations, but this is a far better fate than expulsion. Witnessing her unyielding determination, he makes a new vow. He will do whatever is necessary to avoid being cast out of this institution. The next day he honors her command. But the other students, who witness him presenting her with the coffee, draw their own very different conclusion. She turns her back on him without a word and proceeds towards the library. Her ever-present friend observes a faint smile on Amy's lips as she walks away, and interprets this as a sure sign that Amy has fallen for him. But Amy is laughing a cruel, silent laugh in her own mind, convinced she is merely teaching him how to properly address his superiors, and reminding him of his lowly station as a commoner. It is a moment of profound public humiliation for him. He begins to formulate a plan for the perfect retaliation, but he knows it must be executed with surgical precision to avoid any unwanted repercussions. 10 days have now passed since he began his daily coffee tribute. Each morning, she sometimes even seems to be anticipating his arrival, and whenever he appears, the students have taken to calling them Romeo and Juliet. On the 10th day, as the entire student body watches him deliver the coffee, her friend playfully asks when she will finally accept his proposal. Amy is taken aback as her friend explains that, since he is the only man who has ever shown her such devotion, enough to bring her coffee every single morning, the rumor mill is churning at full speed. Her friend declares that it seems the man she is destined for has finally arrived. She stands frozen for a moment, utterly speechless. because the reality of the situation is the polar opposite of what everyone believes. As he finally reaches her, he speaks in a cool, impossibly smooth voice that he took extra care not to spill a single drop this time. As he extends the cup of coffee towards her, he notices she is not accepting it with her usual swiftness. Instead, she violently smacks it from his hand and bellows that he has only just arrived at the academy and is already womanizing. She declares that he has clearly not been studying. She then storms away, leaving the other students to jeer at her, branding her cruel and unjust. Her friend dashes after her, offering an apology to Serwan on her behalf. When they are alone, she warns Amy that her actions will surely give rise to a bizarre rumor that will circulate through the school, a rumor that could irrevocably tarnish her reputation. But Amy screams back that she is beyond caring, and that, if she could only ascend to the graduating class, all of this madness would cease because she would then be a senior. Meanwhile, Serwan kneels to retrieve the fallen cup, as the other young women nearby condemn her vile character. They lament that they had ever thought her a virtuous person. That night, in the library, Amy delves deep into her studies and activates her special ability, the Red Eye, to relive the events of the past 10 days. Since Serwan began delivering her coffee, her power allows her to experience his emotions from that time, almost as if she were watching a playback of his soul. She perceives that he has delivered the coffee with the exact same emotions for 9 consecutive days, which means he is either completely sincere or a master of concealing his true intentions. She slams her book shut, departing from the library far earlier than her usual habit, proclaiming that she is utterly exhausted. Her friend trails after her, but Amy insists on walking alone. Her friend is consumed with worry that Amy is racked with guilt for her violent rejection of the coffee. As Amy departs from the library, her mind and body heavy with the stress of her racing thoughts, she is confronted by artist Jake, who has been lying in wait for her. He declares that he has been waiting for her for quite some time. Before she can even muster a response, he extends a cup of coffee towards her, boasting that it is the finest coffee she will ever taste. He proclaims that this is his attempt to conquer her heart, arrogantly declaring that he is far more worthy and far more handsome than Serwan. She silences him with a sharp word, stating that she is well aware of the schemes he and his cronies have been hatching to orchestrate her downfall since his arrival at the academy. He threatens her, warning that she will be punished for speaking ill of him and his powerful family. But Amy's voice only grows louder, shaming him in ways he had never thought possible. She unleashes a torrent of insults, branding him a common bully and someone utterly dependent on his family's influence for everything. He retorts that his family possesses far more wealth and renown, both within the school and in the world beyond, than hers ever will. She responds with even greater venom, proclaiming that Serwan possesses more noble qualities and character than he ever will, a man who is incapable of doing anything without his parents' permission. He vows that he will make her pay for her insolence, and that he will also deal with Serwan, ensuring that he never wields magic again. But the more he rants and raves, the more she elevates Serwan above him. Utterly defeated and enraged, he storms away, swearing that he will have his revenge for the public humiliation she has dealt him. After Jake's departure, Amy is stunned by her own ability to stand up to him, especially given her history of being intimidated at school. She credits Siron's words from their tense confrontation for awakening this newfound courage within her. Just as Jake had threatened, a few days later, Amy receives an anonymous letter claiming that Jake has taken Serwan captive. It demands that she come alone to rescue him that very evening. The letter contains a vile threat. If she fails to appear, Jake will castrate Serwan. The moment Amy reads the letter, she acts without a second's thought. Without even pausing to verify the threat's authenticity, she takes off at a dead run. Her friend, who sees the letter, desperately tries to stop her, but Amy is already gone. Her friend immediately races off to present the letter to Serwan. He is in a state of shock that someone like Amy would go to such extreme lengths to save him. A new day has dawned, the sun blazing brightly in the sky, though it will soon begin its descent. All the students are rushing to their various dormitories. As the school day comes to a close, Serwan, like every other student, departs from his classroom at the sound of the great bell, whose peal echoes from the center of the school for all to hear. As the bell tolls, he makes his exit, remaining within the school's vast compound, a book clutched in his right hand, his eyes scanning the pages as he walks. Despite hearing the hushed whispers of his name as he passes by, he feigns ignorance. Ever since the incident 4 days prior, when Amy publicly humiliated him in this very spot, he has adopted the persona of a man lost in deep thought, a ruse to prevent the other students from approaching him. Although, in a secret corner of his heart, he is grateful for what transpired. If she had not acted with such recklessness, who can say how long, he would have been forced to continue his daily coffee delivery to her. As he nears the school's exit, he becomes aware of a presence behind him. He surmises it must be Senior Cyril, Amy's closest friend, as she is rarely seen without her. He is initially hesitant to acknowledge her, the memory of their last encounter still fresh in his mind. But then he remembers that she had pleaded with him, and he had run after her, even after Amy's public insult. Seeing her standing there without Amy at her side strikes him as odd. He moves towards her, intending to offer a simple greeting and continue on his way. He assumes she must be waiting for Amy, so they can proceed to their dormitories together. As he approaches, she is visibly startled to see him and immediately grabs his arm, her eyes wide with terror as she demands to know Amy's whereabouts. He informs her that he has not seen her, and asks what has happened. Realizing that Serwan is completely unaware of the situation, she shoves the letter into his hands, explaining that it was all an elaborate trap set for Amy. The letter was delivered to them both just 30 minutes ago, immediately before his arrival. It claims that a dark mage has abducted her, and Cyril knows it can only be the work of Jake and his gang, who are notorious for their bullying and torment of other students. She makes her decision in that instant. She tells Serwan that if Amy has not returned by 7 o'clock, he must report the incident to a professor. She has weighed this decision carefully, because of the secrets they both hold, hers concerning her past, and his concerning his commoner status. Neither of them can afford for these secrets to be exposed, as it would surely lead to catastrophic consequences. He instantly grasps the reason Amy has walked into this trap. He drops his bag, vowing that he will return, and takes off at a sprint, though the destination is far. Then, in a shocking twist, he finds himself soaring through the sky. It is Cyril who has joined him in his rescue mission. She explains that running will never get them there in time. Within a matter of minutes, they arrive. The moment they touch down at the 14th training hall, they split up, each taking a different direction to find Amy. But they find no trace of her, and Cyril realizes the thugs must have moved her to a new location, to evade detection by the instructors. Cyril then urges him to return and summon the professors. She points out that Amy came to this place because of him. Cyril exclaims, demanding to know if the rumors circulating about them are true. She is burning with more questions, but Serwan cuts her off, insisting there is no time. It is better that she go on her way. Now, in his element in the mountains, a skill from his commoner days, Serwan slips into his spirit realm and begins to track their footprints. He follows the trail they have left behind. After some time, he spots a plume of smoke in the distance, just a short way from where Amy is being held captive. Amy is confronting Jake, who is preparing to launch his first fire spell at her, but his aim is off and he misses. As they continue to taunt each other, the other members of his gang arrive, making a dramatic entrance from the sky. They praise Jake for successfully luring someone like Amy to this secluded location. There are 5 of them in total, with Jake as their ringleader. He demands to know the nature of her relationship with Serwan, questioning why she would venture into this dangerous territory for him. Amy asks about Siron's whereabouts, and they mockingly tell her it was all part of the ruse. They assure her that he is likely in the library, engrossed in his studies, completely oblivious to the terrible fate that awaits her. She remains defiant, proclaiming that no matter what they have planned, she will crush them all. They sneer that they will do whatever they please with her, since she has managed to offend almost every one of them. Before they can continue their taunts, she unleashes a fire spell on one of them. A wave of fear ripples through the group, but Jake, their leader, remains steadfast. He rallies his troops, urging them to be brave, insisting that she cannot possibly defeat all of them on her own. No matter what she tries, the battle is joined. Amy opens with a cross-defense spell, but as the fight rages on, she shifts to a different defensive schema. With her lightning-fast reflexes and the aid of her schema, she evades the blow Jake attempts to land, convinced it will be her undoing. While she is engaged with the other attackers, she manages to bring almost all of them to their knees, forcing them to beg for mercy. Jake, in a desperate move, resorts to the forbidden art of anti-magic, a practice strictly outlawed by the Academy. The others, already on the ground, rise and extend their hands towards her, unleashing a wave of anti-magic that renders Amy completely helpless. She can no longer muster a defense. Jake advances on her, pulling a knife from his belt. As he closes in, he suggests that perhaps she will now reconsider the offer he made to her the day before, and if she does, he might just change his mind. Amy struggles desperately to break free of the anti-magic cage, frantically trying to expand her schema, even though its growth had mysteriously halted when she was 12. Finally, Jake stands before her, commanding her to beg for her life. Tears begin to stream down her face, as she realizes this is the first time she has ever been so completely and utterly helpless. She is haunted by the memory of how she treated Serwan 5 years ago. She thinks to herself, so this is how he felt. Just then, a voice cuts through the tension. It is him, Serwan, armed with nothing but a stick, demanding their attention. As Serwan points the rod in his hand towards them, they fail to recognize him at first, as they are all facing away from him, before they can even turn to see who has dared to interrupt their operation. They are confident enough to finally face the intruder. When they realize who it is, they erupt in a chorus of laughter, unable to believe their own eyes. They wonder why someone like him would come all this way, into the wilderness alone. But Siron's mind is a razor-sharp blade. All he needs to do is buy enough time. Even if they are both beaten to a pulp, the instructor that Serial summoned will eventually arrive to save them. He is still dressed in his school uniform, drenched in sweat from his frantic race to find them. Jake mockingly asks why Serwan would dare to brandish a simple stick against 5 of them. Serwan commands them to release Amy, but they refuse, sneering that it seems they will have to fight him as well, which will only serve to give them the advantage. Serwan sees that they are using anti-magic to restrain her, and he charges towards them to engage in battle. But as he advances, he steps into the anti-magic circle, and his senses begin to dim. Amy screams for him to shut down his spirit realm. As he lies on the ground, he remembers the words of his instructors in class about anti-magic. It is nothing more than a ripple in the chaotic sea of the spirit realm. Anyone who can increase the density of their own spirit realm to the point where anti-magic cannot penetrate it will always emerge victorious. With fierce determination, Serwan begins to focus on this single principle. Despite the derisive laughter of the others, they laugh and jeer, boasting that no one has ever managed to shatter the anti-magic barrier. But slowly, surely, Saren begins to reflect the anti-magic back at them. Piece by piece, the barrier crumbles, and one by one, the attackers collapse to the ground, bleeding from a multitude of injuries. At last, Amy is free. She is in a state of shock that someone could defeat anti-magic. But Jake is not finished. He insists they fight with magic this time. Even though his power has been greatly diminished, he unleashes a wind spell, and Serwan, unsure of how to respond since he knows no magic, begins to panic. Before he can react, Amy teleports to his side, moving so fast that Serwan has no time to respond. She delivers a devastating blow to Jake's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Amy immediately pounces on him, raining down a furious barrage of punches on his face. Blood erupts from his mouth and nose. At first, Serwan allows her to continue, knowing the depths of her rage. But when he realizes she is not using her schema energy to restrain herself and seems determined to continue her assault, he grabs her and forcibly pulls her off of him. Jake lies on the ground, defeated, calling out for Serial, but she does not answer. Amy looks at him, and it appears she too has fainted, her energy completely depleted. After some time, Serwan waits for Amy to recover her strength as she sleeps against him. He even whispers his thanks to her as she rests, grateful that she came to his aid, despite their long and troubled history. When she finally awakens, she stretches, proclaiming that she has regained her power. She then turns on him, berating him for coming alone to fight in the wilderness, especially when he knows he possesses no magic to defend himself. Serwan is stunned by her complaint. He had expected her to praise him for his bravery, but instead, she is scolding him. He begins to realize that there is nothing particularly praiseworthy about her. and she is certainly not the person he had imagined her to be. Finally, Amy extends a hand towards him, declaring that they must leave at once. He suggests that it might be wiser to wait for Serial, since he had instructed her to report the incident to a professor. As soon as he says this, Amy's fury reignites. She screams that he is a mage in training, and should be capable of logical thought. She insists that the professors will not treat this matter lightly, and warns him that if he wants their secrets exposed to the entire school, then even Jake, who is just now regaining consciousness, might overhear everything. They decide to press on, but when they arrive at the clearing, they see that someone has already arrived. They cannot make out the person's identity, but Amy prays that if it is a professor, it is one of the older, more lenient ones who will not drag out the matter for too long. Serwan is surprised by her way of thinking. Unfortunately for Amy, the figures turn out to be Thad and Sienna, the two professors most enamored with matters of the heart. They are accompanied by Cyril. The moment they land, Cyril rushes to Amy's side, checking her for any injuries, while Thad demands to know who would dare to do such a thing to the Academy's finest student. Sienna, ever composed, approaches Serwan, demanding to know what has transpired. But Amy, more concerned with the length of the inevitable investigation, seems completely uninterested in the details. Before Serwan can offer his account, Jake is already on his feet and interrupts. He declares that he will tell them the true story of what happened. He humbly claims he requested a duel with Amy, citing personal reasons for their conflict. Sienna asks about the threatening letter, and Jake continues his web of lies, claiming he only mentioned it to make things more dramatic. He accuses Amy of violating school regulations, first by claiming she attacked them in the library. Amy is stunned by his brazen fabrication, unable to believe he would twist the truth to such a degree. Jake insists that it was Amy's idea to come to the wilderness, so that the instructors would be unaware of what was happening. He claims that, as they can clearly see, it was they who were beaten into a stupor by her. This forces the instructors to reconsider their view of the fight, which Serial had already briefed them on. But as Amy tries to defend herself, admitting that she was the one who first attacked in the library, and even abducted Serwan, Jake interrupts, claiming that they did not kidnap Serwan. He insists that Serwan came to the wilderness of his own free will, implying that they are hiding something. He attempts to shift the blame onto them, claiming they are the true villains, since they were the ones who were beaten by her. But Sienna, being who she is, never believes anything without irrefutable proof. She casts an ice spell, one for which she is famous, declaring that Jake is lying. She reveals that she can detect he and his friends used anti-magic, a dangerous and illegal magic that could have killed them both, or even destroyed their lives. She emphasizes that they must be expelled from the academy for using anti-magic, as dictated by the school's laws. Jake, however, screams back at her, claiming that she is a mere instructor and will never be able to have him expelled. At that moment, Thad whispers in Sienna's ear, revealing that Jake's family are the primary benefactors of the academy. As he continues to talk back to the professor, it only serves to fuel her rage. She summons a massive amount of crystal ice, which is razor sharp, and sends it hurtling towards him. Everyone there believes she intends to kill him because the ice is sharp enough to take a life, but she is in complete control, so the crystal doesn't even graze his clothes. However, he is unable to move, lest he wound himself. As the ice surrounds him from head to toe, Serwan is amazed by her incredible control over the ice. She then begins to lecture him right there, stating that although the school has turned a blind eye to the way he and his friends have been treating other students, the academy was founded to teach what money can never buy. Jake calms down and asks what it is that money cannot buy. She explains that it is a dream of friendship, a dream of becoming a mage, and a myriad of other dreams. As he contemplates her words, he envisions all these possibilities, and is filled with a profound sense of remorse. Bowing his head, he silently begs for forgiveness, and vows to dedicate his life to becoming a mage. For Amy and Serwan, the main consequence of this incident is that they now sit before Thad, who questions them about the nature of their relationship. He wonders why they would send a junior into the wilderness, alone to save a senior. Before they can answer, Amy simply declares that he is her boyfriend. Everyone in the room is stunned, including Serwan, because this was not part of their plan. Her friend, Serial, along with the other two instructors present, is also in a state of shock. They know her as someone who has no time for boys, and wonder how long they have been dating. After the incident, Serial, who only knew a fraction of what happened in the wilderness, begins to spread the rumor of their romance, transforming it into a grand fairy tale of how Serwon saved Amy from the thugs who were tormenting her. But his victory was merely the prologue to the storm. The Academy's notice boards erupted with wild tales spreading like wildfire. The clash in the forest, and the secrets of the interrogation chamber. While Amy's inner circle rejoiced for her, they couldn't ignore a peculiar shift. Ever since she claimed Cyrone as her own, the swarm of pestering suitors had mysteriously vanished from her path. The fabricated romance they shared morphed into a heroic legend circulating among the students. Their status skyrocketed, transforming them into beloved figures overnight. Rewind to a few days prior, in the chilling silence of Professor Thad's interrogation. The professor found the notion of someone like Amy dating a newcomer utterly absurd, a nobody who had just walked through the academy gates. But Amy, with unshakable composure, spun her tale, claiming a bond forged in the fires of their youth. As the professor's doubt hardened into suspicion, Amy sent a clandestine signal beneath the table, a silent command. Cyrone played his part flawlessly. He affirmed their long-standing history, a lie as smooth as glass. In that moment a pact was sealed. A brilliant deception was far better than exposing the dangerous truth they concealed. Their performance completely swayed the faculty. The professors accepted their narrative as the perfect reason for their mutual alliance. This grand illusion was so masterful that even Serial, one of Amy's most trusted confidants, was ensnared by the fiction, leaving only the two conspirators aware of the reality. Though their academic paths diverged, a single arena, the training class, became their fated meeting ground. It was here, amidst sweat and steel, that their connection deepened. Their conversations became more frequent, stolen moments in quiet corners of the vast academy. Yet Cyrone maintained a barrier of formal respect, addressing Amy and her friends with an honorific distance. Amy urged him to drop the stiff courtesies within the school walls. After all, they were supposedly lovers. Their act needed to be flawless to be believed. But this newfound intimacy brewed a new storm for Cyrone. The whispers about his bond with the esteemed Amy began to twist and turn with venom. These poisonous rumors were fueled by his abysmal academic record. The tipping point came when a classmate laid eyes on his mid-semester evaluation, a damning document that placed him dead last. His apparent inability to wield even a spark of magic only added fuel to the fire. A new theory emerged, dark and insidious. Cyrone must have been admitted through some backdoor deal. A special admission that bypassed all merit. This, they concluded, was the only way a nobody like him could capture the heart of a prodigy like Amy, a princess with a prestigious lineage. Their worlds were so far apart, there could be no other explanation. The venomous gossip spread like a plague. Soon, the very students who shared his classroom began to shun him. But Cyrone's thoughts weren't for himself. He was terrified for Amy, praying she wouldn't be ensnared in this web of slander. On the training grounds, the cold wall of isolation around him grew ever thicker, but fortune favored him in one small way. The vastness of the advanced training field allowed him to find his own corner, a solitary space to endure the harsh judgment of his peers. In this self-imposed exile he could hone his skills. Even so, the crushing weight of being an outcast was a heavy burden to bear. Before a pivotal training session began, Cyrone's mind drifted back to a previous encounter. He recalled a critical conversation with the formidable Professor Atella, a sharp-eyed female instructor, as she commanded the classroom. Cyrone had approached her at the threshold, laying bare his inner turmoil. He confessed a terrifying sensation, a feeling of his very consciousness slipping away. Every time he attempted the advanced deviate magic, this blackout rendered him powerless to complete the incantation. Professor Atella listened, her gaze intense. She then unveiled a strategy for him to conquer this mental abyss. Her command was simple: perform the magic within the image zone, a trial to prove his fundamental grasp of the technique. This, she believed, was the key to shattering his limitations. He hesitated, the burning stares of his classmates weighing him down like anchors. But Professor Atella was unmoved by such petty dynamics. She saw the change in him, a new fragility born from the judgment of others, a stark contrast to the boy she'd seen before. Even in his very first class, Cyrone had possessed the audacity to challenge the examples alone. But then, In a stunning turn, he defied her expectations. He agreed to step into the image zone to put his soul on display. He challenged her to witness his form, to judge its purity. Once again, Cyrone stood as a stark anomaly in his group, the lone warrior in the struggling class 7 capable of executing every form the professor had revealed. As he strode toward the proving ground of the image zone, the whispers of his peers followed him like shadows. "He's just showing off for Amy again," they sneered. As if that's all the talentless fool can do. Ignoring the venom, Cyrone centered his entire being on the task. A single thought burned in his mind. If he could perfectly manifest all 4 forms, just as the master had instructed, this could be his ticket out, his path to promotion, a way to finally shatter his lowly ranking. He began with the most elementary stance, and as the spell took shape, a wave of pure shock rippled through the higher-level students watching. He flowed through the forms with impossible grace, ascending to the ultimate challenge, the deviate form. As he gathered his will to attempt this legendary form, the crowd erupted in hushed, disbelieving tones. "Can a mere Class 7 student truly attempt such a feat?" they questioned. "This is the territory of Class 5 elites, a realm he has no right to enter." In the charged silence before the storm, a venomous seed of doubt began to sprout in Cyrone's soul. He feared the fall, the humiliation. What if the very people now watching in awe turned their backs on him in scorn? His focus wavered, his form faltering. From the crowd, Amy, and only Amy, saw the crack in his armor. Her eyes narrowed. Something was terribly wrong. She had witnessed his true power firsthand. The terrifying might he unleashed against the black magicians, against Jake's vile cabal. This hesitation was not the boy she knew. Drawing a ragged breath, Cyrone battled the demons in his mind. He remembered his vow. He came to this forsaken academy to become a mage. He would not be shackled by the fear of lesser men. Not if he truly craved greatness. With a will of forged steel, he unleashed the deviant form. For a breathtaking instant, the spell blazed into existence. It held for a mere 4 seconds, but in that eternity, Cyrone achieved the impossible, a complete separation of his consciousness. The entire class was left utterly speechless, shattered by the magnitude of his feat. Professor Atella beamed, her pride in Cyrone's breakthrough undeniable. Following the class, she brought news of his triumph directly to Professor Sienna, who was engrossed in Jake's damning report within her private study. The report painted a chilling picture. Even under the crippling effects of anti-magic, Cyrone had single-handedly dismantled 6 assailants armed only with the defense form. He had tapped into a consciousness far beyond his years. Professor Atella's voice was filled with admiration for Cyrone's tenacity. She then posed a provocative idea to Professor Sienna. Perhaps it was time to ignite a greater fire within him, to push him toward academic conquest. Later, in the classroom, Professor Sienna dropped a bombshell. Cyrone was to receive an unprecedented 2-class promotion. He would leapfrog directly to the elite Class 5. While early advancements weren't unheard of, no one had ever dreamed of a student vaulting 2 entire levels at once. The declaration triggered an immediate firestorm among Cyrone's peers. They erupted, challenging the professor's decree. Their argument, Cyrone was a one-trick pony, a master of 4 defensive stances, but a complete void when it came to actual offensive magic. Professor Sienna, momentarily caught off guard, confessed she hadn't been aware of this deficiency. Another student, emboldened, rose to her feet. She proclaimed that Cyrone was only a physical prodigy, and that if one examined his theoretical scores, her own academic prowess would surely eclipse his. A chorus of agreement and protest swept the room. Cornered, Professor Sienna declared a temporary ceasefire. She would convene an emergency council with the other professors to deliberate on this monumental decision. The class would have to wait for the final, binding verdict. As Sienna retreated to the sanctuary of her office, she replayed the classroom rebellion in her mind. She was no stranger to student outcry against perceived slights, against what they deemed an unfair judgment. But this was different. The opposition to Cyrone's rise felt visceral, deeply emotional, a stark departure from any logical protest. Just as she crossed the threshold of her office, a figure emerged from the shadows of the hallway. It was Maria, one of Cyrone's classmates, her face a mask of regret. Maria had remained a silent statue during the class mutiny, but the guilt of her inaction was now a poison in her veins. She had listened as the others slandered Cyrone, accusing him of leveraging some imagined family fortune. The fools had simply assumed he must be from a wealthy clan to gain entry, completely ignorant of the harsh reality of his origins. Maria, a quiet girl whose hair mirrored the fiery red of Professor Siena's, sank into the student's chair opposite the professor's imposing desk. Then the dam broke. Tears streamed down her face. Professor Siena, sensing the gravity of this confession, granted Maria the space for her grief. She stood back in silence, waiting for the storm to pass. As foreseen, once the torrent of tears subsided, Maria's words spilled out, a torrent of confession. She began to unravel the dark tapestry of events that had plagued their class. To an outside observer, it was as if she herself was the one being interrogated, coerced into revealing a terrible secret. Maria recounted everything. It started with the rumors, the whispers of Cyrone and Amy's supposed romance, a fire that had started burning a week prior. First, it was just a cold shoulder, her classmates shunning Cyrone for no apparent reason. Days later, a boy in their class began to weave more wicked lies about him, and soon others joined in, actively sabotaging his studies. The situation was spiraling out of control. Maria recounted how, one by agonizing one, Cyrone's peers had abandoned him completely, casting him out despite his unwavering focus. Maria wept as she detailed the relentless campaign of cruelty, the sheer injustice of it all tearing at her soul. She confessed her intention to remain silent, to be a coward. But when she heard the news of Cyrone's promotion, a wave of relief had washed over her. He would finally escape their torment. But when the class rose in protest against his salvation, something inside Maria snapped. She could not be a bystander any longer. She knew she had to unleash the truth. And so she came to Professor Siena, ready to expose everything, to sever her ties with the cowardice of her class. Professor Siena absorbed the confession in silence, her features hardening into a mask of cold fury and understanding. She thanked Maria for her courage, for illuminating the darkness that had festered within her classroom. For Siena, it was a moment of stark clarity. She now possessed the full, ugly truth and could finally dispense justice. She escorted the trembling Maria to the door of her office, vowing to personally handle the situation. She would ensure that the necessary measures were taken to correct this grievous wrong. Maria departed with a nod, her heart lightened by the professor's unwavering support. She was now certain that the truth would finally prevail. Cyrone began a new, grueling ritual. He was possessed by a book he discovered, a legendary tome titled The Grand Scholar, penned by the physiologist Torquilin. According to the sacred text, to ascend to the rank of a grand scholar, one must conquer sleep itself, surviving on no more than 4 hours a day, 6 hours at the absolute maximum. The book proclaimed that the young, the teenagers, were akin to demigods, possessing the raw power to achieve anything they will. This legendary status was not a dream, but a destiny within their reach. Fueled by these electrifying words, Cyrone dedicated his nights to the library, a solitary vigil that stretched until the stroke of midnight every single day. On his lonely trek back to the dorms, through the suffocating quiet of the night, the echoing words of Mr. Timur became his mantra. The old man had prophesied the trials he would face at this academy, but he had also promised that if Cyrone stood tall and endured, he would ultimately seize his glorious destiny. These words were a fire in his soul. He fought not just for himself now, but for all those who had placed their faith in him, his parents, the noble Oyant family, and the others who had gambled on his potential. One fateful night, after returning to the Spartan confines of his dorm room, a sharp knock shattered the silence. Assuming it was just one of the other boys from his dorm, he swung open the door, only to be met by the imposing figure of Professor Siena. She swept into the room, explaining that she had attempted to find him on numerous occasions, but he had vanished like a ghost. As her piercing gaze swept across the room, her eyes locked onto his study table, and she saw something that defied all logic. His practice scores, they were all identical. A chilling realization dawned on her. Cyrone wasn't just trying to learn magic. He was engaged in a holy war to conquer every subject with equal ferocity. He was seeking a state of total, balanced mastery. It all made sense. She understood now that his current strategy wasn't about short-term victories, but about forging a foundation for a legendary future, the meticulous preparation of a true archmage. As they sat in the charged silence, Professor Siena wrestled with the question of why Cyrone had chosen this brutal path. Was it because his early life had been a barren wasteland, devoid of any formal education? The unspoken question hung between them, both lost in the labyrinth of their own thoughts. Finally, Sienna broke the spell. She probed him about his classmates, his isolation. She asked if they were tormenting him. Cyrone's reply was unervingly serene. He reassured her that he was fine, that his soul was at peace. While he wished for stronger bonds with his peers, there was not a shred of resentment in his heart. He conceded that while he hadn't forged many alliances, he had found true comrades in Amy and Serial, and for this moment in his journey that was enough. Professor Sienna nodded, a profound respect dawning in her eyes. She honored his stoic resolve, and she vowed to carry his perspective into the heart of the impending War Council of Professors. Cyrone's tranquility in the face of such bitter adversity had left an indelible mark on her soul. The following day, the entire faculty convened in the Grand Assembly Hall. A sea of powerful figures took their places. At the apex, on his throne-like chair, sat the headmaster. His presence alone signaled the start of the council. Professor Sienna ascended to the podium, the designated ground for those who wished to bring critical matters before the assembled masters of the academy. As she began her address, she acknowledged the powerful assembly with a formal greeting. Then, she unleashed her argument. She championed Cyrone's unprecedented 2-class promotion. She argued it was not just a reward, but a necessity. She built her case with cold, hard facts. Cyrone was a student of unparalleled potential, a victim of brutal persecution by his jealous peers, and a prodigy whose thirst for knowledge knew no bounds. A wave of support rippled through the hall as several lecturers voiced their agreement. They echoed her sentiment that fast-tracking his advancement would allow him to graduate sooner, unleashing his potential upon the world. But then, a dissenting voice cut through the consensus. Professor Thad, the lone dissenter in the room, rose to challenge the proposition. He scoffed at the very idea that Cyrone was being bullied. He rejected Sienna's claims as mere fantasy. Especially, he argued, since Cyrone was still magically impotent. Thad contended that such petty torment was the domain of the lower classes, unworthy of the more sophisticated upperclassmen. Thad drove his point home directly to the headmaster. He acknowledged Cyrone's potential, but declared his allegiance was to the greater good of the entire institution, not to the fate of a single anomalous student. He then turned his fire on his fellow teachers, accusing them of a myopic obsession with Cyrone, while blindly ignoring the legitimate grievances of his peers. Thad conceded that while Cyrone's raw power might be superior, in terms of sheer magical capacity, his classmates possessed a far greater breadth of knowledge, making them, in his eyes, the more complete scholars. Sienna's patience shattered. She lashed back with fury. She accused him not only of attempting to stifle the ascent of a generational genius, but of willfully ignoring the brutal persecution Cyrone had endured. She argued that Cyrone had shown godlike restraint, refusing to retaliate against their cruelty, a testament to his character in the face of their venomous hostility. The debate exploded into a shouting match, with both Sienna and Thad pounding their fists on the grand table. In a fit of pure rage, the other lecturers, long accustomed to the fiery clashes of these two titans, simply watched the spectacle in silence. They knew this was simply the latest chapter in a long history of their diametrically opposed philosophies. It was clear that this was just another skirmish in their eternal and very personal war. As the verbal war between Sienna and Thad reached a fever pitch, the headmaster, who had remained a silent monolith at the head of the hall, raised a single hand. He commanded silence. His sheer force of will instantly quelled the chaos. With simmering resentment, both Sienna and Thad retreated to their seats. The headmaster began his judgment. He gave weight to both sides of the ferocious debate. He declared that he had weighed the arguments of both his passionate professors. He understood Sienna's burning desire to prevent Cyrone's monumental talent from being squandered, to give this prodigy a stage on which to truly blaze. Yet, he also acknowledged the wisdom in Thad's stark warning, that the Academy's sacred duty was to the health and stability of the entire student collective and the long-term prosperity of the institution itself. The headmaster declared that it was his solemn charge to render judgments that served not just the individual, no matter how brilliant, but the greater good of the community as a whole. After a moment of profound contemplation, the headmaster, in his ultimate role as arbiter, unveiled a solution that would appease both factions. He decreed that, Instead of a unilateral promotion for Cyrone, they would implement a fair and brutal system of trial by combat. A promotion examination open to every student in the beleaguered Class 7. This test would be the ultimate measure of their magical aptitude. An arcane knowledge, a level playing field for every soul, to prove their right to ascend. With this decree delivered, the headmaster brought the war council to a close. The professors, united by this new path, bowed to his decision. The very next day, the school administration posted an official decree upon the academy notice board, a challenge for all to witness. The announcement sent a shockwave through the student body. It was revealed that this grueling promotion exam would be a trial exclusive to the students of Class 7, and only the victors would earn the right to ascend to the elite Class 5. The crucible for this test would be forged from two core elements: raw magical power with a specific focus on spell flow, and their mastery of advanced arcane theory. The exam would center on a single terrifying spell: teleportation. A spell of legendary difficulty and danger, a deliberate choice to drastically narrow the field of contenders. The mere mention of teleportation sent a ripple of pure terror through the assembled students. Among the students, the reaction was a maelstrom of disbelief and dread. For most of them, the teleportation spell was a thing of myth, of theory. The idea of actually performing it under the crushing pressure of an exam felt like a death sentence. Whispers of a cautionary tale began to circulate, the story of a former Class 7 student who had dared to attempt the spell the year before. This unfortunate soul had made a single infinitesimal error in his casting, a mistake that nearly ripped his body and soul apart. It was only through the swift, desperate intervention of the Academy's elite medical corps that the boy's life was saved from the brink. This grim legend only fanned the flames of their terror, and a wave of pure panic began to grip the class. In the face of this impossible challenge, many students simply surrendered. They saw the exam as a cruel joke, an exercise in futility. They believed the administration had designed this test with the express purpose of ensuring their collective failure. The immense pressure, combined with the spell's terrifying reputation, created a suffocating atmosphere of utter hopelessness. Students began to openly question, if a single soul in the entire Class 7 possessed the power to pass this trial, let alone conquer the mythical teleportation spell. And through the sea of despair and fear walked Cyrone. Despite his late arrival, he moved through the panic throngs with an aura of unnerving calm. As he passed his terrified classmates, they recoiled from him as if from a ghost, instinctively parting to give him passage, as if acknowledging his otherness. Cyrone moved with quiet purpose toward the notice board, careful to avoid any physical contact, acutely aware of the invisible walls of fear his peers had built around themselves. When he finally stood before the decree, he calmly absorbed the details of the announcement, the brutal criteria, the legendary teleportation spell. But Cyrone did not react with the same terror as the others. His gaze was like forged steel, his confidence an unshakable mountain. Unlike his classmates, who were trembling and broken, Cyrone met the challenge with eyes that blazed with defiance, ready to conquer whatever trials lay on his path to greatness. His resolve was absolute. He felt no fear of this exam, and he would let nothing, and no one, stand in the way of his ascension, even if it meant shattering the very limits of what his peers believed was possible. The gauntlet was thrown. The students were challenged to master the art of teleportation. A set of brutal criteria was established. The victor would claim a throne in the elite Class 5, and the entire population of Class 7 was forced to face this advanced trial. The students argued that the spell's danger was a myth, simple on paper. But one voice cut through the bravado, a chilling reminder. He spoke of a friend who was condemned to a hospital bed for an entire year, his body ravaged from a failed attempt at the teleportation spell. This single story shattered their courage. Doubt, cold and sharp, pierced their hearts. They believed no one could pass. The criteria were simply impossible. The trial became infamous, branded the Class 7 outcast incident. A dark legend whispered even among the hallowed upper classes. Amy observed the sheer immaturity of Class 7 with disdain. She recalled a similar trial that nearly consumed her own class, but she had conquered it, ascending to Class 6 with breathtaking speed. She issued a cold warning to the others that mastering the spell would be a monumental, near-impossible task for them. Amy then added that teleportation was lethally perilous for any soul who had never before commanded the flow of magic. As she walked away, A cold thought solidified in her mind. If Cyrone could not master this spell on his own, then he was utterly unworthy of her. As Amy moved through the Academy's corridors, her path was intercepted by her professor, who was on her way to a clandestine meeting. The professor demanded to know why Amy had been absent from her duties. Predictably, their conversation turned to their shared concern, Cyrone. The idea of him, a magical novice, facing this trial was terrifying. Amy articulated their fear perfectly. It would be suicidal for him to participate in the teleportation exam. She then began her lecture. Teleportation, she explained, is an arcane art of the light element, born from the profound study of protonization theory. Light travels at the absolute velocity of the cosmos, an unbreakable speed limit of reality. The teleportation spell harnesses this cosmic speed to tear through the fabric of spacetime. While it sounds like a power fit for gods, even a novice can achieve it with the proper understanding. The spell's secrets are locked within 4 core theories, each one a critical key to unlocking its immense power. The fundamental principle is that quasi-light speed is the engine of teleportation, but the true secret is not reaching light's full, terrifying velocity, but mastering a mere 1/10 of its potential. The true danger, as Professor Oliver illuminated, is not in the learning, but in the devastating impact. It is a razor's edge of control. The caster must command and channel this cosmic energy without triggering a cataclysmic, explosive release of power. This is what makes the spell an instrument of utter destruction, and it's no wonder it is a forbidden art within the Academy walls. After this terrifying explanation, Cyrone finally grasped why teleportation was a forbidden art. It wasn't just its immense difficulty, but its catastrophic potential for annihilation if wielded incorrectly. The professor then proposed a radical training method for the spell, to be held on the Academy's rooftop. She revealed that the trial would be a desperate race from one mountain peak to another. The objective: cross the abyss in the shortest time possible. The students of Class 7 were at a crippling disadvantage. It would be a miracle if they could even cross the chasm at all. However, the victor would be the one who traversed the greatest distance. Cyrone, faced with the stark reality of his own weakness, voiced his despair, declaring that he could not possibly compete in such a trial. The criteria were simply beyond his reach. Professor Oliver, seeing his resolve crumble, offered a heartfelt apology. She confessed that it was her own ambition that had cast Cyrone into this impossible crucible. He was destined for Class 5, where the trials would have been far less severe. But despite her apology, she made a shocking offer. She would become Cyrone's personal mentor, guiding him personally to prepare for this trial. This proposal, however, was met with fierce resistance from Amy. She was torn, conflicted. Professor Oliver was one of the judges for the exam. If Cyrone were to be seen training under her, word would spread like a plague, and the very foundation of the trial, the sacred principle of fair competition, would be shattered. Amy, with a fierce determination in her eyes, vowed to train Cyrone herself. She declared that she was preparing to ascend to the senior class, a realm where students were recognized for their semi-professional mastery. These elites were tasked with contributing to the legendary Royal Magic School journals, and forced to endure brutal training and savage competition. Amy's offer was a powerful one, and she clearly saw herself as Cyrone's rightful guide. But this left Cyrone trapped in an impossible position. Torn between his supposed girlfriend's tutelage and the professor's unparalleled professional expertise, he was forced to choose his path, knowing that either road would demand immense sacrifice. After a long, charged silence, Cyrone shattered their expectations with his decision. He declared that he would face this trial alone. He had realized that relying too heavily on others was a crutch, a weakness. He had to seize control of his own destiny and conquer this challenge with his own 2 hands. Amy was incensed by Cyrone's defiant choice to walk this path alone. In her eyes, he was a fool, completely blind to the magnitude of the forces arrayed against him. She spat out a warning, reminding him that his rivals would be hiring the most elite tutors, buying their way to victory. They are already a nest of vipers, their resentment festering. But Cyrone, with a calm that defied the storm, refused her aid. He would not drag her into his personal war. Not now, as she stood on the precipice of ascending to the senior class. He understood. Class 5 was merely a single step on the brutal, blood-soaked path to becoming a mage, and this was a trial he was fated to conquer with his own strength. To Professor Oliver, Cyrone declared his intent. He knew the odds were a mountain stacked against him, but he would charge forward with a will of iron, leaving no place for regret. His decision was one of absolute self-reliance, and Professor Oliver, seeing the unquenchable fire in his soul, left him a single lifeline, a promise of guidance, should the darkness prove too great. She then shot Amy a playful warning about trespassing in the boys' dormitory, a remark that summoned a rare, fleeting smile to Cyrone's face. He thanked the professor, his heart filled with gratitude for her faith in him. His resolve hardened into bedrock. He had chosen the solitary path, even if it meant facing this hellish trial utterly and completely alone. In the days that followed, a fragile bridge formed between Cyrone and Amy. In stolen moments, they reminisced, their shared history weaving a complex tapestry between them. Though a shadow of resentment still flickered in Amy's eyes, her concern was a tangible force. But Cyrone's quiet confidence was an unbreachable shield. He would endure, just as he had endured the scorn and torment of his peers. Despite the unspoken chasm between them, they found comfort in one another's presence, their laughter a defiant spark. Against the backdrop of their swirling, unspoken emotions, a month vanished. The day of judgment had dawned. The academy grounds churned with desperate, frantic energy. Students threw their fortunes away on private tutelage, a last, desperate gamble to unlock the secrets of teleportation. With time bleeding away, the pressure was becoming a physical weight. 20 students lined up on the field of battle, a grim procession, each one a warrior bracing for the coming storm. And among them, Cyrone stood, his confidence a silent, unshakable mountain. While the others fretted over the mere mechanics of the spell, Cyrone knew the solitary path of study had granted him a deeper truth. The world of a mage is not a controlled laboratory. It is a chaotic, unpredictable war zone. True mastery of teleportation wasn't about knowing the formula, but about commanding the very environment itself. It wasn't about the equation. It was about adapting to the ever-shifting tides of battle. It was about bending the very laws of reality to the situation at hand. Cyrone steeled his mind for the ordeal to come. The cosmic calculations echoed in the depths of his soul. The value of light, the energy of speed, the impossible exponent of 10 to the 20th power. He saw himself clearly. A pariah, a boy who should be incapable of wielding such power, having never been touched by formal magic. He knew it should be a simple matter for the pampered elites of Class 7, who had paid fortunes for tutors to fast-track their mastery. As Cyrone honed his incantations in solitude, the legendary Master Mark observed from a high perch, his expression one of disbelief. He saw that Cyrone had, against all odds, perfected the fundamental essence of teleportation. Mark admitted he'd held no hope, for the son of the Mage Association's mere technical advisor. To his confidant, Master Mark later conceded that while Cyrone might not become a true master in a single month, with his terrifying focus and brutal preparation, the boy stood a chillingly real chance of conquering the test. Meanwhile, the wolves of Class 9 watched Cyrone's every move, their eyes hungry. Mark had tasked a subordinate to shadow the boy, to understand how Cyrone was arming himself with nothing but ancient tomes. Mark was stunned. He had assumed Cyrone would pay for a master. He believed true magic could never be forged from the dusty pages of a book. In the quiet moments, Cyrone waged a war in his mind, battling to absorb every concept of teleportation, burning the theories into the very fiber of his being. Yet, he still felt dangerously unprepared. With the clock ticking down to 0, he redoubled his efforts. On the hallowed, exclusive training grounds, Cyrone practiced his craft with a maniacal intensity, visualizing the flow of power, forcing reality to bend to his theoretical knowledge. He fought to pierce the veil, to enter the spirit zone and apply the protonization theories, praying his vision would finally manifest as reality. As Cyrone descended deeper into his trance, he contemplated the nature of magic. He knew a mere human mind could never calculate the value of light. But when a mage truly focused, their entire being becomes a razor-sharp sensor, attuned to the cosmos. The greatest archmages, it was said, could count the leaves on a tree miles away without even looking. This godlike perception, this heightened state of being, this transcendent sensitivity, was known as the spirit zone. Once inside, a mage sees the world not with eyes, but with their soul, commanding reality not through brute calculation, but by comprehending the totality of existence in a single blinding flash. In the lead-up to the hellish trial, Cyrone's first attempts were catastrophic failures. Each attempt ended with his body crashing violently to the unforgiving earth. Frustrated, but with a will of iron, he rose again and again, attempting to correct his fatal errors. The process was a brutal crucible, and his body became a canvas of bruises from his relentless efforts. But despite his superhuman efforts, a gnawing sense of inadequacy threatened to devour his spirit. With the test looming like a guillotine, worry consumed him. He had exhausted every technique he had learned, but the results were still a chaotic mess. Every flicker of doubt was a crack in his armor, but he vowed to push forward into the abyss. He knew he could not surrender now. His training intensified, becoming a feverish obsession. He forced himself to refine every single motion, to burn every theoretical step into his very soul. And then, finally, he teleported without being torn asunder. It was a tiny victory, but a vital one. Yet even this small triumph felt hollow. Time was running out, and Cyrone knew he would have to shatter his own limits if he was to have any hope of surviving this test. In another part of the academy, Master Mark prepared for his own legendary feat. His focus was on a historic achievement, crossing a 700-meter chasm in a single impossible second. This day was his chance to cement his godlike status. But his thoughts kept drifting back to the contenders in the trial, and particularly to Cyrone. As the son of the Mage Association's technical advisor, Cyrone had become a lightning rod, attracting the gaze of students and masters alike. Most of them saw him as a fraud. They believed his self-education, his reliance on books, was a pathetic substitute for true magical training. But Cyrone's unorthodox methods had become a subject of intense fascination and deep skepticism among the Academy's elite. Maria, one of Cyrone's bitter classmates, held a special, venomous contempt for him. She saw his reliance on ancient texts as a personal insult to the sacred traditions of magic. Her rage at his methods had become a poison, blinding her and leaving her utterly unprepared for the coming trial. Though she watched the others train with a hateful eye, her thoughts were a maelstrom of bitter resentment. This obsession was crippling her, a weakness her masters had noted. They saw her lack of preparation, her inner turmoil, as an insurmountable obstacle to her success. Meanwhile, the instructors debated Cyrone's fate with divided opinions. Some saw his quest as a fool's errand, believing he lacked the raw, practical experience to survive. But others, who had witnessed his iron will, suspected he might unleash a miracle. His connection to the powerful Mage Association added a layer of political tension, with certain instructors secretly plotting how his success could benefit their own ambitions. But despite the whispers and schemes, Cyrone's destiny was his alone. The shadow of doubt over his abilities remained a tangible threat, and the skepticism surrounding him was a heavy cloak. As the sun rose on the day of judgment, the battlefield was meticulously prepared. The judges took their thrones upon the designated bridge, and students from the elite classes 4 through 6 gathered to witness the spectacle. The warriors of Class 7 stood at the precipice, each one feeling the crushing weight of the coming ordeal. Cyrone's presence was a magnet for hostile stares. Many of his rivals now saw him as their primary target. The pressure to perform, the intense scrutiny of his jealous peers, was overwhelming. But Cyrone purged his mind of all distraction. He knew this trial wasn't just a test of his magical power, but of his very soul's resilience under fire. The final countdown to the trial began. 21 combatants stood at the edge of destiny, their minds a whirlwind of strategy and primal fear. Cyrone, acutely aware of the venomous hostility aimed directly at him, felt utterly alone. But on the day of the test, a shocking twist unfolded. As the trial was about to commence, Cyrone was nowhere to be found. Panic erupted. Mark, his cronies, and even Amy scoured the grounds for him, fearing he had deserted, that he had fled the challenge. Meanwhile, the judges laid down the brutal laws of the advancement trial. The task was elegantly simple, yet terrifying. Upon the signal, the combatants would sprint to the cliff's edge and cast themselves into the void. The one whose teleportation carried them the farthest across the abyss would be declared the victor. A suffocating tension gripped the group. The students of Class 7 whispered in terror amongst themselves. The stakes were lethally high. If a teleportation failed to bridge the chasm, the student would plunge to their doom with no guarantee of rescue. There was no word of any safety measures. a detail that only amplified their terror. The panicked murmurs grew so loud they drew the ire of the judges. One of them addressed the trembling crowd, his voice like cold steel. He reminded them that this academy did not coddle the weak. Every course they undertook was fraught with peril, including the risk of death. He made it clear, this was a trial for early advancement, not a game for the timid. Only those with absolute certainty in their power should dare to proceed. With a final, chilling reminder that it was not too late to retreat, the judges left the combatants to their terrifying decision. As the moment of truth approached, Mark's arrogance was a tangible force. He was certain no one, especially not the upstart Cyrone, could possibly defeat him in this arena. Cyrone, on the other hand, was still a prisoner of his own uncertainty. Having arrived at the 11th hour, he stood at a terrifying crossroads. Professor Oliver urged him to withdraw if he felt unprepared. But Cyrone could not silence the roaring voice in his soul, a voice that commanded him to unleash every ounce of power he possessed. His mind was a battlefield of doubt and ferocious determination. As the headmaster, Professor Romy, prepared to give the fateful signal, a faction of the faculty argued that Cyrone should be barred from competing at all. But the decision was made to proceed. There would be no mercy. Preparation, they declared, was an integral part of the test itself. As the trial began, the competitors lined up at the edge of the world, poised to sprint towards the yawning cliff face. Countless hours of brutal training had led them to this moment, but none of them could have prepared for the sight of the bottomless abyss that lay before them, a horrifying void that seemed to swallow both light and sound. The students fought against the surreal terror of having the empty sky beneath their feet. The crushing weight of the unknown pressed down on them. Timing the teleportation at the cliff's edge was the ultimate gamble. A single millisecond of hesitation would be the difference between glory and a horrific death. The first group exploded from the starting line, devouring 5 meters of ground in the first 3 seconds. Each warrior fought to lock in their teleportation coordinates as they hurtled towards the precipice. The challenge was inhuman. No matter how many times one could teleport, the starting point was a cruel anchor, limiting the total distance. Cyrone, finally entering the fray, was visibly a beat behind the others. When his moment came, he froze, standing utterly still for a heart-stopping second before exploding towards the cliff. He launched himself 2 meters past the edge, but in a move of shocking insanity, he did so without teleporting at all. Cyrone's audacious plunge into the abyss, a silent, unpowered fall, sent a shockwave of disbelief through the stunned spectators. His impossible move caught the judges, his classmates, and even the most veteran mages completely off guard. What appeared as pure recklessness to the crowd was a move of cold calculation in Cyrone's mind. He knew he had to maintain his composure to keep his focus locked. Within the spirit zone, he knew that if his will faltered for a single instant, his life would be forfeit. His leap, which appeared almost casual, was executed with a godlike precision that completely defied his lack of formal training. The timing was so impossibly fine that, to the naked eye, the gap between success and annihilation was measured in milliseconds. Cyrone's feat left the entire academy breathless, especially considering his humble, powerless origins. He had never been formally trained in the arcane arts, nor had he ever known the privilege of his pampered peers. Amy, watching from the sidelines, could only marvel at his raw genius and unbreakable will. She realized that, if Cyrone could maintain this relentless pace throughout the trial, he had a genuine chance of staying ahead of the pack. His improvisational genius, a power forged in the lonely fires of self-study, set him worlds apart from his rivals. Mark, on the other hand, felt the icy grip of fear squeeze his heart. He had dismissed Cyrone as a worthless underdog, certain that the boy's inexperience would be his doom. Now he was forced to reevaluate everything. Cyrone's performance had shattered Mark's arrogant assumptions, leaving him scrambling to recalibrate his entire strategy. The comfortable lead he thought would guarantee his victory was now a razor-thin margin. Cyrone's impossible success had undermined Mark's meticulous plans, and for the very first time, a seed of genuine panic began to sprout in his mind. Maria Erling, another contender, was lost in the prison of her own past failures. Though she normally thrived in the heat of battle, the weight of this trial was now crushing her spirit. For 6 long, agonizing years, Maria had been trapped in the purgatory of Class 7, unable to ascend, forever blocked by her own limitations. Her master's damning words echoed in her mind, questioning if she even possessed the soul of a true mage. As the third brutal bout began, the battlefield fractured, the participants splintering into 3 desperate factions. At the vanguard was Mark and his pack of wolves, hunting Cyrone, their sole purpose to drag him down. A second group lagged 3 meters behind them, desperately trying to keep pace, but already beginning to break under the trial's inhuman demands. The third group was composed of the cowards, those who had teleported early, out of pure terror, hoping to save themselves, but in doing so had sealed their own doom. This brutal stratification created an atmosphere of pure dread, with fear spreading through the ranks like a deadly contagion. Predictably, the first to fall were the cowards of the third group, swiftly eliminated as they failed to meet the trial's basic requirements. The second group collapsed soon after, their bodies and spirits broken by the strain. Their failure was met with a chorus of mocking laughter from Mark, who jeered at their pathetic inability to even reach the halfway mark. Meanwhile, Cyrone continued to defy all logic, pulling even farther ahead of Mark, moving with a terrifying resilience that shattered all expectations. Though Mark had initially dismissed him, assuming the boy's stamina would quickly fail, he now saw with dawning horror that the opposite was true. Cyrone, who had appeared on the verge of collapse at the start, now seemed to possess an endless well of energy. His pace was like a metronome, his movements flawless, and his will was an unbreakable diamond. Professor Oliver, observing from her high perch, whispered that Cyrone was truly a monster. She noted his impossible ability to repeatedly use compulsion, a godlike technique that forces the mind to generate its own inertia, to operate like a flawless, relentless machine. Compulsion, an art requiring absolute mastery and focus, was no simple trick. It involved forging an action in the mind, and then manually creating its inertia, a process that could drain even the most powerful mages. Yet Cyrone performed it again and again, without a single sign of hesitation. His impossible consistency caught the eye of Headmaster Romy, who observed the unfolding drama from afar. He noted that while Cyrone's talent was blazing like a new star, Mark's impatience and simmering rage were becoming his own undoing. Romy could feel Mark's growing agitation, a stark, ugly contrast to Cyrone's unnerving calm. As the tension reached a breaking point, Amy's friend could only stare in awe at Cyrone's inhuman abilities. She observed that Cyrone seemed to be artificially amplifying his own inertia and advanced technique that required a profound, intimate connection with the subconscious domain. Most mages relied on a conscious command over their subconscious, but Cyrone's execution hinted at a power that was far beyond the norm. Another spectator speculated that Cyrone might be directly manipulating his own subconscious mind, a feat considered nearly impossible to master. Such absolute control hinted at a depth of raw talent that set him apart even from the most gifted prodigies. In the heart of the race, Cyrone remained locked in focus, pushing himself to the breaking point to maintain his lead. His thoughts were consumed by the singular challenge before him, knowing that to defeat Mark, he would need every last shred of his mental fortitude. Mark, growing increasingly desperate, unleashed everything he had in a furious attempt to close the gap. But his wild attacks found nothing but air. Cyrone moved with an almost supernatural precision, dodging and weaving through the onslaught, as if he could see every attack before it was launched. Mark's frustration boiled over as he realized that not only was Cyrone ahead, but he seemed to be completely untouchable. The exam hurtled toward its explosive climax. Mark, consumed by rage, hatched a dangerous scheme to ensure Cyrone's demise. He deliberately shattered Cyrone's rhythm, breaking his perfect pattern and throwing him violently off course. Cyrone, already on the brink of exhaustion from maintaining his impossible pace, struggled desperately to recover his momentum. The sudden, violent shift caused a chain reaction, and Cyrone barely avoided a fatal collision with another competitor. The spectators from the elite class 5 immediately recognized the treachery. They knew this was Mark's intentional, dirty interference. They recognized the tactic, a calculated maneuver to force an enemy off course. By exploiting the timing of teleportation, it was a brilliant but recklessly dangerous gambit. Mark seized his opportunity, exploding forward with a final, desperate burst of energy. But the strain of his own strategy was beginning to show. His plan had put him ahead, but this reckless move had taken a heavy toll. Meanwhile, Cyrone, though visibly ravaged by fatigue, refused to surrender. His sheer, indomitable will kept him in the fight. The gap between him and Mark began to close once more. The crowd erupted as the two emerged as the final gladiators. Their epic rivalry had electrified the entire academy. Both had breached level 10 of the testing zone, a mythical stage no student had ever reached in the entire history of the early advancement exams. Professor Thad, overseeing the chaos, felt a cold dread creep into his heart. Level 10 was a death trap, far beyond what any student was equipped for. Recognizing the imminent, lethal danger, he raced to the engine room to shut down the trial. But Headmaster Romy intervened, his mind racing, calculating the disastrous repercussions of canceling the exam now. Instead, Romy commanded Thad to send the yellow signal, a warning to end the test without a catastrophic shutdown. The signal blazed across the battlefield, but neither warrior slowed their pace. Mark, possessed by his ambition, was hell-bent on ending this battle on his own terms. As Thad returned to his office, he found his path blocked, the door locked. A familiar voice greeted him. It was Maria. Her tone was unervingly calm, but laced with a chilling bitterness. She confronted Thad, accusing him of meddling in affairs that were beneath him. Maria confessed her terror of Mark ascending to Class 5, where his tyranny would become absolute. She blocked Thad's path, warning him not to open the door if he valued his own standing. She taunted that stopping the exam now would change nothing. Her twisted intervention only added another layer of chaos to the unfolding disaster. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mark's mind was racing. He knew the signal meant the end of the test, but he refused to yield. His entire being was focused on one thing, crushing Cyrone and cementing his dominance. The deadly maze loomed ahead, its labyrinthine paths marking the final, bloody stage of the trial. As the crowd watched in horrified silence, word spread like wildfire among the faculty. Mark and Cyrone had both entered the maze, in open defiance of the rules and all reason. Headmaster Professor Romy sat in grim silence, absorbing the news that Mark and Cyrone were still locked in a deathmatch on the battlefield despite the signal to end the exam. A cold fear gripped him as he contemplated the horrors of Level 10, a stage designed only for seasoned professionals, far beyond the capabilities of any student. He issued an urgent command to his staff to halt the battle, terrified that both combatants were on the verge of being ripped apart. But Professor Oliver rose to challenge Romy's command. She accused him of being blinded by greed and ambition, of pushing his students too far, too fast. Oliver declared that the headmaster's rash decisions had led directly to this chaos, and she questioned if Romy truly valued the lives of his students more than the hollow prestige of his academy. The conflicting ideologies of the staff created a tense schism, leaving the fate of the two warriors hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, Amy and the other students desperately debated how to stop the carnage, knowing that intervening at this level was not only dangerous, but nearly impossible without the power of a true master. The maze at level 10 was a labyrinth of pure death, its traps far beyond the abilities of even the most brilliant students. Inside this deadly maze, Cyrone battled the encroaching darkness of exhaustion. The traps assailed him relentlessly, and his ability to dodge one attack while preparing for the next was beginning to fail. He could feel his mental power dissolving, knowing it would abandon him completely in mere seconds if he did not act. Yet, against all odds, he pressed onward, determined to see this trial to its bloody end. Mark, on the other hand, was consumed with calculating his advantage. He cared only about staying ahead of Cyrone, knowing that if they were both eliminated, his superior starting position would grant him victory. Standing in what he believed was a safe position, he watched Cyrone's desperate struggle, a self-satisfied, cruel chuckle escaping his lips. He mocked Cyrone, taunting him to stay back in the dirt where he belonged. Mark believed victory was already his, certain that this upstart rival was no match for his power. Back outside the deadly maze, Maria confronted Professor Thad, her voice choked with frustrated tears. She attacked the school's entire philosophy, accusing it of breeding a toxic culture of cutthroat competition, where students were forced to use deceit and manipulation to survive. She condemned a system that worshipped raw talent above all else, while callously ignoring the struggles of ordinary students like herself. Professor Thad was lost in the ghosts of his own past. As he listened to Maria's bitter tirade, he understood her rage all too well, remembering his own agonizing journey as a student. Despite being hailed as a prodigy by reputation, he had spent years trapped in the prison of Class 5, failing to advance while his peers soared past him. His anger and bitterness had poisoned his soul, and his only interactions with the headmaster were to be reprimanded for his failures. Over time, he had learned that success as a mage was not about defeating others, but about annihilating the demons of self-doubt within. He remembered the moment he shifted his focus inward, realizing that true power required brutal self-discipline and a clarity of purpose. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mark realized far too late that he was trapped. The blocked path ahead sent him into a spiral of pure terror. Cyrone, hearing his rival's cry of despair, abandoned all thoughts of competition and raced to help him. The maze's traps made navigation a suicidal endeavor, their patterns a complex and deadly dance. Cyrone analyzed the movements of the deadly mechanisms, understanding that studying their behavior from a distance was the only path to survival. The students of Class 7 watched Cyrone's actions with breathless awe, shocked by his ability to navigate this high-level death trap with such impossible ease. They were stunned by his decision to rescue Mark, knowing that the rules of this savage trial did not demand such a sacrifice. Some called his actions foolish, a suicidal act of mercy, while others could only admire his selflessness. Cyrone's approach defied all logic, moving backward through the maze to find the one safe path, a counterintuitive gambit that showcased his raw genius and terrifying adaptability. The students whispered amongst themselves about Cyrone's impossible power, marveling at how he could perform such feats despite being a newcomer. So many of them had dismissed him, assuming he had cheated his way into the academy. But his performance now forced them to confront their own foolish judgments. Amy watched, contemplating his true motivations. Power isn't fueled by the lust for victory, but by a sacred quest to achieve sublime mastery over the arcane arts. Deep within the Academy's mechanical heart, Professor Thad confronted the catastrophic fallout from the fatally delayed cancellation. Maria's calculated interruption had cost him precious, life-or-death seconds. Yet, an iron will held him steady. His focus was now on the lesson he had to burn into her very soul. In her tormented spirit, he saw a haunting reflection of his own bitter past, and he vowed to steer her away from the abyss that had nearly consumed him. And for Maria, the first cracks appeared in the armor of her cynicism. She began to question if it was truly too late for her own redemption. As reports of the chaos reached Headmaster Romy, he made a fateful decree. The trial would continue, despite the lethal risks. He alone would bear the full, bloody weight of the outcome. The traps of Level 10 were a living nightmare, moving with a malevolent intelligence that made their deadly dance impossible to predict. Cyrone, deep in his combat trance, knew the chaotic symphony of the traps was too complex for any mortal mind. So he abandoned conventional tactics, focusing his entire being on one threat at a time. Despite the overwhelming chaos, he narrowed his universe to a single point of danger, drawing on the battle-hardened instincts forged in his previous trials. This was not his first time walking through the fires of hell. He unleashed his power, centering his mind on the singular objective, relying on his legendary ability to fracture his own consciousness. The masters, watching from their safe perch, were utterly dumbfounded by Cyrone's impossible focus under such lethal pressure. The headmaster remarked that, in the crucible of crisis, mortals can sometimes touch the divine. They can unleash incredible feats of power. However, he knew such bursts of brilliance were usually born of desperation, and that true potential is often imprisoned by one's own smug self-satisfaction. Yet, as Cyrone continued his impossible dance through the maze. With a grace that bordered on supernatural, the headmaster wondered if Cyrone had just ascended to a new plane of existence, far beyond the grasp of any ordinary student. His spirit zone density was approaching a theoretical impossibility, a near-perfect 99.9%, a sign that he was in a godlike trance of hypercalculation, meticulously plotting every movement to cheat death itself. Cyrone's genius was a blazing star, but even that could not erase the fatal danger he now faced. Despite his transcendent skill, the choice to save Mark had trapped him in a deadly snare. He realized the path to salvation was shrinking to nothingness. The gaps, now barely a meter wide, were impossible to pass using any conventional method. To succeed, he had to compress the very fabric of space, to shrink his calculations to a tenth of their current scale. He had to move with the speed and precision of a blade cleaving the very air. His body would have to twist and bend at angles that defied physics, becoming a blur of impossible simultaneous motion, each movement faster and more desperate than the last. Then, a flash of pure insight ignited in his mind's eye, a straight line blazing in the darkness, the derivative of a circle, an arcane truth spoken of only in Iruki's text. Using this divine revelation, Cyrone began to calculate the intervals between teleportation points, shattering them into impossibly small, millisecond-long fragments. His mind ascended to a new plane of pure understanding, as if he had tapped into a power from beyond the veil. He now saw the true path through the maze, a path that defied even his own wildest expectations. It was a single, blinding moment, a fleeting instant of true apotheosis. Cyrone became a river of motion, his body flowing through the death trap, narrowly evading the lethal clutches of the maze. Eventually, he came face to face with the maze dragon, a beast of mythical size and terrifying power, a final guardian designed to obliterate any who dared to advance. Professor Oliver, who had witnessed this impossible feat, felt a new wave of terror wash over her. She knew the situation was spiraling into pure chaos. She decided she would intervene herself. She sought out Professor Thad, determined to force an end to this madness. But Cyrone remained locked in his trance, his mind fixed on the trial. He continued to map the intricate, deadly patterns of the maze. His mind screamed at him to loop around, to take the left path and abandon all hesitation. He could not afford to slow down. Not now. As the battle reached its apex, Professor Oliver finally cornered Professor Thad, and demanded that he shut down the maze. She could sense the lethal danger of letting the trial continue. However, Thad, having already learned of the life-or-death struggle between Mark and Cyrone, was already racing to the engine room, intent on stopping the test before catastrophe struck. For Cyrone, the time to act had dwindled to almost nothing. He had a single second to maintain his focus and evade annihilation. Every moment was an eternity, the stakes higher than ever before. His mind fractured time into impossible pieces. 1 decisecond, 1 nanosecond, and 6 deadly crossroads. As the pressure reached its peak, he knew he had to execute a sequence of 9 perfect teleports to survive. It was a mind-shattering sequence, but Cyrone was forged in the fires of impossible conditions. He realized his current path, focused only on his own survival, was meaningless if he did not also ensure Mark's escape. There was no time left for selfish plans. With razor-sharp focus, Cyrone made his final move and at last reached solid ground. He couldn't recall the exact chain of events that had brought him to safety, but the sudden silence of the pathless devices signaled the end of the hellscape of level 10. Iruki, speaking to his companions, explained, but Cyrone had escaped its clutches completely unharmed, proving that he needed no tricks or deceit to claim victory. His sheer force of will was enough. As the trial concluded, Cyrone and Mark stood on safe ground, with Mark having recklessly brute-forced his way through the end. Cyrone's peers erupted in celebration, acknowledging his ascension to the elite Class 5. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver, her heart still pounding from the ordeal, confronted Professor Thad. She blasted him for his interference, which caused her to miss the final, climactic moments. But he calmly reassured her that he had done what was necessary. The explanations could wait. Professor Oliver then approached the headmaster, stating that since both Cyrone and Mark had survived, a victor must be declared. The headmaster, utterly astounded by Cyrone's brilliant strategy, lauded him for his genius, hailing him as the new light of House Murphy. His impossible performance had earned him a legendary moniker after redefining the very concept of the photon and even capturing the coveted Golden Circle Award from the Emperor himself. But for a dark, fleeting moment, the headmaster's mind was clouded by the poison of greed as he plotted how to best exploit Cyrone's newfound glory. Despite this momentary lapse into darkness, Professor Thad stood firm in his conviction that the Academy had just unearthed a new brilliant star. Witnessing such raw genius in a student like Cyrone stirred a deep nostalgia within him. With Cyrone's pure, unadulterated quest for magical knowledge, it was clear that he did not rely on blind luck, but on pure, relentless dedication. The judges, standing before their grand desks, declared that there could be only one champion. Despite this, they showered praise upon every warrior who had participated, honoring the courage they had all displayed. A courage, they believed, that would forge the very future of their world. After the grand ceremony, the head judge officially proclaimed Cyrone Arian as the sole victor. Mark Slider, his arrogance finally shattered, tried to protest, knowing it was Cyrone who had saved him from certain death, who had orchestrated the teleportation attacks that ensured their survival. He acknowledged Cyrone's absolute superiority, and in a stunning moment of humility, vowed to bear the full weight of his responsibilities as a true mage. Elsewhere, Mark's cronies, shamed by their dishonorable actions, begged Cyrone for his forgiveness. But Cyrone, with his usual unnerving composure, simply urged them to strive for greatness in the future, offering them a path to redemption instead of righteous vengeance. Serial, Amy's confidant, urged her to seize this moment with Cyrone, now that he had been crowned the undisputed champion. But Amy felt there was no time for such trivialities. The path forward was all that mattered. In her eyes, Cyrone had already proven his worth. Despite her counsel, Serial felt a venomous envy for Amy's bond with Cyrone, awestruck by his transcendent abilities. In a sudden burst of jealousy, she screamed Amy's name across the crowd, infuriated by her friend's singular focus on the new champion. After a long, restorative slumber, Cyrone awoke, to a mind wiped clean, the final, chaotic moments of the trial a hazy, forgotten dream. His focus now was on his ascension to the legendary Class 5, the hard-won prize for his impossible victory. But Professor Oliver, always perceptive, sensed a fundamental shift in Cyrone's being. Using her own synesthesia to track his essence, she followed his psychic trail, only to lose him completely inside the dragon's maze. She sensed that something within him was now fundamentally different. At the disciplinary council, Professor Thad presided over the hearing. There, Maria, without coercion, confessed to her crimes and demanded to be punished for her transgressions. But in a shocking twist, Mark Slider and the engine room operator, the very victims of her sabotage, argued fiercely in her defense, insisting that she should face no punishment. Their desperate attempts to sway the council only seemed to deepen the suffocating guilt that filled the chamber. As the tension escalated, several others in the room began to confess their own sins, unraveling the entire conspiracy to sabotage Cyrone. During the exam, the situation exploded, exposing the depth of the corruption that had festered in the school. One of Mark's former cronies wondered in a hushed whisper if Mark would finally take responsibility for his own sins. In the midst of this chaos, Headmaster Romy seized control of the proceedings. He acknowledged that Maria had been forced into an impossible choice, and while her actions in the engine room may not have been born of malice, she must still face judgment for breaking the sacred rules. Hearing this, Cyrone stepped forward, and to everyone's utter shock, he declared that he, too, demanded punishment. He confessed to ignoring the signal and entering the forbidden maze, fully aware of the lethal danger. He also admitted that while his own life was on the line, he had dragged Mark with him through the death trap. Cyrone's confession left the entire room speechless, and the headmaster had no choice but to honor Cyrone's demand for judgment. Professor Thad, who had never imagined such a resolution, realized that this entire chaotic spectacle had unfolded exactly as the headmaster had orchestrated. The students, once blinded by rivalry, pride, and jealousy, were finally forced to confront the gravity of their actions. They confessed their sins, and through their admissions, they began to understand the true meaning of walking the righteous path of a mage. This moment had become a powerful, transformative lesson, one that Professor Megan had long struggled to teach them. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver, witnessing the unprecedented nature of this mass confession, reflected that this was the first time she had ever seen such widespread judgment since the Academy's founding. As the hearing concluded, every single student, whether a prime conspirator or a silent bystander, received their sentence. Maria and Mark were both suspended for 2 brutal months, a direct consequence of their actions. The rest of the students were exiled for a single month. During his interrogation, Cyrone was asked why he defied the signal and charged into the maze. His answer was brutally honest. He refused to lose, and he felt an overwhelming compulsion to conquer the puzzle of the maze. He admitted that he remembered almost nothing of what transpired in that fever dream. Professor Oliver, observing Cyrone's serene expression, realized that beneath his calm and humble exterior, Cyrone possessed a ferocious, aggressive spirit that was not immediately visible. Inside the maze, Cyrone had found himself adrift, fighting to maintain his sanity. The very act of fracturing his teleports made him feel as though his consciousness was being scattered across the universe. He had been completely overwhelmed. The crushing darkness that had consumed him seemed to devour reality itself. But now 3 days had passed since the hellish trial, and Cyrone awoke to a brilliant new morning. Unable to recall the specifics of the events, he realized he had finally emerged from what felt like a waking nightmare, and he struggled to piece together the shattered fragments of his experience. As Cyrone pondered the events of the past few days, he remembered the arcane texts Amy had bestowed upon him. Those ancient tomes had helped him burn countless magic formulas into his mind, and a profound sense of gratitude for her filled his heart. To show his appreciation, he decided to return the sacred text, along with a humble offering of apples during their integrated training. Serial, her eyes wide with excitement at the gesture, eagerly accepted the offering, and though Amy had already ascended to the advanced class, on her very first attempt, she still faced challenges that even her prodigious intellect could not solve. A month later, after the exiles had ended, the warriors of Class 7 resumed their studies. Cyrone returned to the academy, and was greeted by a thunderous roar from his classmates, who had saved a place of honor for him. He noted this new, strange dynamic and reflected on how, for some reason, the students of Class 7 had begun to reserve a seat for him at every single integrated class. It was almost as if he had become some kind of revered elder statesman. To them, Cyrone finally took his seat beside Serial, who noted that he seemed far happier now that his supposed girlfriend was no longer around. She then confessed that she, too, was now planning to challenge the advancement class, a fateful decision. Inspired by her newfound desire for something more than the mundane life she had once planned for herself, Serial admitted that she once only wanted to graduate and live a life of peace, but now a fire had been lit in her soul, a fire sparked by Amy's ambition to become a war mage. Cyrone was shocked by this revelation, and expressed his deep concern for Amy, knowing that the path of war was far too perilous, especially now, when the kingdom of Tormia was enjoying a fragile peace. He worried about the horrors they would all face if the drums of war began to beat once more, a bloody reality that would not be easily survived. But Serial scoffed at his concerns, declaring that it didn't matter if war came, because every single mage would eventually be conscripted into the king's army. She reminded Cyrone that their funding and lavish benefits were all part of a sacred pact with the kingdom, a pact that demanded their lives in times of war. Amy, in particular, was pursuing a major in the deadly art of long-distance magic, with plans to specialize in espionage. Serial went on to explain the brutal expectations placed upon the students of Class 5. As part of their academic crusade, students were required to declare a career path, a major. Excelling in a specific field of study gave them a powerful advantage in their future conquests, and that was why it was considered taboo to judge another by their grades alone. Class 5 was a different beast entirely from the chaotic Class 7. Here, the students were far more focused and far less diverse in their ambitions. In Class 5, they began to delve into the deepest mysteries of magic. Students were required to score at least 60 points on their evaluations to even be considered worthy of wielding magic in any field, and to ascend to the hallowed senior class, they had to choose a major that would forge their future destinies. Path to glory. This allowed them to truly discover where their ultimate power resided. Class 5 was abuzz with frenzied energy, as the students debated which paths to choose, and which masters they would pledge their allegiance to. Most of the class, including the arrogant Nade, eagerly chose to follow Professor Oliver, drawn by her legendary intellect. But Cyrone found himself completely adrift. Both Professor Oliver and Headmaster Romy were dear to his heart, and he could not choose between them. Iruki strode into the classroom, surveying the heated debate. With a devilish grin, Nade joked that they were merely debating which teacher was more beautiful. Iruki moved to Cyrone's side and greeted him, remarking that there was likely not a single soul in the academy he did not know. He then advised Cyrone to focus on his true desire, as Iruki himself was singularly focused on becoming a mage. Cyrone thanked Iruki for his wisdom and his efforts, especially for helping him unlock the secrets of his schism skills. He also warned that Class 5 was filled with arrogant fools, and that Iruki should tread carefully from now on. Cyrone, who had been studying in his own eccentric fashion, reflected on Iruki's true power. He saw Iruki as a mage of pure, terrifying genius, especially after witnessing him unleash his schismed spirit zone, a technique that allowed him to move with impossible speed. Nade then declared that there was no one else in the entire kingdom who could perform such feats, and it was clear that Iruki's legendary skill had left an indelible mark on everyone who witnessed, but not everyone was so easily impressed. Professor Romy, who had seen Iruki's wild display, commanded him to stop. It was obvious that Iruki, fresh from his suspension, was already pushing his limits once more. Romy, after a brief, cold consideration, sentenced Iruki to 3 more days of suspension for his recklessness, specifically for his use of the schism spirit zone, and his detonation specialty. Iruki, though a prodigy of terrifying and unique power, was known as a lone wolf, an outcast in Class 5. His grades were mediocre and he had no allies, but Cyrone saw something truly special in Iruki's soul. He saw him as a genius, not just for his raw power, but because Iruki was the very embodiment of a biased individual. Cyrone recognized Iruki's behavior as a textbook case of savant syndrome, a rare phenomenon where an individual with a certain mental divergence excels in a specific domain, with a power far beyond any normal human. Iruki was often called a computational demigod, a psychopath in the most terrifyingly brilliant sense. His ability with pure numbers was almost beyond comprehension. He could calculate phenomena that only existed in the abstract, like temperatures at absolute zero, or 100 million degrees. He could even calculate the exact date 40,000 years into the future. In under a single minute, if he so desired, he could memorize the infinite value of pi with a single thought. His mastery over mathematics, biology, and a dozen other fields of study fueled his growth in ways no one could possibly understand. But this brilliance came with a terrible price. Countless masters had tried to become his mentor, but they all surrendered after realizing they could not keep pace with his godlike intellect, especially when he used advanced mathematics to solve a simple literature problem, only to receive a score of 0 for his efforts. Iruki was a force of nature, but his intellect was a wild, untamable storm. In the midst of this intellectual whirlwind, Cyrone was approached by a young woman, a club focused on using magic to manipulate physical matter. She believed they could achieve a great breakthrough if they had someone with Cyrone's mastery of proton magic. She then explained that if they submitted a research paper, they would be exempt from the vacation performance assessment. But Cyrone explained that his own grades were still in a dismal state, and his current focus was solely on improving his own standing. He thanked the young woman for her explanation, and promised to consider her generous invitation. She told him that if he changed his mind, he knew where to find her. Nade then interjected, singing the praises of the research club. But Cyrone, his mind still on his vow to Amy, was hesitant. He knew he could not be so easily swayed from his current path. Nade then confessed that while the club was on the verge of financial ruin, and had been struggling for some time, it wasn't about business. It was about the joy of learning. He reassured Cyrone that joining the club wasn't about duty, but about reveling in the mysteries of magic together. Nade then described the club's secret headquarters, the legendary magic warehouse, where all the Academy's training materials were stored. This state-of-the-art facility could summon any materials they required, directly from the storage blocks to the entrance. Generations of students had treated it as a sacred treasure trove, and Nade promised it would absolutely shatter Cyrone's mind if he decided to join their ranks. Nade then revealed that Cyrone had no idea how desperately other clubs coveted the magic warehouse. There had been countless bloody battles fought over. Cyrone learned that the club's members had unlimited access to the warehouse, a privilege so rare it was considered a gift from the gods. He asked if this violated the school's sacred laws, but Nade assured him it did not. He explained that the very structure of the warehouse shifted every time someone sought something within it, meaning no one could ever find the same location twice. It was a hideout that could not be found, a secret sanctuary that held infinite possibilities. Eventually, Cyrone and Nade arrived at the Paranormal Science Club. Cyrone couldn't help but find it bizarre that in a school of magic, there were those who studied mere ghosts. Nade then explained that the club delved into far more than just ghosts. They studied spirits, the afterlife, aliens, and a dozen other strange phenomena. It was a vast and, for Cyrone, somewhat unsettling field of study. Despite his burning curiosity, Cyrone felt a deep unease about what he was about to witness. But his doubts evaporated the moment they entered the club room, and he saw Iruki at the blackboard, furiously scrawling complex theories and calculations. Cyrone was shocked to find the legendary Iruki there, but Nade explained that the club was infamous throughout the school, and so they kept their roster a closely guarded secret. This explained why Nade had never mentioned Iruki's membership before. Cyrone was even more stunned to learn that Iruki hadn't joined the club because he believed in the paranormal, but rather to prove it was all a pathetic lie. Iruki was a genius who believed that everything could be explained by cold, hard logic, and the paranormal was simply a new, fascinating puzzle for him to solve. For him, it was a chance to apply his scientific mind to a subject that most dismissed as pure fantasy. Iruki explained that, according to the headmaster, a mage must always consider the cosmic impact their magic will have upon the world. The true purpose of a mage wasn't to blindly follow orders, but to understand how their power could forge the very future. Magic was not a gift to be wasted, and it was the few, brilliant minds who were destined to lead the masses of ordinary men. He believed that magic should never be treated as an automatic response to a command, but as a tool for intellectual conquest and evolution. In his view, geniuses were destined to rise above the mundane, using their gifts to reshape the world itself. Iruki concluded his lecture with a declaration of cold, hard truth. The world is forged by idealism, and throughout history those who shattered boundaries have always been the ones to conquer defeatism with pure logic and vision. After his sermon, Iruki took a brief moment of respite with the group before excusing himself to depart. Cyrone, completely lost in the labyrinthine club, was told by Iruki that he would have to follow Nade to escape. Iruki then declared to Nade that Cyrone was now his rival. Nade, his curiosity piqued, demanded to know why Iruki had said such a thing. Iruki admitted that his earlier question to Cyrone had been a deliberate test, a way of measuring his true potential. He cared for nothing but pure numbers, and he saw Cyrone as someone who could actually challenge him, especially in the upcoming speed gun trial. Iruki was also desperate to know how Cyrone was progressing with the art of teleportation magic, particularly in the context of teleporting to the forbidden level 10. He was deeply impressed by Cyrone's lightning-fast mind and the possibility that he had navigated the dragon maze alone. However, Iruki knew that it would be nearly impossible to do so without shattering time into staggering, impossible fractions, roughly 1,000th of a second, by his own calculations. For Iruki, this was the very essence of pure intuition, faster than action, more true than knowledge. Even the most precise conscious calculations could not keep pace with the raw speed of the mind's intuition. Iruki now considered Cyrone a worthy adversary, and he vowed to test him further in the approaching speed gun trial. The next day, with only 2 weeks until the trial, Iruki declared to Nade that if Cyrone did not pass, his entire future would be in jeopardy. The speed gun trial involved using active magic to obliterate targets and accumulate points. While attacking wasn't mandatory, the key to victory was to strike with lethal speed and accuracy. A brutal test of teleportation and healing arts was announced. The challenge was structured as a gauntlet of escalating trials, each new level designed to crush the unprepared. Doubt clouded Siron's heart, for he hesitated to face this ordeal. His very essence lacked the spark of active magic. But his mentor, the perceptive Professor Oliver, would not allow it. She commanded him to participate. She had witnessed the profound leap in his theoretical knowledge. His mastery over the obscure art of photonization, she insisted, was his hidden trump card. This esoteric theory forms the very bedrock of teleportation magic. It is a passive art, one that dissolves the physical body into pure light, enabling travel in the blink of an eye. Professor Oliver bestowed upon Serwan a tome dedicated to this very subject, urging him to delve into its secrets. He was to forge a connection with its deepest truths. The ancient text spoke for itself, and Oliver prophesied that the ivory tower itself foresaw a future where photon-based power would reshape the very fabric of communication. Though its practical use was still a frontier of intense discovery, Oliver held a steadfast belief in Siron's potential. This field could herald a new age by the time he came into his own power. She called it a thrilling and uncharted territory to conquer, while conceding that Siron's grasp of its fundamentals remained incomplete. The fledgling mages of Class 5 assembled on the hallowed grounds of Practical Training Field 3. They were immersed in the sacred dance of spellcasting, the gestures that command magic. This ritualistic flow was designed to draw forth arcane energy, channeling it not from the hands, but from the core of their spirit zone. The brilliant cascade of photons erupting from their palms served as a beacon to guide the spell, a truth Serwan contemplated deeply. He mused that wielding the power of light was a Herculean task indeed. As the initiates honed their craft, a figure of immense authority appeared, Professor Romy, clad in her iconic bishop's vestments. Having just concluded her own divine rituals, she prepared to elevate the class's training. Her presence guaranteed that their session would be both profound and transformative. A student whispered in hushed tones that the professor was a high bishop of the legendary Karsus order, a sacred fellowship charged with protecting the 12 holy relics of the world. To be one of these 12 bishops bestowed upon Romy an almost mythical status. Her godlike intellect had even earned her the royal title of Jonah, a distinction granted by the king himself. Before such unparalleled authority, the students bowed their heads in reverence as the true lesson began. This practical trial was engineered to forge each class into a weapon for the coming examinations, with a singular focus on amplifying their omnipotence. Miss Samuel, a veteran instructor from the senior class, would be their guide through this crucible of preparation. She commenced by initiating them into the art of incantations, words of power that magnify a mage's very soul. The first forbidden verse she unleashed was the tornado spell. She charged them to not only learn the spell, but to master the very soul of enchanting. As she chanted the arcane words, she spoke of the cosmic bond linking the heavens, eternity, and the caster's spirit. She declared that the very will of a conjurer is forged within their words. The students followed her lead, absorbing the axiom that spoken language grants magic its terrible strength. Samuel stressed that true power comes from comprehending the intent behind the syllables. This doctrine, she explained, was the heart of all incantations. She demonstrated the devastating ultrasonic spell before bringing the lecture to a close. Serwan, lost in deep contemplation, found his thoughts drifting to the seniors who had ascended to level 10, warriors who had unofficially earned the title of true mage. He then dared to ponder the true might of Professor Romy, a being who stood at a mere level 6. And could only imagine the terrifying depths of her magical reserves. In the aftermath, Professor Romy herself took the stage, introducing them to the esoteric discipline of sequencing. This technique involved the simple act of counting, a method to sharpen focus and drastically amplify one's omnipotence. Numbers, she revealed, are more than mere symbols. They represent distinct planes of cognitive power. This made them the perfect conduit for synchronizing with the spirit zone. To prove her point, Romy began a slow, deliberate count from 1 to 100. As she recited the numbers, the students watched in awe as her spirit zone swelled, growing larger and more ferocious. The art lay in meditating upon the numerical sequence, expanding the magnitude and potency of the spirit zone. As the enumeration quickened, the more rapidly one could count, the more devastating and precise their spiritual core would become, a universal enhancement to all their magical faculties. Yet, Serwan remained unconvinced. He perceived that sequencing was ultimately chained by the user's willpower, and he harbored deep suspicions about its true efficacy in the long run. Would this simplistic technique truly be the key to his ascension? Romy, sensing the students' wavering faith, reminded them that the true foundation for strengthening their spirit zone is forged in unyielding discipline and maintaining a serene, unwavering state of mind. With that final decree, she commanded them to practice with the volatile fire proton technique, demanding they pour every ounce of their physical and mental being into mastering their magic. The entire class fell silent, stunned. They watched as Serwan unleashed the fire proton technique with a speed and precision that defied belief. His legendary aptitude for defensive arts was common knowledge, but to now see him wield an offensive spell with such blinding velocity, it was a sign of a truly monstrous evolution. Professor Romy, witnessing his explosive growth, remarked that the sequencing discipline was clearly synergizing with his core. She challenged him to attempt the technique within the image zone, and beckoned him to summon the next target when he was prepared to ascend further. With steel in his eyes and resolve in his heart, Serwan made the fateful decision to fuse sequencing with his very soul. The instant he began, the first proton blast tore through its objective effortlessly. His classmates could only stare in disbelief, as each target was instantly annihilated the moment he took aim. Every shot was like a divine judgment, a direct command from a god. Serwan unleashed a relentless barrage of proton blasts in a furious, unbroken chain. The sheer power and velocity brought to Professor Romy's mind the advanced modularity techniques employed in the field of information magic, where complex tasks are deconstructed and executed with flawless accuracy. It was undeniable that Serwan had absorbed the lessons of the pathless bridge, and the fruits of his labor were a terrifying spectacle to behold. As Siron's relentless assault continued, he marveled at the chasm between his past and present self, where once he had faltered, unable to conjure the simplest of spells. Now, having embraced the power of the sequencing technique, he had achieved a staggering score of 342 points. His first attempt had been a humiliating failure, but through this crucible of practice, his confidence had been forged anew. Aruki, the prodigy watching from the sidelines, noted with a clinical eye that Siron's initial score was pathetic, but with enough grit and obsession, he would surely shatter his own perceived limits. Witnessing Siron's explosive transformation, Iruki approached the venerable Professor Romei, requesting permission to demonstrate his own mastery. Romei, aware of his monstrous talent, consented, but issued a stern warning not to demolish the training grounds. Iruki then invoked the schism technique, a high-level method for speedgun trials, a discipline demanding blindingly fast strikes on targets, guided by visual data alone. As Iruki's movements blurred into an impossible tempest of motion, it became terrifyingly obvious he would effortlessly eclipse his prior record. From Iruki's perspective, his rival Serwan was in mortal danger. This conviction grew stronger as he watched his own movements become ever faster. A flawless, deadly ballet. Serwan, observing with rapt attention, was floored by Iruki's inhuman speed. He could see the cold, hard calculus churning behind Iruki's eyes as he tracked every single target, instantly computing their complex equations of motion. Serwan found it incomprehensible that Iruki could perform such miracles. With a fractured, schism spirit zone captivated, Serwan turned to their friend Nade, demanding to know if Iruki was truly using the same sequencing skill. Nade's reply was chilling. While Serwan was counting in the hundreds or thousands, Iruki was operating on a scale of millions. It was a completely different dimension of power. Professor Romei and the other students were utterly mesmerized by Iruki's godlike display. They had never conceived of the true destructive potential he hid within his schism spirit. They could only praise his phenomenal talent. Serwan, still reeling from the shock, added that Iruki's application of modularity to his technique was breathtaking, a level of strategic thinking far beyond the grasp of ordinary mages. Iruki, sensing Siron's burning curiosity, taunted him, asking if he wished to learn the secret of counting in the millions, to achieve such impossible feats. But Serwan, with newfound pride, retorted that since Iruki had declared him a rival, there was no need for charity. Iruki then revealed his method. He employed logarithmic functions to compress the numerical units in his count. This transcendent method allowed him to perceive impossibly vast numerical values, rendering the sequencing process infinitely more intricate and powerful. Iruki explained that while basic sequencing was a useful trick for novices, infusing it with logarithms elevated the technique into a truly divine art. As a final, crushing blow, Iruki warned Serwan not to even dream of competing with him in the upcoming trial. Despite Siron's astonishing insight and burgeoning power, Iruki proclaimed with absolute certainty that no matter how desperately Serwan struggled, he would utterly fail to comprehend the labyrinthine calculations that Iruki could perform as easily as breathing. The entire student body watched with bated breath as the speed gun test began. The rules of this crucible were absolute. Contestants had to obliterate as many targets as possible. Within a merciless 60-second time limit, the number of targets would multiply with each ascending level, and their velocity would increase to an impossible degree. But there was a single fatal condition. If a challenger missed even a single target, the flow would cease, no more would appear, and their final score would be crippled. As the stages climbed higher, the pace became a vortex of chaos, and the pressure was suffocating. Serwan, forged in the fires of relentless practice, was a pillar of pure focus. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations. To achieve a victory worthy of his ambition, he knew he had to conquer level 30 within that single minute, meaning each target had to be annihilated in under 2 seconds. His classmates could feel the sheer force of his will. Serwan was a storm of rapid-fire blasts, his concentration absolute. In just 1 week of torturous training, he had miraculously boosted his score by 200 points, now commanding an incredible 567 points at level 25. His shots were lightning fast and lethally precise. He had mastered the art of linking his attacks into a seamless chain of destruction. His spirit zone, now condensed into a smaller, faster core, granted him the inhuman agility required to sustain this terrifying tempo. Then it was the prodigy Iruki's turn. He ascended to the platform with the same cold, sharp focus. Iruki's demonstration was equally, if not more, staggering. He vaporized every target with flawless precision, concluding with 568 points, a single agonizing point higher than Siron's record. A wave of whispers washed over the spectating students. While Siron's score was the stuff of legends, they understood that the 1-point gap between the two titans was far too perfect to be a mere coincidence. Siron's meteoric, consistent rise was a clear sign he was on the verge of eclipsing the prodigy himself. It was chillingly clear that Iruki and Serwan were locked in a destined battle, and the flames of their rivalry were beginning to burn with terrifying intensity. For the days that followed, that single-point difference held like an iron law. For 3 consecutive, grueling days, Iruki would best Siron's score by exactly 1 point. This was no longer a pattern, it was a declaration. The students began to grasp the truth. The 1-point gap wasn't random, it was psychological warfare. It was a calculated message, a taunt proving that Serwan was finally approaching Iruki's realm of mastery. It required godlike calculation and an almost suicidal level of focus for Iruki to maintain that perfect, insulting 1-point lead. Iruki, brimming with the arrogance of the truly gifted, told Serwan that he didn't even need to exert himself to defeat him. To Iruki, this was nothing more than a casual stroll. Iruki knew with absolute certainty that he would conquer the next trial. But even with his victory assured, he couldn't help but feel a sliver of admiration for how Serwan had clawed his way to 600 points in the span of a single brutal week. It was an accomplishment that had left their peers utterly speechless. Nade, their mutual friend, was torn between his loyalty to both Serwan and Iruki, watching their epic clash with a vortex of emotions. He was electrified by the prospect of witnessing who would shatter the Academy's record. Yet, Serwan remained blissfully ignorant of a terrifying truth. His own girlfriend, Amy, was the true holder of the highest score, a god-tier 987 points. A score so monumental, he couldn't even fathom its existence. Meanwhile, Serial, seeing the weary state of her dear friend Amy, voiced her alarm over how Amy had wasted away to mere skin and bone. She demanded to know if the trials of the senior class were truly that hellish. But Amy quietly assured her that it wasn't the academic rigor that was eroding her soul. It was the unending pressure and the cold, clinical judgment of her peers. She confessed that simply achieving a high score was no guarantee of validation. It felt as if her every breath, her every action was being meticulously graded. When Amy spoke of Serwan, Serial's frustration boiled over. She couldn't comprehend why Amy seemed so oblivious to the crucible Serwan was enduring. But Amy revealed she understood Siron's struggle intimately, for she had walked that very same path of fire when she was in Class 5. She then unveiled a shocking truth. Iruki was undoubtedly trying to provoke Serwan, using the exact same cruel tactics he had used on her. While Iruki feigned ignorance of human emotion, he was a master manipulator, knowing precisely how to weaponize them. Amy then told Serial that Serwan required no aid from the prodigy. He would find his own path to power. Despite the crushing tension between the Academy's best, Siron's ascent continued to defy all logic. In a subsequent test, he shattered the 700-point barrier, leaving the entire Academy in a state of shock. The students began to question their own reality, wondering if they were still in Class 5, or if they were witnessing the birth of a new god. They had believed such a score was utterly unattainable, without first reaching the legendary level 11. Yet Serwan had accomplished the impossible. His classmates could only gaze upon him with a mixture of terror and awe. Even Iruki offered a rare congratulations, conceding that a score of 700 was a truly formidable achievement. However, Serial grew increasingly anxious that Amy remained strangely passive. As Siron's power swelled to monstrous proportions, Amy, the reigning speed queen, simply watched from the shadows, a silent observer. She understood that Siron's abilities were evolving at a rate that defied nature itself. She could foresee the outcome of his destiny based on this terrifying growth. Despite this upheaval, Iruki maintained his 1-point dominance, scoring 701 points, a feat which left the students wondering just how high Iruki could climb from his untouchable throne. As the rivalry reached a fever pitch, Serwan knew in his soul that toppling a prodigy of Iruki's caliber in this specific trial would be a monumental task. He conceded that victory this time might be beyond his grasp. With a mere 3 days remaining until the final speed gun test for Class 5, Serwan felt the world's weight pressing down on him. The fleeting time seemed like an impossible barrier, too short to devise a strategy to shatter Iruki's seemingly invincible score. For a brief, dark moment, he contemplated surrender. But then, Iruki's venomous words from their past encounter echoed in his mind. "Do not dare lecture me on the value of life if you lack the power to enforce your ideals. Your hollow theories are meaningless if you have nothing but words to show for them." This brutal reminder ignited a fire within his soul. Serwan finally understood that within the ruthless walls of the School of Nobility, without overwhelming power to validate his beliefs, no one would ever grant him a shred of respect. Iruki's cruel but honest truth, that the world is deaf to the pleas of the weak, resonated with terrifying clarity. And Serwan knew that if he wanted to stand as Iruki's equal, he had to find a way to utterly crush his rival's score. As Serwan replayed his past training sessions in his mind's eye, he had a revelation. Numbers were not just for counting. Each incremental step of progress held a far deeper, more cosmic significance. With a will of iron and a soul reborn, he hurled himself back into the crucible of practice, sculpting his power with every passing moment. Finally comprehending the sacred importance of focus and precision, he began to see a monumental breakthrough, a paradigm shift in his very approach to magic that he had never grasped before. On the Day of Judgment, the integrated training grounds swarmed with spectators, a massive crowd hungry to witness the final showdown. Feverish whispers filled the arena as everyone placed their bets on the victor. In the fated clash between Serwan and Iruki, Group 20, the division containing both titans, stepped forward to begin the trial. They were each granted a single minute to unleash their full power. Professor Romy reminded them that the eyes of the entire academy were upon them, and prayed for a battle worthy of their talents. The test began, and both Serwan and Iruki were a tempest of destruction. They obliterated targets with inhuman accuracy. Iruki's spirit zone condensed even further, escalating the duel to a new level of intensity. But it was Siron's performance that shattered all expectations. His score climbed at a terrifying rate, eclipsing Iruki's by a colossal margin. The audience was dumbfounded by Siron's sudden, godlike surge in power. A conspiracy began to circulate. Was Iruki throwing the match? Perhaps he was orchestrating a dramatic, last-second comeback. But Siron's lead only grew, showing no signs of faltering. As the final seconds ticked away, the chasm between their scores became an impassable abyss. Iruki could only watch, his face a mask of pure disbelief at Siron's inexplicable power spite. Serwan, a pillar of concentration and raw will, kept his gaze locked on the overwhelming task before him, placing his faith in the grueling practice and divine insight he had earned. The new paradigm he had discovered had become an extension of his very being, and his confidence surged with every obliterated target. Iruki, for all his genius, was left to grapple with the mystery of what had caused Siron's monstrous evolution. But Serwan knew the truth. The power he now wielded was the fruit of pure, focused effort, and a transcendent understanding of his own latent abilities. As the battle raged on, Siron's brilliant strategy became clear to the astonished onlookers. He began bundling the numerical data as it manifested, computing each target's flight path with razor-sharp precision. This divine technique did not escape the notice of Professor Romy. She observed that Serwan had pushed his consciousness to its absolute breaking point. She understood he was consciously counting to the highest possible value. Within the fleeting moments of the test, this hyper-intense state of focus was the key to his entire gambit. Serwan himself knew that, if his focus faltered for even a nanosecond, the entire delicate sequence would shatter into nothingness. Every moment was a lifetime. He could not afford the slightest crack in his mental fortress. The chasm between Iruki and Siron's scores grew ever wider, and Siron's allies roared his name in a chorus of support, adding to the crushing weight of the moment. It was like a form of psychic enhancement, as Siron's mind and his calculations warped reality to his will. He knew this was a winner-take-all moment. Meanwhile, Iruki, feeling the immense psychic pressure emanating from his rival, conceded in his own mind that they were both tearing at the very fabric of their limits. But Siron's all-or-nothing approach felt like a completely different, more terrifying kind of wager, a gamble that could rewrite the laws of magic itself. Suddenly, Iruki's tempo exploded, his concentration honing to a singularity to match Siron's. But it was undeniable that Siron's score was ascending to the heavens, rocketing upwards faster than anyone could have predicted. Nade, his eyes glued to the unfolding epic, cried out that Siron's pace hadn't faltered for even an instant, whereas Iruki's own rhythm seemed to have taken a strange, unpredictable turn. And as Iruki's score began to climb, something impossible occurred. His spirit zone fractured, splitting into two separate, distinct vortexes of power. Professor Romy gasped in utter disbelief. Never in her lifetime had she witnessed a student manifest such an ability. The double spirit zone was a mythical, impossibly rare power, even for a prodigy of Iruki's caliber. Iruki, maintaining an unnerving calm, began performing calculations within both of his spirit zones simultaneously, using his logarithmic mastery to deconstruct the complex equations in real time. Romy was paralyzed with shock, realizing that Iruki had been concealing this godlike potential all along. The power to bifurcate his consciousness into two independent processors, each one performing at maximum capacity. It was a feat that existed beyond the wildest dreams of any mage in the academy. As they watched this clash of titans, the victors seemed to have already been decided, and yet Serwan, despite his superhuman effort, knew with a sinking heart that he was simply utterly outclassed. On this fateful day he had offered everything, his very soul, and still, he could not match the divine power that Iruki commanded. As his own score began to stutter and fail, Serwan, crushed by the weight of his own limitations, thought to himself that it was all over. Despite transcending the very concept of numbers in his mind, pushing himself into a realm beyond what he thought was humanly possible, he still fell short of Iruki's flawless, cold calculations. As the light of Siron's power began to fade, flickering like a dying star, Iruki's own thoughts shifted. He acknowledged that Serwan had pushed himself faster and harder than he had ever dreamed possible. Yet, Iruki knew the cold, hard truth. His raw computational power would always triumph. With but a single second left on the clock, Iruki calculated the final, devastating sequence of numbers, a move that felt agonizingly slow to him, but was a blur of lightning to everyone else. As the trial reached its dramatic conclusion, Serwan felt an all-consuming wave of exhaustion crash over him. His body was utterly spent, but as Serial rushed to his side, she noticed something that defied all logic. Against all odds, Serwan had won. His final score was higher than Iruki's. He had not only won, he had shattered the academy record. His classmates swarmed him, roaring their congratulations for his impossible victory, for having toppled the untouchable prodigy Iruki. But Iruki, unfazed, rose from his spot and strode towards his victorious rival, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. He pointed out that Siron's very use of his magic may have violated the sacred rules of the test, which involved a wide burst of photons, was strictly forbidden in the speed gun trial. Serwan, still reeling from the shock of his own victory, surmised that the blinding flash of light he had unleashed at the test's climax was the source of Iruki's accusation, dismissing it as a petty, sore-loser reaction to his triumph. But Iruki merely chuckled and clarified that his accusation was nothing more than a jest. He casually reassured Serwan that firing photons in such a manner was not classified as area of effect magic. This unexpected turn left Serwan utterly bewildered. Despite the palpable tension, Iruki extended a hand in sportsmanship, congratulating his rival for conquering the trial. The students who had encircled them were taken completely by surprise, as it was an almost unheard-of event for the proud Iruki to accept defeat so graciously. Feeling the immense weight of the moment, Serwan, still trying to process the whirlwind of events, asked Iruki if he recalled his prior declaration that the sanctity of life was more precious than any magical research. Iruki acknowledged his rival's point, admitting that Siron's philosophy had been proven correct, but Serwan had fundamentally misunderstood Iruki's core beliefs. Iruki clarified that an explosion, like the raw energy Serwan had unleashed, was not by its nature an act of violence. He explained that for an explosion to be truly malevolent, it must be fueled by a conscious, murderous intent to cause destruction. But Serwan, unshaken, held fast to his conviction that it is the wielder who corrupts the energy, and that any explosion, no matter the intent, is inherently a force of chaos. Iruki nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, conceding the validity of Siron's perspective. But he didn't stop there. He declared that those who command such world-altering power bear a sacred responsibility, and from that moment forward, he needed Serwan to take responsibility. For him, to Iruki, an explosion was far more than an untamable burst of chaos. If one could achieve absolute mastery over it, a single, controlled detonation could generate enough energy to sustain 10,000 souls, could change the very world. Iruki was convinced that such power would herald the dawn of a utopian new era. In this new world, there would be no more meaningless wars fought over scarce resources, a future that, strangely, didn't seem to stir his own emotions, yet he was utterly determined to bring it into being. Serwan, his mind still struggling to grasp the situation's gravity, wondered if this was all some colossal misunderstanding. But Iruki then revealed his true motive. His words had been a calculated test, a probe to gauge Siron's reaction. He needed to know if Serwan was the kind of man who would exploit such terrifying power, or if he would possess the wisdom to fear its dark potential. Serwan then began to see past Iruki's mask of arrogant confidence. The fear he now saw shimmering in Iruki's eyes was not a fabrication. It was terrifyingly real. It was the reflection of a profound terror of becoming an uncontrollable, destructive god. Through their fated confrontation, Iruki finally acknowledged that Siron's victory was proof of his righteous will. He admitted that Serwan was now the only being alive capable of stopping him. But Serwan, resolute, declared that unless Iruki accepted full responsibility for his own immense power, he would not take a single step from the training ground. This bold declaration stunned their watching peers, who had long suspected that Serwan had been concealing his true, terrifying potential. But Serwan, now afraid of his own immense power, was trapped in a state of uncertainty. He questioned his own nature. Was he a pragmatist or a dreamer? He felt utterly lost about his true purpose in this grand cosmic play. Despite this internal war, he had gleaned one absolute truth from his clash with the prodigy Iruki. The raw fear he had witnessed in Iruki's eyes was not part of some grand strategy. It was profoundly, terrifyingly real. Later, Professor Romei descended upon Serwan, her voice laced with a grave urgency as she summoned him. She was deeply concerned, demanding to know if Serwan truly understood the monumental gravity of his actions. She warned him that by entering the forbidden realm of power he had just touched, he risked losing his very soul to its infinite abyss. Serwan could only agree with the professor's dire assessment, admitting that he had been blind to the true dangers of the path he had so recklessly tread. She revealed that the plane of existence he had breached was beyond all human reason. It was the realm of pure, endless infinity, a dimension where the laws of numbers hold no sway. But to the monks it is known as nirvana. It is a state of ascension a mortal soul can touch. But once they gaze into the abyss of infinity, they risk being erased, becoming nothing more than cosmic dust. This terrifying emptiness, which Professor Romy calls the Great Void, is now beckoning to Serwan, threatening to devour his very existence. That very night, Serwan is ripped from the clutches of the same tormenting vision, a nightmare that has haunted his sleep every single night. His slumber is a terrifying pilgrimage into a stark, pure black abyss, and with each visit, he feels the inescapable sensation of being consumed by it. His only anchor is a single ethereal thread of light. The sensations plaguing his waking hours have grown increasingly alien, as if some unknowable entity beyond his comprehension is seizing control. Desperate for answers, Serwan confronts the venerable Professor Romy, who assures him that his physical vessel remains unharmed. And yet, Serwan cannot banish the chilling certainty that something is fundamentally wrong, an unseen sickness festering on a deep, mystical plane. It feels as though a phantom has claimed his very soul. Despite Romy's placid words of reassurance, the experience leaves him adrift in a sea of terror. And so, Serwan convenes a war council with Nade and the prodigy Iruki to dissect these dark omens. With a grave and heavy heart, he recounts every chilling detail of the recurring nightmare, the feeling of being dragged into a colossal, lightless void, and the faint, solitary glimmer of a thread of light at the precipice. Iruki, ever the cold pragmatist, reasons that the sheer scale, velocity, and structure of the place Serwan describes exist far beyond any observable phenomena in their known world. He theorizes that such an anomaly aligns more with the cosmic abyss of outer space, a concept he has only encountered in forbidden texts. Nay, in his official capacity as an investigator for the Paranormal Science Club, unearths a grim and forgotten piece of history. 2 centuries ago, a horrific spiritual electrolysis experiment was performed on a condemned criminal, a man already sentenced to die. The twisted experiment was designed to see if the human soul could be warped by raw electricity. The prisoner was sealed within a metal sarcophagus, and a relentless current of lightning was channeled through. Though the inhumane test was aborted, the man somehow survived. When he regained consciousness a month later, something had changed. A month later, he began to speak of impossible realms he had never seen or known. He described alien landscapes beyond their world with perfect, chilling clarity. Places that were later, terrifyingly, confirmed to be real. A realization dawns. Serwan begins to weave the threads together. If his soul was indeed shattered and ionized during that fateful test, it might have transformed into a raw electromagnetic beacon, a psychic magnet pulling cosmic data from across the universe into his very essence. The alien sensation he's been experiencing, Nade declares, could be a legendary power known as supersight, a godlike awareness that grants one the ability to perceive realities beyond the pathetic limits of mortal senses. Iruki tells Nade that if a soul is indeed ionized by electricity, could trigger a quantum-level event, a state that allows one to transcend the very laws of time and space. This phenomenon operates on a subelectron scale, a reality so small it cannot be measured and observed simultaneously. A universe governed purely by the laws of probability. Their theory solidifies: if the soul is less massive than an electron, the sacred link between time and space would completely disintegrate, birthing an entirely new dimension of existence. Serwan, absorbing their mind-bending analysis, applauds their brilliant deduction. But he also knows that their earth-shattering ideas are, for now, just a hypothesis. To take this theory from speculation to fact, they need irrefutable, concrete proof. Iruki then brings up a peculiar anomaly concerning Siron's protons. During the speed gun trial, he notes with chilling precision that Siron's nightmares began immediately after that test, implying that the event may have awakened something dormant within his body. Iruki explains that the immortal function, a divine concept worshipped by the greatest mathematicians, is in essence a holy grail. It contains the master key to everything they are discussing, and Siron's terrifying experiences might be the gateway to it. After this world-altering conversation with his comrades, Serwan makes a fateful decision. He will formally join the Paranormal Science Club. He is now obsessed, drawn to the promise of unlocking the secrets of the immortal function and its world-shattering implications. Nade is ecstatic at Siron's choice, burning with anticipation to explore this new frontier with him. They officially resurrect the dormant club, poised to plunge into the deepest mysteries of the universe. However, the ever-cautious Iruki voices his grave concern that the Academy's professors may not approve of Serwan joining their shadowy organization. Their club carries a black mark, a notorious reputation within the school's hallowed halls, and the faculty is deeply suspicious of their forbidden activities. Despite these looming threats, they decide to celebrate Siron's induction, ignoring Nade's dire warnings. But Siron's application is intercepted by the one professor they had desperately hoped to avoid. The professor immediately sees the potential for groundbreaking research into the fabled immortal function, or nirvana, a mystical state of being that exists far beyond the pathetic grasp of humanity's limited experience. Only those who have stared into its abyss firsthand can ever truly comprehend its magnificent presence. Professor Thad pores over the new club membership rosters. He knows it's that time of year when foolish students scramble to form their little clubs, only to see them crumble to dust after a single performance review. As his gaze sweeps across the new recruits, his eyes freeze on Serwan Arian's name, listed under the Paranormal Science Club. That infamous club, legendary for its chaotic and unpredictable nature, has now captured his undivided attention. Meanwhile, the kind Professor Oliver confides her deep anxieties to Professor Romy about Siron's fateful decision. She is all too aware of the club's dark and troubled past, haunted by past incidents that have left permanent scars on the Academy's reputation. The unending flood of complaints from terrified and influential parents continues to crush her spirit, filling her with dread over Siron's involvement in this shadowy group. Oliver is terrified that Serwan, the Academy's brightest rising star, should be focused on his ascension, not tangled in the web of chaos the Paranormal Science Club is sure to unleash. But the wise Professor Romy calmly reassures her worried colleague. She acknowledges the club's sordid history, but feels certain that this time will be different. Nade West, the club's current president, is a benign and respected student, surrounded by a powerful and fiercely loyal circle of friends. Furthermore, the most dangerous and unstable members have long since graduated, leaving the club in the hands of true prodigies. Romy points out that Guild Mikey, the current, legendary head of the Tormia Mages Association, was himself once a member of this very club. This fact alone cements her faith in its grand destiny. With these brilliant and seasoned students now at the helm, Romy is convinced the club will chart a course toward greatness, operating on a foundation of mutual respect and undeniable genius. Inside the Paranormal Science Club, Nade and Iruki are locked in a game of chess, utterly ignoring their academic duties. Serwan, a pillar of focus, commands them to return to their classes and resume their research on how to make the club a legitimate force. But Nade and Iruki just offer pathetic, lazy excuses, with Iruki shamelessly admitting that he simply skipped his lessons. Despite their casual disregard for the rules, Professor Oliver continues to be tormented by the fact that Serwan is now in Iruki's orbit. She finds Iruki's strange, awkward presence in Class 5 deeply troubling, even though she cannot deny his godlike abilities, especially after witnessing Serwan miraculously outperform the prodigy in the speed gun trial. Professor Oliver remains consumed by her fear of the influence of Serwan, and Iruki, especially after the senior class finally graduates. She is terrified that if Serwan becomes chained to a walking disaster like Iruki, he will be dragged down the same dark path, and together they will plunge the entire academy into chaos. She sees a future where the school is swept away by the hurricane of their disruptive influence, with the Paranormal Science Club as a ticking time bomb at its heart. Nade West's arcane experiments with raw electromagnetic forces leave Serwan impressed, but Oliver's terror deepens when Nade shows him a book that is circulating among the Academy's shadiest clubs. This forbidden tome, filled with scandalous gossip and half-baked conspiracies, is passed between students with far too much time on their hands, and nothing of value to do. The fact that the school administration does nothing to stop this only pours fuel on the fire of her anxiety. Oliver now views the Paranormal Science Club as a truly malignant force, an immortal society with deep ties to dark sorcerers, and students who possess far too much talent for their own good. She knows that when the brightest stars in the academy fall from grace, the resulting explosion could be apocalyptic. And with the club's uncanny ability to evade all school surveillance, their dark mischief could spiral into a true catastrophe. Despite her growing fears, The Paranormal Science Club has never been officially dissolved, as it lost its official standing in the Academy long ago. But now, with the school's most powerful students fighting to resurrect it, Oliver is contemplating a drastic move, dismantling the club for good, before it's too late. Professor Romy listens with endless patience to Oliver's frantic worries, but argues that the school's sacred policy of non-interference in student organizations is absolutely critical. These clubs, she insists, are designed to cultivate student autonomy and a sense of responsibility. By empowering students to forge their own destinies, they learn to bear the weight of their own choices. Romy declares that if the adults strip the students of their power to choose, they will forever be crippled by a fear of making their own decisions. Oliver hears her words, but remains unconvinced. She explains that her singular mission is to help gifted prodigies like Serwan unleash their full potential without being seduced by the darkness. Romy acknowledges Oliver's profound concerns and finally sees just how deeply she cares for Siron's future. She also understands that Oliver's fierce, protective passion for her students is a force that is nearly impossible to quantify. In a sudden moment of shocking clarity, Romy apologizes for concealing a vital piece of information. During the speed gun trial, Serwan achieved the state of nirvana. Oliver, shattered by this cataclysmic revelation, decides to seize control of the situation herself. She storms toward the Paranormal Science Club, intent on extinguishing it before it's too late. Professor Oliver bursts into the Paranormal Science Club's sanctum. The students do not rise to greet her, a sign of disrespect she fully expected. She knows all too well that these clubs are autonomous kingdoms, ruled entirely by the students themselves. It is their custom to deliver their judgments through their own formal processes, even when facing a professor's wrath. As the students continue their fervent debate, Nade finally addresses Oliver, apologizing for their lack of a formal greeting. He explains that if she had simply given them prior notice of her arrival, they would have prepared a welcome befitting her station. She demands tea, as is her right as a guest, but immediately cuts to the heart of her visit. She informs them, with ice in her voice, that she expects them to surrender the club room to the Academy. Upon reviewing the club's official records, she finds it impossible to justify allowing their continued existence. The Paranormal Science Club has failed to produce a single significant result in over 4 years, and despite operating for an entire semester without the required number of members, it still possesses no official funding. Oliver lays down the law. According to Academy regulations, they must produce a tangible, concrete result within 1 month or face permanent dissolution. Nade desperately pleads with her, begging her not to destroy their club. He argues that their task is impossible. How can they prove the existence of paranormal science, a field that is, by its very nature, beyond all verification? He proclaims that their club, the only one that stands in opposition to the dogmatic society of magic, the only one that champions science and logic, is a cause they will not surrender. In response, Professor Oliver offers them a cruel alternative path. She suggests they simply cast Serwan out of their club. She argues that the concept of the immortal function is a power far too dangerous for young, untested students like Serwan. It is a force that exists beyond the Academy's scope and could have apocalyptic consequences if it is mishandled. She explains the horrific phenomenon known as overflow, a terrifying state where the mortal mind cannot withstand the sudden, violent awakening of godlike abilities. Overflow is like a psychic dam shattering under cosmic pressure, resulting in a complete mental collapse. This affliction is known among the elite as the genius disease. Those who fall victim to it miss the critical window for intervention and are condemned to live out their days in agony and madness. Serwan, though hidden from sight, listens with chilling clarity as Oliver reveals his potential fate. He realizes that the nightmares that have been plaguing him might be the first tremors of the coming overflow, a symptom of his awakening power. Professor Oliver insists that the only safe path forward for Serwan is to take the bare minimum of classes, while being subjected to intensive, mandatory psychological treatment. Professor Oliver, resolute in her mission to ensure Siron's safety, proclaims that she will personally oversee this entire process to prevent any lingering psychic scars from the overflow. Nade, the club's loyal president, vehemently rejects her tyrannical approach, arguing that Serwan must be allowed to forge his own destiny. He and Iruki voice their grave concerns that Oliver's suffocating pressure on Serwan is too extreme, and Nade even dares to suggest that Oliver may harbor some personal, unprofessional attachment to Serwan. But Oliver, cold as steel, scoffs at this insinuation, asserting that it is not a factor. The argument reaches a fever pitch, as Oliver sneers that their simplistic, black-and-white logic is useless against her. She demands that they surrender to the reality of the situation. But Iruki, unfazed, counters her with a chillingly logical argument. If Serwan cannot survive the overflow, he won't die. This prompts Oliver to respond with a venomous retort, implying that Iruki, who has survived the horrors of overflow himself, should know better than anyone the true gravity of the situation. Iruki, completely undeterred, commands Oliver to place her faith in Siron's own journey, claiming that her fears are overblown, and perhaps even a sign of a dangerous obsession. At that very moment, Serwan himself intervenes. He declares that this is a choice he and only he can make. He confesses that he too is terrified, petrified of losing his own mind. But he is even more afraid that the nightmares will cease, because if they do, he worries that he will never uncover the profound secrets hidden within his own soul. For him, this has become a sacred quest to find the ultimate truth, and he believes that conquering the overflow may be the very key to unlocking his true cosmic potential. His powerful words pacify the explosive situation, and after a moment of deep thought, Professor Oliver finally concedes to Siron's will. Respecting his wish, she agrees not to force his exile from the club. She agrees to revert to her original plan. They have 1 month to produce concrete, undeniable results, or the club will be erased from existence. The pressure is immense, and Nade voices his despair over the club's utter lack of tangible accomplishments. The Paranormal Science Club has never once held a proper presentation, and now they face the impossible challenge of proving the existence of the soul, or any paranormal event, in an impossibly short amount of time. As the tension finally subsides, Nade, Iruki, and Serwan watch as Professor Oliver departs the clubroom, impeccably dressed and radiating an aura of mystery. Nade, deeply suspicious of her motives, decides to shadow her to dig up some dirt on the professor. He hopes to find some leverage, any weakness that could stop her from destroying their club. But Iruki, ever the strategist, stops him, pointing out that trying to confront a level 6 archmage is pure suicide. Without their ultimate weapon, the invisibility cloak, Iruki then orders Serwan to accompany Nade to retrieve the cloak and to maintain absolute stealth while tailing Professor Oliver. He warns Serwan to maintain his distance and avoid attracting her attention at all costs. Their mission is simple: gather any intelligence that could be used to save their club from annihilation. But Serwan is disgusted by this dishonorable course of action. He is boiling with frustration at the complete lack of passion for true knowledge that his friends seem to possess. Iruki reassures him that they are merely taking necessary measures to protect their sanctum, adding that they have already been dangerously close to being exposed multiple times. Professor Oliver is later spotted entering the commoner's district, prompting Nade and Iruki to give chase, now shrouded beneath their legendary invisibility cloak. The cloak, a masterpiece of Nade's own magical engineering, utilizes electromagnetic magic to bend light, rendering its wearer completely unseen. While it is less resilient and robust than the expensive cloaks sold on the open market, it performs just as flawlessly in its core function, absolute invisibility. As the members of the Paranormal Science Club continue to stalk Professor Oliver through the shadows, they become consumed by suspicion regarding her clandestine activities. They are convinced that something is terribly wrong. Her movements appear unnaturally cautious, and they begin to suspect she is involved in some illicit underworld dealings. Perhaps she is even selling magical artifacts on the black market. Their darkest suspicions are seemingly confirmed when they witness her embracing someone from behind. This leads them to the scandalous conclusion that it must be her secret commoner lover. The intoxicating idea of a forbidden romance, a love that defies the rigid expectations of her noble family, captures their wild imaginations, and they become more determined than ever to expose the truth. The trio stealthily infiltrates the building, descending into the darkness of the basement, then ascending to the first and second floors, all the while using their Sisma magic to scan the hallways, ensuring their covert operation is not compromised. Serwan, utterly disgusted by the entire farce, wonders why his brilliant friends use their godlike abilities and immense intellect for everything except the pursuit of knowledge. He urges them to turn back, but his friends are obsessed. And then, they overhear a hushed conversation between Professor Oliver and the man they are now certain is her clandestine lover. As the secret conversation unfolds, they realize, to their shock, that the man is married, a revelation that only confirms their darkest suspicions. A rookie, always ready to leap into chaos, insists that they now have more than enough evidence to blackmail Professor Oliver. However, Nade, feeling the crushing moral weight of their actions, decides to abort the mission. But against his better judgment, he forces open the door to the room where Oliver is speaking with the mysterious man, only to make a shocking discovery. Professor Oliver is completely alone. Caught red-handed, Professor Oliver lets out a furious scream, demanding to know why they have dared to violate her sanctuary, and what in the world they were doing in her private quarters. The club members immediately drop to their knees in abject submission, paralyzed with embarrassment, unable to explain their disgraceful actions. They awkwardly stammer that they believed she was engaged in an illicit affair. A rookie, refusing to take all the blame, immediately points a finger at Nade, claiming that this entire disastrous scheme was Nade's idea. He also adds, with dripping sarcasm, that the invisibility cloak they used to stalk her is also Nade's creation. Meanwhile, Serwan can only watch on in silent frustration, realizing that none of this has anything to do with the pursuit of knowledge, but is simply more of their characteristic foolishness. As the tension in the room reaches a breaking point, Armin, who seems to have materialized out of thin air, steps forward to repair the broken door, and finally speaks. He tells Professor Oliver that it seems the students followed her not out of malice, but out of concern. Professor Oliver, though still visibly shaken, concedes that while she may be partly to blame for being followed, they cannot simply barge into a person's private home uninvited. Armin, with a serene and calming presence, suggests that perhaps they felt justified in their intrusion because Oliver herself was there to welcome them. Serwan, intrigued and completely bewildered by the unfolding drama, demands to know who this mysterious Armin is and why Professor Oliver is being so secretive about meeting him. Oliver, her harsh demeanor finally softening, reveals that Armin is someone she attended the Magic Academy with when they were just children. A rookie, his curiosity now burning, asks if Armin is a mage, and then bluntly inquires about what happened to his eyes. The entire atmosphere of the room instantly shifts as Professor Oliver begins to unveil a painful and deeply personal story. She confesses that Armin lost his sight because of her. She also admits that she herself suffered a catastrophic overflow when she was young, and in that moment of absolute crisis, she was a prisoner, trapped within her own will, feeling utterly and completely powerless. All she could do was run. As the conversation between Armin and Professor Oliver deepens, Armin recounts a pivotal, life-altering moment from their shared past. He tells the group not to fixate on the overflow, but to instead focus on moving forward. He emphasizes that sometimes the goal is not to avoid danger, but to endure it. He recalls a terrifying moment when he and Oliver were trapped in a perilous situation, with a massive flood of water thundering towards them. In that life-or-death moment, Oliver had leaped into the raging torrent, and Armin had followed without hesitation, determined to hold on and ensure they both survived the ordeal. He reassures them that as long as they reach the river's end, they will live. This shared memory clearly weighs heavily on them both, a crucible of experience that forged their unbreakable bond. Armin, once a brilliant prodigy destined to become a legendary mage, was forced to abandon his dream after he lost his sight in that fateful moment. The tragedy forced him to abandon his magical studies forever. But recently, Oliver had heard that Armin had found a new destiny as an artist, a revelation that leaves her stunned. It's painfully clear that the psychic fallout from that moment has haunted Oliver for years, especially given its tragic connection to the overflow and Armin's sacrifice. Iruki, finally grasping the true depth of the situation, asks, "Is that why you've been so terrified of it happening to Serwan?" Her terror, it is now clear, is deeply rooted in the traumatic memory of Armin's own tragic struggle. As the conversation continues, Armin serves them all tea, and speaks with incredible warmth about Sienna, his affectionate name for Oliver. He tells the students that Oliver cares for them more than anyone in the world, and is constantly speaking of her students with a fierce, protective love. Nade, somewhat taken aback, agrees and adds that they too hold a profound respect for her, especially for the way she is always watching over them. Meanwhile, Serwan is utterly captivated by Armin's impossible ability to paint. Despite being completely blind, Serwan is desperate to understand how Armin can create such impossibly detailed works of art without the use of his eyes. Aruki, equally fascinated, speculates that Armin must be using his spirit zone, a transcendent sense that allows a person to navigate the physical world through their raw magical and spiritual energies, a power that compensates for the loss of physical senses. Serwan, burning with curiosity, asks Armin if he can truly see the masterpieces he creates. Armin, with a knowing and gentle smile, replies that he had been waiting for Serwan to ask that very question. Armin was waiting for Serwan to recognize his hidden power, especially the unique, impossible way he perceives the world. As Serwan observes Armin's subtle movements, he instantly recognizes that Armin is wielding a legendary time magic known as pause, a technique that allows him to stop or fundamentally alter his perception of time. The students are shell-shocked as they realize they are in the presence of a true time mage, one who has mastered the art to such a divine degree that he can move at the very speed of light. This cataclysmic revelation shakes them to their core, making it terrifyingly clear that Armin is no ordinary mage. Armin admits that he had been nervous, fearing that no one would ever notice his hidden powers or comprehend the being he has become. He explains that Siron's eyes, much like his own, are no longer normal. They are now perfectly attuned to the light itself. While Siron's eyes may simply absorb light and process it as crude visual information, Armin's eyes allow him to perceive light in its purest, most raw form. The moment Armin first laid eyes on Serwan, he knew that they shared a profound, extraordinary connection. They had both unlocked the forbidden door to infinity, a concept known only to a chosen, powerful few. Armin goes on to explain that those who open this forbidden door are known as unlockers. The very instant the door is opened, the user's mind begins to leak out into the infinite, cosmic expanse of space and time, creating an overwhelming, intoxicating sense of power and liberation. However, this transcendent experience also comes with an immense, terrifying danger. The very consciousness of an unlocker is at constant risk of total disintegration if they dare to push beyond their mortal limits. Armin reassures Serwan that as long as he does not push himself too hard, his mind will not be lost to the infinite void. Serwan, tormented by the endless, horrific visions he is forced to witness through his emerging supersight, finally expresses his deepest fear. He is terrified of losing his sanity to the overwhelming, crushing power of the cosmos he sees in his dreams. Armin just smiles, a faint, knowing smile, and he tells Serwan that this is a perfectly natural consequence of touching the realm of infinity. He explains that magic itself has begun to love Serwan. His condition is not an anomaly for one who has touched the infinite and is now gazing upon the universe itself. Most souls who make contact with such boundless cosmic space are crushed by an overwhelming primal fear. However, Armin explains that this terror is not something to be avoided. It is a necessary, sacred catalyst that can lead to true enlightenment. Armin then unveils the deeper secrets of being an unlocker. Most unlockers are gifted with the omnipotence of space, the divine power to wield scale magic on an unimaginable level, an ability to control and reshape the very fabric of space itself. However, it seems that Siron's terror is not about the infinite void of space, but something else entirely. And to have no fear, for the magic has already claimed you as its own. It may take an eternity to truly comprehend its depths, but that, he said, is the sacred pilgrimage. Armin then proposed a stunning theory about the visions tormenting Serwan, that the single thread of light he witnessed in the abyss of his dreams could be the legendary gauge symmetry, a forbidden concept from physics, said to represent the absolute, flawless symmetry of the cosmos, a divine perfection that ancient scholars believed was woven into the very soul of existence. They saw a universe that was a perfect mathematical equation, ruled by unbreakable laws and the absolute constant of light speed. But then Armin's words took a devastating turn. He revealed that modern research had exposed a horrifying truth. The symmetry was not perfect. It had been shattered. And that concept broken symmetry, struck Serwan like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of a fateful conversation he once had with Iruki about the microworld, a chaotic realm of pure probability and quantum madness. In this fractured reality, the universe they knew was no longer a flawless equation, nor could it be predicted by any conventional means. The very pillars of physics were not absolute. The borders of what mortals could possibly comprehend were constantly, terrifyingly, in flux. Armin told Serwan that his soul, for now, remains an untainted vessel, and while his condition is an enigma, he was certain that Serwan would, in time, uncover its true earth-shattering nature. Serwan, drowning in a wave of gratitude, thanked Armin from the depths of his soul, confessing how fortunate he felt to have found him, especially after a desperate mission that began with stalking Professor Oliver. A rare softness graced Armin's features. Before he asked Serwan to watch over Sienna for him, he confided that she is far more fragile than her iron exterior suggests, and that despite her strength, she is crushed by the guilt of what happened to him. Armin explained that he never wants Sienna to feel chained to him by a debt of guilt. He believes that concealing his reborn magical power from her is the only way to allow her to live her own life, unburdened by the ghosts of his past. After all, he is a married man now, and he refuses to let her feel any responsibility for his fate. Serwan, still curious, asked why Armin would hide such a miraculous power. Armin's reply was both gentle and absolute. Sienna is tormented by worry because of the accident that stole my sight. But Armin was adamant that nothing could ever restore what was lost, and it was better for her to live free than to feel shackled to him. He made Serwan swear to keep this secret, stressing the absolute importance of protecting Sienna's freedom from his past. As Armin put the final touches on his masterpiece, he presented the painting to Sienna and then departed for the market. When he returned, he invited her to stay and share a meal, an invitation that hung in the air with both warmth and a profound sadness. In the stillness of that evening, Armin's wife appeared before him with a grave and urgent message. They must depart from Kraze and journey to Kelvoka in 15 days. She warned that great danger would surely find them on the road, but she assured him it would pose no true threat to him, addressing him by the title, Bright Eyes, a title that carried not just reverence, but a deep, unspoken understanding of his true, terrifying power. Armin simply nodded, acknowledging the weight of the contract he was bound to. He remained a pillar of calm, utterly unmoved by the looming threat. He commanded her not to waste another moment speaking of it, but before he could turn away, his wife delivered a final, chilling warning. Do not tell Sienna of their plans. Her life, and the lives of all he holds dear, were now on the line. Meanwhile, back at Professor Oliver's home, she had decided to allow Serwan, Nade, and Iruki to stay for a meal, a penance for the chaos they had caused earlier that day. The trio, desperate to escape punishment for their crimes, schemed to lift their professor's grim mood. As the night wore on, Professor Oliver drank and drank and drank, ordering more and more as the hours bled away. 2 hours before Professor Oliver descended into a drunken stupor, she was feasting and drinking, much to the students' alarm. Though they knew this behavior was typical for her, they had devised a cunning plan to discover her weakness while she was in her drunken state, hoping it would give them the leverage they needed to escape the mess they'd made. Soon, Professor Oliver was so intoxicated she began spouting slurred nonsense, telling Iruki and Serwan that they possessed godlike talent, before demanding to know why they squandered it by shirking their studies. She pointed a shaky finger, reminding them that there are those with immense talent who can never achieve their dreams. After delivering this final piece of wisdom, she collapsed, falling into a deep slumber right at the table. Serwan and the others decided they had to wake her. After all, they still hadn't paid for the mountain of food they'd ordered. Some drunkards nearby sneered at Serwan, suggesting they should just haul the professor home in a carriage, clearly seeing her as too intoxicated to be left on her own. Serwan blocked the man from laying a hand on their professor. The man roared in his face, telling him to scurry home, that students had no business being out so late. He then threatened to have them all expelled from the academy, boasting that he could make it happen with a single word. But Serwan, unshaken, gave the man 2 simple choices. He then revealed his identity. He was from the legendary Althea School of Magic. The revelation sent a shockwave through the room. Iruki, with lightning speed, pilfered the man's wallet, exposing him as a mere civil servant from the administrative office of Douglas Silvercrea. Iruki then told the man that if he truly wished to have them expelled, he should go and have a word with Iruki Mercadine. After all, Iruki would be more than happy to hear him out. The name Mercadine landed like a thunderclap. It belonged to a first-class, ancient, noble house that had commanded the Dragon Bolt, the king's own advisory council, for 3 unbroken generations. The 3 men, finally realizing the gods they had just angered, fled the scene in terror. Nade, ever curious, asked Iruki why he had invoked his noble family's name, since he usually went to great lengths to conceal it. Iruki simply shrugged, explaining that he made a special exception for those fools who had tried to pull his strings. They then snapped a photograph of the passed-out Professor Oliver, hoping the blackmail material would save their club from annihilation. Serwan, being the strongest of the 3, hoisted the professor onto his back, while Iruki and Nade struggled pathetically to even lift her. Iruki tried to carry her himself, but failed miserably. Iruki then instructed Serwan to attempt to use his Sisma and Spirit Zone, if he was able. He was certain that Serwan possessed the latent talent for it. Iruki explained that Serwan would need to focus his consciousness inward, to close his eyes, and listen with his soul to his instructions. Iruki began guiding Serwan through the process, commanding him to sense his own being, to take deep, slow breaths and to respond. But Serwan was unable to complete the technique. Iruki stopped him. He suggested they abandon the entire blackmail scheme. He reasoned that Professor Oliver must have endured a difficult and soul-crushing day. Iruki added that Professor Oliver only wanted to protect them from the same pain that she herself had suffered. He explained that the club had been entrusted to him by its original founder, and if its legacy were to end with him, the burden would fall upon Nade, their current president. After much soul-searching, they agreed to cease their foolish actions and abandon the mess they had created. Just then, Professor Oliver stirred, waking up in the midst of their argument. She had heard their entire conversation. Then, with a serene calm, she concluded that she would not be reporting the day's events to the Academy. She assured them that she would not see them punished. Professor Oliver, in an act of mercy, decided to grant the students 1 additional month to prove their worth. She emphasized that if they truly cared about the club's survival, they must find a way to convince the Academy of their legitimacy and achieve their goals. She suggested, with a hint of a smile, that perhaps they needed to manifest a real ghost, or something just as impossible to make their case. Nade, his confidence soaring, declared that they would prove the undeniable value of their club, while Iruki pointed out that, for once, they would have to use their actual intellect. On the journey back to the Academy, Serwan marveled at the professor's uncanny ability to remain so sharp, despite being completely intoxicated. He wondered how she possibly managed it. The professor merely implied that a few pathetic drops of liquor were hardly enough to cloud the mind of a true mage. Several days later, the fateful day of the club presentation dawned. The students were stunned to see Serwan representing the Paranormal Science Club. The club, now a trinity of power consisting of Nade West, Iruki Mercadine, and Serwan Ariane, was about to reveal its true face to the entire school. The student body was deeply unsettled when the Paranormal Science Club announced its intention to hold a grand presentation. With both Serwan and Iruki now among its ranks, dark rumors began to swirl about whether the club was truly academic in nature. 10 days prior, Serwan, Nade, and Iruki had spent the entire night in a feverish brainstorming session, desperately trying to conjure a topic that would save their club. Despite their monumental efforts, Serwan voiced his concern that they could never recreate the supernatural incidents they wished to present, as they were based on events that defied all attempts at replication. 3 days had vanished since they struck their deal with Professor Oliver, and Nade expressed his profound relief at finally having a legitimate chance to present and keep their sacred club alive. However, they were still trapped by the impossible dilemma of presenting something from the paranormal realm, a dimension that was impossible to demonstrate with tangible proof. This impossible task created a vortex of frustration within the group, especially for Nade, who knew they could not simply trick the archmages of the Academy. Desperate for a divine intervention, Nade decided to seek out Professor Oliver once more, to beg for her help. Meanwhile, Serwan was struck by a flash of brilliance. Instead of trying to force belief with manufactured evidence, they could instead draw out the latent belief that already existed within the audience. Iruki championed this revolutionary idea, advising Serwan not to prove the existence of the paranormal to the masses, but to instead make them believe and then prove it to them after the fact. Thinking outside the box was Serwan's true genius, but a massive problem remained. If they presented something that seemed too absurd, even the true believers would be turned into skeptics. Serwan's grand design was to use lightning and shadow in a rapid-fire sequence, creating a visual illusion that would mimic a moving image. If executed perfectly 24 times per second, it would create the illusion of flawless, fluid motion. But the core issue still haunted them: how to make it believable. As the trio wrestled with this impossible problem, Nade, their president, had not slept for 3 straight days, consumed entirely by the monumental challenge. They began brainstorming insane methods to craft a compelling illusion, even considering a machine that could project a moving hologram. However, they knew that a purely mechanical approach would never be convincing, unless it could react intelligently to the viewer. Serwan pointed out that the true key to deceiving the entire academy was to make the audience believe they had made eye contact with the ghost they were trying to manifest. Iruki then proposed a brilliant solution, rooted in complex systems theory. By predicting the audience's reactions and analyzing their behavioral patterns, they could design a predictive program using Serwan's daily routines to generate a responsive illusion. The plan was to place the ghost on the left side of the viewer's line of sight, a position where they would instinctively turn to the right most of the time. While Iruki was certain this approach was feasible, he also conceded that it would demand a colossal amount of data and storage to execute. Serwan was unsure if his own electrical output could handle the immense data transfer required for such a monumental project, but Nate suggested they use fire photons, a bleeding-edge technology that the ivory tower itself had been researching. These fire photons, Nate believed, would revolutionize the very fabric of communication, and they could use them to manifest not one, but multiple ghosts. However, Iruki remained unconvinced that a few pathetic ghosts would be enough to sway the entire audience. In a final stroke of divine inspiration, Serwan suggested using psychological warfare to enhance their presentation. This idea was the perfect final piece to the impossible puzzle they were facing. As the trio prepared for their final gambit, Iruki focused his entire being on developing the hologram program, while Serwan dedicated himself to mastering the volatile fire photons. Iruki's calculations revealed that the sheer volume of photons required for the data transfer would cost 3 times more than his most liberal projections, and he would have to sustain the program for a full 10 minutes to make it truly effective. 10 days later, Iruki spent every waking moment writing an endless stream of behavioral pattern equations, while Serwan dedicated every fiber of his being to practicing with the fire photons. As the day of judgment approached, a palpable tension grew across the entire academy, especially since half of the student population was expected to be in attendance. A deep sense of mystery now surrounded the paranormal science club's presentation, as many believed it could not possibly be boring, not with the involvement of both Iruki and Serwan. Professor Oliver reported to Thad that, if their presentation was deemed a success, the club would be granted a stay of execution. However, if they failed, the club room would be seized by the academy, as she had originally planned. Despite the crushing pressure, Iruki, the untouchable savant, and Serwan, with his experience vanquishing dark magicians, were brimming with confidence. Nade, though just a lower-grade student, was just as determined. They all knew that victory in this presentation was merely the first shot fired. The true war lay just beyond the horizon. After the presentation, an all-out war would erupt to determine who would rule Esta, with the shadowy and powerful Shadow Club poised to compete for ultimate dominion. As they trained, Serwan pushed his body and soul to their absolute breaking point, using the mental rebound technique, a forbidden method that violently increases magical output after completely depleting one's mental fortitude. The process, though incredibly effective, left him dangerously vulnerable, and it took a full 20 minutes to recover. It was a reckless, suicidal method, one that could easily extinguish his life force. And he knew that if Professor Oliver ever discovered his secret, her rage would be apocalyptic. Despite the mortal danger, Serwan continued to push himself past his limits. He could only sustain his photon barrage for a mere 5 minutes at present. But with only 7 days left until the final judgment, he had to shatter his limits to reach the 10-minute goal. Each attempt brought him closer to the precipice, the point where his very consciousness might shatter. Iruki was on the verge of completing the master program. The final step was a trial run of firing the photons. He tested the fiber optic cable sent by Iruki's influential father, which had to function flawlessly for their grand illusion to succeed. Serwan, despite the immense toll it took on his body, managed to sustain the photon stream for the full 10 minutes, just in the nick of time for Iruki to complete the program. Everything was finally in place. They were ready for their day of reckoning. When the day of the presentation finally arrived, a massive horde of students gathered, eager to witness the Paranormal Science Club's grand spectacle. Among them were Mark Slider and Maria Erlang, who had just returned from a 2-month suspension. Mark, ever the cynic, believed the entire presentation to be a pathetic joke, while Maria, having received special tutelage from the formidable Professor Thad during her suspension, was intensely curious to see how the event would unfold. The entire senior class was also in attendance, with Amy and Serial, wondering why they were wasting their time watching a lower-grade club's presentation. They scanned the crowd and noticed several powerful first-year students, including Fermi Hershey of Sonar and Rykon the Electric Monster, along with Richard the Alchemist and Caden. The seniors, unaware of their significance, found it strange to see so many first-year prodigies attending what should have been a minor class presentation, especially since many of them were rumored to be members of the dreaded Shadow Club, a secret society known only as the Golden Circle. In the grand auditorium, the headmaster himself was present, intensely curious to see what the 3 boys had prepared for this day. The long-awaited presentation of the Paranormal Science Club finally began, and after 30 minutes, the audience was left wondering if they had just been played for fools, unsure of what to make of the bizarre spectacle before them. As the Paranormal Science Club's presentation commenced, Nade West, the club's president, strode to the center of the stage and introduced himself. He thanked the massive crowd that had gathered in the auditorium for their attendance. He then warned them that the topic they were about to explore, the forbidden realm of spirits, might shatter their perception of reality. He asked if they had ever heard of the cursed land that existed long before the Academy was ever built, and so he began to weave a dark and ancient tale. Nade explained that 520 years ago, this very area was home to a small, forgotten town, a town that fell victim to the infamous Bloody Conquest. The people of that town, both soldiers and common folk, fled the war, seeking refuge in the surrounding mountains and forests. But these were not just ordinary, terrified refugees. Among them were inhuman, corrupted entities, people who had been possessed by ravenous, soul-devouring spirits. The students, unsure of what they were witnessing, began to wonder if the entire presentation was just an elaborate prank, especially when they saw Serwan, absurdly dressed in a girl's costume to illustrate his role in the tale. But his performance, however, suddenly took a much darker turn, as he did something so unsettling that a wave of fear began to wash over the audience. Nade, completely unfazed, continued with his terrifying story. He explained that the club's research into the Academy's dark history had led them to an ancient journal, unearthed just 6 months ago. This journal revealed a series of horrifying truths. The ravenous spirits feast on the souls of the living, turning their victims into spirits themselves. And now, they wander the earth in search of new hosts. According to the journal, these spirits only appear at the stroke of midnight, when the great school bell tolls, marking the hour when they are at their most powerful. The students, now both intrigued and deeply skeptical, were told that if they had never witnessed a spirit at midnight, it is because spirits only reveal their true form to those who are truly willing to see them. Nade's cryptic words cast a spell of eerie anticipation over the crowd. The students' curiosity had been irrevocably piqued, even though most of them still doubted the validity of his claims. Nade pushed further, urging them to pay close attention. The next time they heard the midnight bell toll, suggesting that they might just catch a fleeting glimpse of a wandering, tortured soul. As the presentation reached its shocking conclusion, Nade ended with a dramatic cliffhanger, promising even more shocking revelations were yet to come. But the students, enraged by the lack of any concrete conclusion, began to voice their bitter disappointment. They quickly began to gather their belongings, muttering angrily amongst themselves, and began to storm out of the auditorium in a wave of frustration. Professor Oliver, horrified by the students' hostile reaction, rushed to the headmaster to express her utter disgust at the club's disastrous performance. She insisted on punishing them severely for ending the presentation so abruptly. But the headmaster, though critical of the presentation, commanded her to stand down. He understood that this was all part of the Paranormal Science Club's brilliant strategy to leave their audience consumed by a sense of mystery. The headmaster believed that if the presentation had ended without sparking such intense curiosity, it would have been a catastrophic failure from the very start. Meanwhile, Serwon, Nade, and Iruki watched from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a triumphant satisfaction. The seed of profound intrigue had been successfully planted. Serwon nodded to Nade and Iruki, confirming that step one of their grand design had been a resounding success. Now they were ready to proceed to the next terrifying phase, unleashing the spirits as the clock ticked down to the witching hour. The Paranormal Science Club prepared to manifest the spirits. Nade West checked in with Serwon, demanding to know if his sequencing meditation was complete. On the night before, Nade had meticulously installed hundreds of advanced hologram projectors all across the Academy grounds, each one running Iruki's behavioral prediction program. Now, with only precious minutes to spare, Nade reminded Iruki to keep a close watch on the time. They could not afford to begin too early or too late. Their entire plan depended on the ghosts appearing at the perfect, ordained moment. Serwon, preparing to unleash the hologram projections, began to channel his fire photons, but he was filled with uncertainty. Iruki, watching him work, was stunned at how much Serwon had evolved in just a single month. But Serwon was deeply frustrated. It felt as if he were pouring water into a bottomless, cursed bowl. The power output simply refused to rise, and he couldn't even be sure if his calculations were correct. Despite their backbreaking labor, their efforts to bring the magic to life seemed doomed to fail. Nade, feeling crushed by the weight of responsibility, lashed out in a torrent of frustration. He blamed himself entirely for their failure, calling himself stupid and utterly incompetent for not even being able to construct the machine properly. He apologized profusely to both Iruki and Serwon for dragging them into his mess and making them look like fools. He vowed to take full responsibility for their catastrophic failure. However, Serwon was not yet ready to admit defeat. They had spent all night pouring their souls into this project, giving it their all, and Serwon refused to let their monumental effort end in failure. As he tried once more, Serwon considered invoking the immortal function, a last, desperate gambit to force the magic to work. Iruki and Nade panicked, desperately trying to stop him. They were terrified that if Serwon used it, he might vanish from existence forever, leaving them behind. They could not bear to lose him, especially not over something as trivial as this. But Serwon, recalling the sacred words Armin had once spoken to him, realized he did not have to disappear. He didn't need to run away. He needed to remember who he truly was. With a renewed, unbreakable focus and determination, Serwon pushed forward, and this time the magic exploded to life. Iruki and Nade, overwhelmed with a tidal wave of excitement and relief, watched as the hologram projections flickered into existence, just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, across the academy at the girls' dormitory, Maria Erling from Class 7 was just about to retire for the night. She had an early class the next morning, and had almost completely forgotten about the ghost story Nade had told. During the presentation, she dismissed the entire affair as utter nonsense, refusing to believe Siron's claims about spirits appearing at midnight. But just as Maria settled into her bed, she froze. A ghost materialized before her very eyes, its expression twisted into a terrifying, barely perceptible smile. Paralyzed with fear, she scrambled out of her room, and as she bolted down the hallway, she saw a flood of other students pouring out of their rooms, each one's face a mask of the same mortal terror, as they too came face to face with the spirits. The ghosts were now haunting every single corner of the academy. Seen drifting ominously through the air, and pursuing students with a relentless hunger. A tidal wave of panic swept through the school as students screamed in terror, begging Serwan and Iruki to stop the apparitions from hunting them down. Amidst the swirling chaos, the ghostly figures suddenly flickered and vanished, leaving the students to wonder if they had finally ascended to the heavens. As the terror began to subside, they spotted Serwan, Iruki, and Nade standing triumphantly atop the school's highest rooftop. Observing the pandemonium below, Nade addressed the massive crowd of students that had gathered beneath them, acknowledging their presence and thanking them for staying for the night's grand presentation. His voice was mixed with the lingering, terrified cries of the students, who were still reeling from their horrifying experience. Suddenly, Professor Oliver arrived on the scene, followed closely by the headmaster, who insisted that the presentation was not yet over. He commanded the students to stay and listen as Nade continued his final explanation. Nade revealed that the ghostly apparitions were nothing more than highly advanced holograms. He then asked the students if they now finally believed in the paranormal. The students were utterly stunned by this revelation and immediately began to debate how the holograms were able to move independently. Throughout the entire school, they were completely baffled by how such a feat could have been possible. One student theorized that the holograms must have been pre-programmed, but the sheer, impossible scale of the operation, hundreds of holograms scattered across the vast academy grounds, only raised more questions. How could they have possibly gathered the immense amount of data and raw energy required to pull off such a miracle? As the students continued to grapple with what they had just witnessed, Serwan reflected on the very nature of human curiosity and intellect. He understood that the unquenchable thirst for knowledge often forces people to challenge their own fundamental understanding of reality. While some students raged at having been so masterfully tricked, others were in absolute awe of the sheer, godlike ingenuity behind the stunt. They could not fathom how Serwan and his friends had managed to execute such an impossibly complex plan. Professor Oliver, still fuming, argued that despite the stunning complexity of the trick, the Paranormal Science Club could not be given credit for it. The headmaster, however, pointed out that the true value of the presentation was not in the trick itself, but in the profound lesson the students had learned from it. He challenged them to consider why they had been so utterly terrified when they believed they had seen ghosts, even though they had been so certain that ghosts were not real. Serwan then asked the students why they had gathered outside the academy when they believed the ghosts to be fake, and why they had fled in terror when they believed the apparitions to be real. He highlighted the undeniable fact that despite their staunch skepticism, they still harbored a deep, primal fear that ghosts might actually exist. Nade added that this was the very essence of paranormal science, the exploration of doubt itself. They used the doubts and fears of the students as clues, questioning them, investigating them. They had proven the absolute value of their forbidden research and the right of their club to exist. As the students slowly began to comprehend the true, profound point of the presentation, a wave of awed silence washed over them. Nade thanked them for their unwitting participation, acknowledging that their courage to engage with the great unknown and to question the bedrock of their own beliefs was the very catalyst for the success of their experiment. And with that, the grand spectacle concluded, and the headmaster gave his final, resounding approval. While the students may have been masterfully deceived, they had learned a vital lesson about the true nature of doubt and the fragility of conviction. As Serwan, Iruki, and Nade shared a moment of pure, unadulterated ecstasy, reveling in the glorious triumph of their masterful gambit, a palpable sense of relief and monumental achievement filled the air. They had orchestrated a brilliant, flawless presentation and validated the very existence of their club. But in the shadows, dark whispers of concern began to circulate. Amy and Serial watched in awe at Siron's impossible ability to juggle his immense academic burdens with his unwavering devotion to the club. Despite the crushing pressure he was under, Serwan had managed to create a spectacle that had captured the soul of the entire academy. Meanwhile, the other powerful clubs, including the mighty Istis and the Ant Language Club, were beginning to take serious notice of the Paranormal Science Club's meteoric rise. The dreaded Shadow Clubs, in particular, were deeply unsettled by the prospect of the Class 5 Titans ascending to the senior level. They were already plotting to graduate ahead of schedule, simply to avoid having to compete with them. They were terrified of the Paranormal Science Club's burgeoning influence, and were already devising their own counter-strategies. But their treacherous whispers were intercepted by Professor Oliver. Her anger flared at the very thought of her prized students being so blatantly undermined. The headmaster, profoundly moved by the Paranormal Science Club's stunning presentation, personally commended Serwan for his extraordinary performance. Even with his lofty, unassailable status, he could not help but admire the club's sheer ingenuity and the brilliant application of their research. He lavished praise upon Serwan in particular for his incredible power to manifest his ambitions into reality. He believed the boy had undeniably proven his immense capabilities. The members of the now legendary Paranormal Science Club, still soaring on the high of their monumental success, reflected on the impossible trials they had just overcome. They were eternally grateful to Serwan for risking his own life by invoking his immortality function, ensuring their monumental efforts would not be in vain. Iruki voiced his utter amazement at how Serwan was able to withstand such an immense strain, especially with his defensive spirit zone still active. Serwan, in turn, heaped praise upon both Iruki and Nade. He praised Iruki for his godlike ability to calculate the behavioral patterns of the entire student body, and Nade for his genius in constructing the massive network of machines that had made their impossible plan a reality. The trio shared a moment of profound camaraderie as Serwan declared his burning desire to ascend even higher, to shine brighter than any star, and to reach even greater heights. He knew that Nade and Iruki were destined for countless more adventures in the real world, and that they would continue to support one another as they forged their destinies. Together, the three of them made a sacred pact to graduate as a unified force, all aspiring to become the greatest mages the world had ever known. But the very next day, despite their glorious success, the Paranormal Science Club found themselves facing the dire consequences of their actions. Professor Oliver had suspended them from the academy for 3 agonizing days. Serwan, despite this setback, was determined to make the most of his time during this forced exile. But as he tried to move, to even think of what to do next, he felt as though he were trapped in the grip of a waking nightmare. His body was completely paralyzed, unable to move a muscle, and he found himself, once again, being dragged into a strange and profoundly unsettling dream. In this dreamscape, a massive, pulsating orb of light awaited him, a familiar, terrifying presence that had appeared to him countless times before. Serwan was accustomed to waking just moments before reaching it, and this time was no exception. And yet the experience felt different, as if something deep within his soul had fundamentally shifted. After the cataclysmic events of the previous day, he wondered if those bizarre events had somehow altered his very being. He was left to contemplate what to do with this newfound, forced freedom. After a moment of deep reflection, Serwan decided that he would dedicate the next few days to intense study. He felt he had earned the right to indulge himself in the simple pleasure of reading. He made his way to the legendary John Bookshop, a place he had dreamed of visiting for years. The proprietor of the shop welcomed him with a warm smile and encouraged him to explore the shop's ancient tomes. Serwan selected a novel with a compelling title, The Dragon Tamer Who Slayed the Demon King. He was thrilled to finally be purchasing a book with the hard-earned money he had saved from House Oyen. As Serwan was about to exit the shop, he was greeted by 2 achingly familiar faces, Altair and Rumina, childhood friends he hadn't laid eyes on in years. Altair then demanded to know why Serwan had vanished from their lives for so long, and what he had been doing with his life. Despite Altair's pointed questions, Serwan had never before shared the truth of his journey with him. Even his own father had been maddeningly secretive about Siron's whereabouts. Serwan hesitated for a long moment, torn between maintaining his secret and finally revealing the truth. He knew that they would eventually uncover the truth about his time at the School of Magic, and he could not bear to wound them with a lie. In the end, he chose the path of honor. He confessed that he had been attending the prestigious, world-renowned School of Magic. Serwan refused to lie to his oldest and dearest friends, especially not to Altair. He knew that sooner or later, they would discover the truth on their own. So he decided to tell them. With a quiet, solemn honesty, he admitted that he had been attending the Magic Academy. At the age of 10, Altair had already been a force of nature, brawny and big-hearted, a born leader with an ego to match his strength. Growing up, Altair had always possessed a crystal-clear vision for their future, to become strong enough to protect their small, humble country town from the myriad threats that lurked just beyond its borders. As the self-proclaimed commander of their little group, he had always been the one to lay down the law. One of those unwritten laws was that everyone followed their leader, and the leader, in turn, protected the town. That was the code by which the town had always survived, and Altair had made sure his friends understood this. He had never once encouraged Serwan to waste his time reading or studying, since Serwan wasn't even enrolled in school at the time. So, Altair had always considered it a complete waste of time. But now, hearing that Serwan was a student at the legendary Magic Academy, Altair was completely stunned. Rumina and the others immediately begged Serwan to perform some magic for them, but Serwan hesitated. He hadn't been studying for long, and his skills were still far from honed. Besides, it was strictly against the rules to use magic outside the academy walls. Altair, ever the sharp critic, told Serwan that he hadn't changed a bit. He still wandered around with a book clutched in his arms, just like he had in the old days. It was painfully obvious that Altair couldn't comprehend Serwan's burning desire to master magic and to pursue a life of the mind. But Serwan felt it was crucial to stand his ground. Eventually, Serwan conjured a small spark of magic to stop a book from falling, an act forced out of him by his friend's relentless, playful teasing. The group then invited Serwan to Rumina's party to celebrate, selling out their entire stock for the day. They begged him to come and finally catch up with them. Altair, who had grown even more powerful since they last saw him, lifted Serwan onto the seat of honor as a sign of his deep affection. Serwan deduced that Altair was likely running a successful business now, and that his ambitions were likely steering him toward becoming the next great leader of their town. It was undeniable that Altair was fiercely determined, and Serwan couldn't help but contemplate his own uncertain place in the world. When they arrived at Rumina's home, the party was already a roaring celebration. As they sat down to feast, Altair demanded that Serwan tell them more about the legendary magic school, betting that Serwan was surely the most brilliant student in the entire academy. The others were burning with curiosity as well. Typically, only the children of nobles attended the magic school, and they wanted to know if Serwan studied alongside powerful, legendary mages. They also pressed him on whether he was dating anyone, or if he had any plans for his future. Serwan considered their questions for a long moment. His father was single-handedly taking care of their family, and Serwan knew that one day, he would have to bear that immense responsibility himself. They then pressed him on whether he planned to marry before he graduated. Serwan wondered to himself if he would even survive to graduate at all. Given the monumental challenges he now faced, it was impossible to know what his destiny held. As the conversation turned to his family, Serwan realized he had been so consumed by his studies that he had given little thought to the immense pressure on his father. His father was fighting his battles alone, while Serwan had been lost in the world of the academy. He wondered when he would finally be strong enough to help him, especially now that he bore so many new responsibilities. The group then lightened the heavy mood with a game of arm wrestling. Altair immediately challenged Serwan, recalling the countless matches they had fought as children. They decided to raise the stakes by setting a rule. The loser would pay for the entire feast. Serwan, in a gesture of goodwill toward Altair, and to preserve the fragile peace of their reunion, he engineered his own defeat. True to his word, Serwan paid for the meal with 5 gleaming gold coins, which he had saved from his monthly allowance. As the group opened his old, worn purse, a 5 gold coin tumbled out, capturing the attention of everyone present. The sudden, unexpected glint of such a significant sum sent a wave of surprise through the group. They exchanged stunned glances, their minds racing as they tried to process what this discovery truly meant. Serwan offered a simple, brief explanation, his expression calm and unreadable. But the sudden appearance of wealth had shifted the energy among his friends, who now began to wonder how this changed his circumstances. But Altair, ever focused, brushed it aside, his mind still on their earlier conversation. He steered the group's attention to the dark rumors that were circulating throughout the village. about a monstrous beast that was terrorizing the local wildlife. The creature had been hunting with a relentless fury, leaving the town gravely concerned about the devastating impact on their resources. Altair proposed that they undertake the glorious challenge of hunting it down themselves. He presented the opportunity as a way to both serve their community and to claim a measure of glory for themselves. The group reacted with a mix of emotions. One of the girls hesitated, questioning why they needed to get involved at all, but Altair's confidence was absolute. Drawing on his past experience of having wounded a mighty red bear, he was certain that they could handle a mere cow bear with little difficulty, especially with their combined strength. His conviction slowly swayed the others, and they finally agreed to the plan, their excitement building. As they envisioned the great success and recognition that awaited them, they finalized their preparations, agreeing to meet at the crack of dawn the next morning at Rumina's house. Though this sudden, dangerous hunting expedition wasn't part of Siron's plans, he decided to join them, thinking it might be an interesting diversion and a chance to test his own abilities in a new, dangerous way. At dawn, the group convened at the designated spot. Altair arrived, meticulously prepared, carrying the majority of the hunting equipment, while the others brought additional supplies and tools to aid in their quest. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the group began to tease Serwan, reminding him that it had been an eternity since he had last joined them on a hunt. They playfully warned him to keep up, cautioning him that if he fell behind, they might just leave him behind and proceed without him. When they finally entered the dense, dark forest, they began to lay their traps, strategically planning for the wild beast to run straight into them. Serwan was deeply impressed by their thorough preparation, and he realized that hunting wild, dangerous animals was not new to them. They had clearly done this many times before. Rumina explained to him that their strategy was for the traps to weaken the beast, leaving the most dangerous work, like chasing it down or firing arrows, to Altair. Altair then led the group deeper into the forest, instructing them not to panic if they laid eyes on the cowbear, but to call for him immediately so he could take command of the situation. Serwan watched in surprise at the group's impressive coordination and teamwork. Altair's uncanny ability to detect the cowbear's path by observing the deep claw marks on the trees impressed him even more. They pressed onward, following the subtle, deadly signs left behind by the beast. Wanting to lend his aid, Serwan decided to use his spirit zone to sense the creature's location with far greater efficiency. Closing his eyes, he entered the spirit realm. But what he saw there was deeply unsettling. The vision revealed something far more terrifying than a mere wild animal, preying on other creatures. Though he struggled to find the words to describe it to the group, before he could speak, Altair tapped him on the shoulder, snapping him back to the physical world. Altair pointed ahead, and when they all looked, they were greeted by a truly horrifying sight. The forest floor, and the trees themselves, were littered with the rotting corpses of various wild animals, with thick swarms of flies buzzing around them. The group's entire perspective instantly shifted. This could not be the work of a simple cowbear. Rumina, deeply shaken by the gruesome massacre, suggested they immediately retreat and report their findings to the town elders. She argued that it would be far safer to seal off the forest for now, to prevent any other innocents from wandering into this death trap. Serwan agreed, convinced that this was not the work of any ordinary predator. However, Altair's immense pride would not allow him to back down. Frustrated by their cowardice, he insisted that they stay and face whatever horrors lay ahead, proclaiming that he was their leader and would see this through to the bitter end. His stubborn determination sparked a heated argument, but before it could escalate any further, a deafening, earth-shattering roar echoed from deeper within the forest. The sound froze them all in place. They instinctively huddled together, readying their weapons as a wave of pure terror gripped them. They knew from the sheer volume and primal ferocity of the roar that whatever was approaching was far, far worse than a mere cowbear. Moments later, the monster emerged, a towering, nightmarish figure, twice their height, with massive, rippling muscles and the face of a demonic bear. It walked on 2 feet, exuding an aura of terrifying intelligence and malice as it strode toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, the group unleashed a volley of arrows. But the creature moved with an alarming, unnatural speed and agility, dodging every single shot. A tidal wave of panic set in as they realized they were facing an enemy far beyond their wildest nightmares. Serwan recognized the monster from a forbidden book he had once read. A Ewok, a rare and incredibly deadly creature, known for its cunning intelligence and terrifying combat prowess. He knew how dangerous it truly was, but the group's complete lack of preparation for such a monstrous foe had left them utterly vulnerable. As the group stood frozen in terror, most of them dropped their bows and arrows and fled for their lives. Panic consumed them as they scattered, screaming for Altair, who had proclaimed himself their leader, to guide them. Knowing the treacherous terrain better than anyone, Altair yelled for them to run toward the mountain's peak, believing the steep incline would slow the monster's advance. Despite his earlier bravado, he was now running as fast as the others, pure terror etched across his face. As Altair glanced back, he noticed that Serwan was still standing his ground. At first, he assumed Serwan was acting as a noble sacrifice, buying them precious time to escape. But then, he saw Serwan snatch a crossbow from the ground and begin firing, bolt after relentless bolt at the monster. The creature blocked the projectiles with contemptuous ease, using its thick, muscular arms to shield its face as it advanced steadily toward him. Serwan dodged the monster's furious swings, observing its attack patterns, learning its strengths. The beast was impossibly fast, its hide seemingly impenetrable, shrugging off even the few arrows that managed to strike true. Altair hesitated. Primal fear screamed at him to keep running, but a crushing guilt began to gnaw at his soul. He slowed and turned back to the others, telling them that he had to go back, that he had to help Serwan. His companions were stunned, reminding him that Serwan had made his own choice to stay behind. But Altair could not ignore the terrifying possibility that Serwan might die because of their decision to flee. Torn between paralyzing fear and overwhelming guilt, he stopped in his tracks, watching as the others vanished up the hill. As Altair steeled himself to return to the fight, a chilling, unnatural silence descended. He no longer heard the roars of the monster or the sounds of Siron's struggle. A cold dread gripped him. Had the beast already killed Serwan? Just as despair began to consume him, Serwan materialized beside him in a flash of pure light, grabbing his arm and commanding him to run. But their relief was brutally short-lived. A deafening crash echoed through the forest, as the monster burst through the trees, pursuing them with a terrifying, unnatural speed. Altair froze, paralyzed by absolute terror, as his friends screamed at him to move. His legs refused to obey his commands. Tears streamed down his face as he realized the monster was closing in. At that exact moment, Rumina tripped while glancing over her shoulder, crashing hard onto the forest floor. Seeing his friends in mortal danger, Serwan acted without a single thought. Unleashing his teleportation magic, he vanished and reappeared instantly behind the monster. He then engaged Photon Eyes, an advanced, forbidden form of teleportation that allowed him to shift both himself and the creature into a completely massless state. Together, they were lifted into the air, weightless and suspended high above the forest canopy. In this photonized state, Siron's mind moved at the speed of light. He analyzed the entire situation, recalling every piece of knowledge he had gleaned from ancient books, and from his grueling magical training. He understood the fundamental principles of inertia and gravity, and realized that, by manipulating their positions with absolute precision, he could release the monster in a way that would spare his friends. But the monster fought back, ferociously slashing at him with its massive claws. Serwan remained a pillar of focus. He shifted his position, strategically maneuvering the creature directly above a deep ravine, far from his helpless companions. With flawless control, he released the photonized state, allowing the monster to plummet to the earth below, while he himself continued to glide to safety. As he succeeded, his mind exploded with thoughts about the very nature of the universe, its existence, the nature of mass, and the true meaning of the void he had seen in his dreams. His understanding of the world expanded exponentially, touching upon divine concepts that aligned with the work of the greatest theoretical physicists. He had a profound, earth-shattering realization. Although photons possess no mass, he could manipulate them to grant them mass. As he landed back on solid ground, the monster crashed to the earth simultaneously. Breathing heavily, He muttered to himself that he had unlocked a forbidden knowledge from the universe, a knowledge born from the shattered symmetry of creation. This divine mechanism was what imparted mass to matter, a discovery that filled him with a surge of pride. Clenching his fists with a mixture of raw joy and grim determination, he embraced his newfound, godlike ability to alter the very essence of matter itself. Returning his focus to the mortal realm, he looked toward the spot where the monster had fallen, ensuring that it was no longer moving. Observing it closely, he recognized it as a wolk. Recalling what he had read, he remembered that wolks always travel in packs. The thought of his friends struck him with a terrible urgency. Scanning the area, he spotted them standing on a high cliff, facing the rest of the wolk pack. His friends were cornered, with Altair positioned protectively at the front. The group had been backing away for some time, and now they stood at the very edge of the cliff, tears streaking down his face. Altair declared that he would act as a distraction, so the others could climb down and warn the townspeople. He had resolved to sacrifice himself, assuming that Serwan had already been killed. But before they could act, a sudden, brilliant flash of light streaked across their vision. Serwan appeared, landing firmly in front of them. Shocked and overwhelmed with a tidal wave of relief, they rushed to him, embracing him tightly, convinced that they had lost him forever. Through their tears, they begged him to escape, given the immense danger, but Serwan simply reassured them, instructing Altair to leave the situation to him. With resolute, unwavering steps, Serwan moved forward, placing himself between his friends and the advancing, snarling pack of wolks. He was ready to face them all alone. Even though his friends now knew he possessed magic, they begged him to avoid a direct confrontation, and to instead run away, because of the sheer, overwhelming number of wolks. However, he calmly assured both them and himself that he could handle the situation without violating any of the Academy's sacred rules. Moving forward cautiously, he commanded the light to emerge from his hand. His friends could only stare in shock, as the light coalesced into a focused, deadly beam. It was photon fire, now enhanced with a crushing weight. A new, terrifying ability he had just mastered. He tested it on the lead wolk, watching as the creature was instantly struck down. Seeing his success, he pressed his attack, summoning a bolt of pure lightning that struck directly in the midst of the snarling wolk pack. The spell was devastatingly effective, but the sheer number of enemies began to overwhelm him. He quickly realized that this godlike magic came with a terrible cost. Each attack drained his precious mental energy, and the faster his mental reserves were depleted, the weaker his magic became. Minutes stretched into an eternity as he continued to battle the wolks, a bone-deep exhaustion creeping over him. Despite his crippling fatigue, he refused to stop. He knew that if he faltered, the remaining wolks would not only kill him, but also his friends, who were standing helplessly behind him, relying entirely on his strength to save them. Sweat poured from his face as he pushed himself to continue the fight. The endless, brutal onslaught of the wolks was wearing him down, and he could feel his body screaming, nearing its absolute limit. Still, he knew he could not surrender. Desperate, he thought of one final, desperate option, one that might just save them all. It was incredibly risky, and it could be their last chance. But he believed it was the only way to end this battle, before it was too late. With the wolks charging toward them, their speed increasing as they prepared to devour his friends, he gathered the last vestiges of his strength. Though a crippling fatigue was setting in, he knew that, after this final, desperate strike, if it didn't defeat the wolks or drive them away, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for them all. Closing his eyes, he stretched out his hand, feeling the wind swirling around his fingertips, as a brilliant light began to shine brightly in his palm. His friends screamed at him from behind, urging him to act quickly, reminding him to retreat if he couldn't handle the situation. When the perfect amount of energy finally gathered, he commanded it and unleashed it toward the oncoming wolks. As soon as he released the energy, a brilliant, blinding light erupted, and his friends knew instantly that this was the magic of a truly powerful, legendary mage. The energy was so raw and intense that the very ground beneath it was scorched, leaving a trail branded with the immense power it carried. The moment the energy struck the wolks, almost all of them were completely obliterated on the spot. Only 2 wolks remained standing, weakened and disoriented, unsure of what to do next. He commanded them with a fierce light emanating from his very eyes, warning them to never again return to the town. He told them that if they did, The fate of those already dead would seem like a mercy, compared to what he would do to them next. Terrified, the two remaining wolves fled for their lives. As the last of the wolves fell, he finally allowed his body to relax, utterly exhausted. The moment the threat was finally over, he collapsed, unable to remain conscious a moment longer. Altair rushed to his side, catching him just before he hit the ground. His friends frantically called his name, but he remained completely unresponsive. After a tense moment, they noticed that his heartbeat and breathing were still steady. They realized that it wasn't a serious injury. He was simply drained, both physically and spiritually, from the immense, godlike energy he had expended. They looked down at him with a mixture of profound gratitude and deep pity. Despite never planning to join them on their hunt, he had been convinced to come along at the very last minute. Finally, back in town, night had fallen. Serwan sat outside, alone, gazing up at the stars as if he were seeing them for the very first time. Altair approached and sat down beside him, asking when he had finally left the house. Serwan replied that it had only been a few moments ago. He couldn't believe that he was finally able to sleep so deeply again, without the terrifying nightmares that used to wake him in a cold sweat. It had been a very long time since he had slept like this, feeling completely at peace. Altair asked about the others, and Serwan was told that everyone was inside, preparing an enormous feast to celebrate their survival. They were all in good health with no injuries, except for Romina, who had fallen while running from the wolves. Altair also mentioned their plans to head out again the next day, to gather the wolf corpses. Serwan was surprised they could go so soon, but Altair assured him they were only going because the elders of the town would be accompanying them. The elders were organizing a gathering of the wolf remains to collect valuable materials, like their teeth and hides, which could fetch a handsome price. Serwan told Altair that the creatures they had fought were called wolves. Altair seemed to have trouble remembering their name, but when Serwan mentioned the immense value of the wolf fangs on the market, Altair smiled, clearly pleased. He then confessed that he had always been deeply envious of Serwan. When they were just children while the others played, Altair could see it clearly now. Serwan was a man possessed by a lifelong burning ambition. With a voice full of conviction, Altair implored him to seize his destiny and ascend to his ultimate potential. This was the final push he needed to finally grasp his dream. Siron's heart swelled with gratitude for this unwavering belief. This powerful surge of encouragement was more than he could have hoped for. It was almost unbelievable that after everything, his comrades remained steadfastly by his side. A profound sense of tranquility washed over him, knowing these unbreakable bonds were his shield, especially after a restorative slumber that had lasted an entire cycle of sun and moon. As Serwan prepared for his inevitable departure, his friends escorted him, their farewell stretching the path from the house. They pleaded with him, begging him to remain for just one more sunrise. But Serwan, with a gentle refusal, explained his duty. While the thought of lingering with them was a powerful temptation, he had urgent matters that demanded his presence at the academy. As his figure grew smaller, Altair's voice boomed across the distance, a powerful command. "You must become a mage." Rumina's voice joined his, a tearful addendum. "And when you do, you must never forget the ones you've left behind." Serwan vowed he would forever carry them in his heart. He swore an oath that he would make his triumphant return at the first given opportunity. As Serwan vanished over the horizon, Rumina's composure finally crumbled, tears streaming down her face like a lost child. Altair tried to jest, suggesting that if her heart ached so much, she should simply pursue him and bring him back by force. But Rumina shook her head. She proclaimed her unshakable faith that Serwan would honor his sacred promise to return. She understood he had only departed to continue the relentless pursuit of his destiny. Her belief in his success was absolute. After all, he was the most indomitable and tireless soul she had ever known. Upon rejoining the Paranormal Science Club, Serwan was immediately enveloped by the familiar chaos of their fervent discussions. The air crackled with intense debates over artistic techniques as students tore into each other's creations. A knowing smile touched his lips as he pushed open the door. The sound of his comrades' voices was a balm. He hadn't realized the depth of the void their absence had left. They questioned his sudden amusement, blissfully unaware of the harrowing trials he had conquered during his time away. Later, at the desolate training ground 48, Serwan summoned his two closest male allies. He had a revelation to share, a power to unveil. He began to channel an immense power into his palm. His friends watched, baffled, trying to decipher his grand design. A torrent of pure photon energy began to bleed from his hand. While some students could manifest similar, lesser tricks, this felt different. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air as the energy annihilated a nearby boulder. It left a massive, smoking crater. His friends scrambled over, their minds shattered. They assailed him with a storm of questions, desperate to understand the impossible phenomenon. Serwan explained that this magic was a construct of his own creation. He had christened it the photon cannon. When their frantic inquiries became an avalanche, he led them to a quiet tavern to reveal the full, terrifying truth. As they listened, they insisted his claims were utter madness. It was a feat that defied the very laws of both theory and application. Serwan, with unnerving calm, elaborated. The secret, he explained, was to bestow mass upon that which has none. That was the simple, reality-bending heart of his breakthrough. Among other harrowing details, he confessed to mastering the use of what they had always called the unnamed knowledge, a power so profound it came at the ultimate price, the sacrifice of his godlike supersight. He admitted that, in that moment of loss, he finally deciphered the true, prophetic meaning behind the cryptic vision that had forever tormented his slumber. Nade, one of his companions, remained unconvinced by the sheer audacity of it all. But he posited that if Serwan could somehow systematize this revolutionary magic and construct a sound theoretical framework to support it, it wouldn't just shake the magical society. The entire world would hail his name as a god among mages. Serwan immediately declared that this was the very reason he had summoned them to this clandestine meeting. He required their unwavering allegiance, since their suspension barred them from the Academy's sacred archives. He pleaded for their help to infiltrate the legendary Noble Library, a repository whose tomes were said to be as priceless as the school's own. His friends were floored by this strange request. They questioned why a fellow aristocrat like himself would need assistance to enter a sanctuary meant for their own kind. After a suffocating moment of silence, Serwan decided the time for deception was over. He would reveal his true identity. He confessed the shocking truth. He was a foundling, an orphan. He was left to a simple lumberjack's family in a remote, forgotten hamlet. He recounted the impossible journey that brought him to the Academy's gates. And as he spoke, a profound, heavy silence fell over the trio. They were utterly paralyzed by the revelation, words failing them completely. At last it was Iruki, the third member of their fellowship, who shattered the silence with a defiant laugh, declaring it was of no consequence. Their bond was strong enough to support a friend, regardless of his lineage. Nade, however, was visibly shaken by the magnitude of Siron's secret. He couldn't fathom that an individual, who had only joined the Academy this very year, was already on the precipice of pioneering revolutionary magical research. This, after accomplishing impossible feats like becoming a Year 5 prodigy in a mere 3 months, crushing him in a duel before the entire student body, and capturing the heart of the most beautiful and gifted maiden in the Academy. Before Nade's spiraling thoughts could fully form, Iruki playfully clamped a hand over his mouth. He turned to Serwan and swore their allegiance, vowing they would aid him. It mattered not if he was a noble scion or a humble commoner. An explosion of joy erupted in Siron's chest at their unwavering loyalty. As they prepared to part ways, a final question arose. Was Amy aware that Serwan was not of noble blood? Serwan confirmed that she indeed knew his secret, and once more his friends were left, utterly astounded that a woman of Amy's stature would choose a commoner. They clamored for him to divulge the epic tale of their romance, how their paths had crossed, and every other intimate detail. But Serwan merely laughed, skillfully redirecting the conversation. Far away in the city of Bashuka, the glowing capital of the Tormia kingdom, the streets blazed with an artificial luminescence, so bright it seemed to defy the very night. A sea of humanity swirled through the avenues, each soul caught in the relentless grind of their daily existence. 5 years prior, 2 desperate orphans clawed their way through this merciless world. They survived by pilfering scraps of food from the city's unforgiving streets. This was their grim reality, a life of constant thievery. But fate took a darker turn when the younger of the 2 was struck down by a grave illness. As the child lay feverish and weak, the older sibling ventured out, determined to steal sustenance for him. He clung to the desperate hope that a little nourishment might ignite the fading embers of life. However, this day was destined to become a living nightmare for them. In the act of stealing bread, the older child ran afoul of 3 towering, hulking brutes who immediately gave chase. Though he believed he had shaken his pursuers, they ruthlessly tracked him to the squalid den where he and his ailing sibling, Aaron, sought shelter beneath a bridge. The thugs cornered them, and despite the older brother's desperate pleas for mercy, explaining he was only trying to provide for his dying sister, the villains remained devoid of any compassion. They seized Aaron, and their leader ordered the execution of the older sibling. He lay broken and powerless, screaming a prayer to the cosmos for any power, any miracle to vanquish these monsters. And in that moment his prayer was answered. A man appeared, hellfire burning in his eyes and a mystic rod clutched in his hand. He descended upon them and slaughtered them all without a word. The boy couldn't comprehend the scene before him, unsure if this was divine intervention or some darker machination at play. But all that mattered was the profound relief that his sister was safe. He immediately gathered his sister in his arms and stared at their savior. The mysterious old man uttered only a single cryptic phrase, "Isn't magic entertaining?" Still in the heart of Bashuka, where countless lights from towering edifices pierced the darkness, and innumerable offices hummed with activity, the male child rescued years ago had now blossomed into a deadly young man. He moved through the night, a phantom, more akin to a master thief, but he was merely an instrument following his master's will. As he infiltrated one of the city's skyscrapers, he meticulously analyzed the security cordon around his target. The prize, the dragon's heart, a legendary artifact famed for its power to nullify magic. It was also known as the core of the magic restriction device. The dragon's heart was housed within a vault teeming with other priceless artifacts, archaeological wonders, but it was under impenetrable guard. A phalanx of 15 elite security personnel stood sentinel over. The artifact itself was sealed within a reinforced steel sarcophagus, making a simple smash and grab utterly impossible for any mortal. Canis was tasked with the mission to claim the dragon's heart. After flawlessly calculating every security variable, he vaulted into the building, shattering a glass window with an arcane incantation. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, his magical abilities were instantly extinguished. He adapted in a heartbeat, unleashing his deadly martial prowess to neutralize the guards. For those beyond his reach, he employed poison darts to silently disable them. He systematically dismantled the entire security force. They fell before a single alarm could be raised. With the path to the chamber containing the dragon's heart now clear, he finally laid his hands upon the legendary prize. Just as a triumphant smirk crossed his face, his sister, Erin, materialized. She asked if he had taken any lives. He quickly assured her he had only rendered them unconscious. But before they could escape, the authorities summoned one of the city's mages to apprehend the intruders. As the mage breached the building's perimeter, he discovered, just as the thieves had, that no magic could be wielded in the dragon's heart's presence. He spotted the children, astonished to find them within the secure vault. But before he could even form a word, they had already vanished into the shadows. He had no choice but to report to the police that, by the time he had arrived on scene, the young culprits were already gone. What truly confounded him was the signature of dark magic used to breach the building. He knew of only one mage in history who possessed the skill to wield that forbidden art. It was infamously known as the darkness that devours the light. The sorcerer who commanded this power was a legendary figure of chaos who had terrorized the entire kingdom. What made him so elusive was his preference for operating from the deepest shadows. He was known only by the title, Archmage Arcane Vilter. It was widely believed he had perished in a cataclysmic accident some 40 years ago. The mage was horrified to realize that there were still practitioners of this profane and dark sorcery. He tried to dismiss the notion that it could possibly be Vilter himself, returned from the grave, but a cold bead of sweat betrayed his terror. Elsewhere, hidden within Bashuka's geyser mountain, a secret laboratory housed the Archmage's dormant form all this time. Suspended within a glass sarcophagus, his body was entwined with a web of arcane machinery. Canis and Aaron finally reached their destination. They integrated the stolen dragon's heart into the monstrous apparatus. Canis declared that this was the final component required to resurrect their master. As the machine roared to life, the Archmage began to awaken. He emerged from the fluid-filled coffin, a grotesque network of pipes still tethered to his withered body. The first words to escape his ancient lips were a venomous promise of retribution against Alpheus Miri, the headmaster of the Alpheus Magical School, the very man who had vanquished him and stripped him of his powers 4 decades ago. Canis and Aaron prostrated themselves at his feet, overwhelmed with joy that their master had finally returned to them. The Archmage was a gaunt figure, his ribs starkly visible beneath his skin. A long white beard cascaded down his emaciated chest. His emerald eyes, matching the eerie glow of the lab, burned with an unholy rage as he repeatedly cursed the name of Alpheus. He and Alpheus had once been collaborators, pioneering a new frontier of magic 40 years ago. However, Vilter, in a sudden act of betrayal, declared he would no longer aid Alpheus in their shared research. But his treachery did not end there. He incinerated all of their collective work and engulfed Alpheus himself in flames, leaving his former partner for dead. It had taken Vilter a full 40 years to recover. Now, robed and powerful once more, he sat upon a chair that resembled a dark throne. As he surveyed his resurrected form, he swore an oath that Alpheus would pay a blood price for his past deeds. As Vilter plotted his symphony of revenge against Alpheus, his loyal servants, Canis and Aaron, approached and bowed from a reverent distance. They pledged their very lives to him, to become the instruments of his will and purpose, for he had bestowed upon them unimaginable power when they were at their absolute nadir, with no one else in the world to champion them. Vilter smiled and warned them to be wary. He claimed that while Alpheus projected an aura of kindness, he was in truth a creature of pure wickedness. As they knelt in supplication, only Canis appeared thrilled, while Aaron, hiding behind him, quaked with a palpable, unspoken fear. At that very moment in the Alpheus Magical School, a violent storm raged. Headmaster Alpheus stared at a portrait of Vilter hanging on his wall. He whispered that forgiveness was an impossibility. As thunder cracked across the sky, Alpheus was cast back in time, reliving that fateful day. In Bashuka City, a prestigious Royal Professor Association conference was in session. It was an intellectual battlefield where academics clashed over every conceivable subject. That the official representative of the Alpheus School of Magic was utterly exasperated by the tedious debates. He knew that whenever one of their own instructors was nominated for an honor, a palpable resentment filled the room, until it was his moment to speak. He sat there, sipping juice, as the pompous professors droned on. He yearned for the conference to end so he could return home. Finally, the formal debate concluded, only to be followed by a mandatory social gathering. To Thad's dismay, the intellectual posturing continued, even at the party. He retreated to a corner, his gaze fixed on Lina Ogent, the eldest daughter of the powerful Ogent family. She was a breathtaking vision in her gown, and a swarm of admirers vied for her attention. Lina was a renowned artist, a member of the elite artists guild. Thad watched her from afar, wondering if he could ever hope to capture the attention of a woman of her caliber. Suddenly, their eyes locked, and he quickly averted his gaze, certain she hadn't truly seen him. Then, a voice called his name from behind. It was Lina. Thad was flabbergasted, asking if she knew him. She confirmed that she did, mentioning she had relatives who were enrolled at his academy. Instantly, Thad recalled Cirone's admission papers, where the Ogent family was listed as his official sponsors. He replied that the school was immensely grateful for her family's patronage, and that Serwan was currently the academy's crowning jewel. Thad then spoke of his own personal tastes, which were inclusive of both women and men. Lina seemed intrigued by this revelation. As she made a move to leave, Thad seized the opportunity, asking if, since the conference was concluded, they might journey together to Creus, their shared hometown on the morrow. He boldly stated his desire to take her on a date. Lina was pleased by his forwardness, but informed him she had a prior engagement. She expressed regret that she couldn't travel with him, due to this conflict. Instantly, he pivoted, asking if he could accompany her to her concert instead. She told him she would be delighted to have him in attendance. He was absolutely ecstatic to hear this. So much so that, despite his plans to rush immediately back home, back to the academy after the conference, he abandoned all his plans, all for the enchanting Lina Ogent. Still basking in the glow of securing a date with her, she confided in him that she had been worried that few people would attend her concert, because the Inferno prison had recently been attacked by a dark magic sorcerer. At the mention of dark magic, a single tear traced a path down his cheek. He implored her to tell him every detail she knew about the incident. She said her knowledge was limited, but she recalled the perpetrator was an old man with a long, white beard. He didn't even wait for her to finish her sentence. He bolted away from her, ignoring her calls as she watched him go. The previous day, what had truly transpired was the handiwork of the Archmage, Arcane Vilter, and his loyal servant. Leading the assault, they had slaughtered both guards and inmates who dared to stand in their way at the Inferno Correctional Center. Immediately after the Archmage had taken the two orphans under his wing, he had indoctrinated them in the two fundamental tenets of all darkness magic: magic absorption and assimilation. Within a remarkably short time, Canis had developed a profound understanding of the nature of darkness magic. He was eternally grateful to his master for rescuing them, and so he eagerly absorbed every lesson Vilter imparted. Although, after many years of dedicated practice, he discovered a frustrating truth. No matter how potent the darkness became, it could never truly extinguish the light. But his master, Vilter, always reassured him that, in time, darkness would reign supreme over the magical world, and that one day they would boldly proclaim that their darkness had finally consumed the light. Canis was overjoyed to hear this prophecy. Back in the present, as they stormed the correctional center, they unleashed such a massacre that rivers of blood flowed from the cells. However, as they carved a path of destruction, Erin did not participate in the slaughter. She merely trailed behind them, a silent observer. When she saw the ground littered with the bodies of the fallen, she whispered to Canis, questioning why their master was murdering all these innocent souls, since this was not the place where he claimed he sought his revenge. Canis simply told her that all she needed to do was trust in the master's plan. He stated with certainty that Vilter surely had a grand purpose for consuming this place in such a manner. He laughed as if he was reveling in the carnage unfolding around them. As they advanced to the second tier of cells, they used their magic to shatter all the iron bars. The freed prisoners poured out, showering them with gratitude, but also foolishly mocking Vilter for bringing two children along with him, as if they were on a school field trip. This insult enraged Archmage Vilter, and he declared them all to be minus, slaughtering them instantly where they stood. There was one inmate, however, who did not emerge with the others. He was shackled by his hands and feet, a mountain of a man. When he witnessed the sheer scale of the massacre they had committed, he hurled the heavy iron ball, chained to his wrist, directly at Archmage Vilter in a furious assault. He was shocked to see that, despite the incredible force he had unleashed, Vilter was able to effortlessly absorb the attack. And when the iron projectile finally reached his face, it simply clattered harmlessly to the floor. Vilter informed the man that he had passed the test. The man was utterly confused. He declared that he had no memory of auditioning for anything. Vilter then shattered the man's chains with a flick of his wrist. He told him he had a proposition for him, a job that would reward him with an immense fortune. The prisoner's face lit up at the mention of vast wealth. It was a clear signal that he would do anything for the right price. The four of them then departed from the blood-soaked prison together. That very same night, Professor Thad had commandeered a chariot. He was frantically urging the driver to push his steed to its limits. From the back seat, he had thrown all the money he possessed at the man, bribing him to increase their speed. But the driver kept insisting that, no matter how fast they flew, they would not reach Creus before the break of dawn. Thad sat in the back, frantically connecting the pieces of the puzzle. From Archmage Arcane to the city's correctional facility, he tried to predict where Vilter would strike next. He was certain that Vilter was the architect of all this chaos, which is why he was racing back to the Academy to sound the alarm. He knew Vilter might lay waste to other targets, but the ultimate focus of his vengeance would be the school itself. Meanwhile, on that same tempestuous night, Lucas, the hulking prisoner who had been liberated, stood in the pouring rain with Canis and Erin, awaiting their master's signal to strike. Lucas was still grumbling that, if he had known their mission involved assaulting a magical academy in a downpour, he would have demanded a much larger sum of money, or perhaps he wouldn't have joined their cause at all. He already had two massive swords strapped to his back, yet he continued to complain. Lucas was under the impression that he wouldn't have to perform any spectacular feats, that his mere presence would be enough to earn him a handsome reward. From his every word, it was clear he was already losing his enthusiasm for their grand scheme, even before it had truly begun. He then turned to Erin and commented that she was far too beautiful to be a criminal. He remarked that what they were about to do was tantamount to declaring war against the entire kingdom. But Canis quickly silenced him, informing him that his sole purpose was to manage the hostages. Canis had already begun to harbor a deep mistrust for Lucas. He questioned what his master could possibly see in a man like him. However, Canis dismissed these doubts, reminding himself that he trusted his master's grand design above all else. Lucas was taken aback when he heard the word hostages. He demanded to know where they were. Canis replied that he would certainly meet them on the morrow. Meanwhile, Archmage Arcane soared high above the earth. He had a god's eye view of the entire Althea's Academy as he began to cast a monumental spell. He wove a vast circle of power, designed to encapsulate the entire school grounds. The relentless downpour and the roaring thunder made it impossible for anyone to comprehend the catastrophe that was unfolding. At that moment, in the beginning of all things, there was mass. It shattered the very symmetry of the cosmos, triggering a cataclysmic event that birthed countless chain reactions, ultimately leading to the creation of the world they inhabited. These were the profound conclusions the three friends had reached after spending countless hours devouring every book in the noble library, all pertaining to the concepts of mass, inertia, and gravity, the very subjects that consumed their every waking thought. Nade was electrified by the knowledge he had acquired. He proclaimed that if mass did not exist, their very world would cease to be. He posed a question to his friends, who were also lost in their own research. If that was indeed the case, what force first brought mass into being? Iruki replied that this very question had been tormenting him as well. He theorized that the answer was likely God. Nade was thoroughly unimpressed with this simplistic answer. He sarcastically suggested that perhaps Iruki's blood sugar was low, and that he was in desperate need of a cake. They had all been spending their entire suspension period within the school's walls. Ever since Serwan had first proposed his revolutionary research topic, Iruki stated that he was certain they had now read every single text the library possessed on the subject of mass. Finally, they turned to Serwan, asking for his thoughts on mass and omnipotence. He lifted his gaze from the ancient tome he was studying and declared that he knew the answer. But it was a concept difficult to articulate. However, he managed to distill the complex theory into a single, profound word: existence. He elaborated that existence was the bridge that unified both omnipotence and mass. The group was mesmerized by his elegantly simple answer, a testament to the profound depth of his knowledge. To provide such a response to a question of this magnitude was astonishing. He continued, explaining that the will to exist, the very imperative that an existence must manifest somewhere, was what he called the proof of existence. This revelation sent them all into a deep, contemplative silence. They were no longer students, but professors locked in a high-level theoretical debate. Nade suggested that they should isolate this concept. He proposed calling it the particle of God, a name that ignited their collective imagination. He continued, theorizing that the more vivid the image of this particle, the more potent omnipotence would become. This led them to their next field of inquiry, the particle of God. They all swore an oath to continue their research into this new frontier. The three of them strolled down the street after their long day of study. Nade voiced his disappointment, lamenting that their vacation would soon be at an end. Iruki and Serwan turned to him to hear him out. Iruki questioned how their suspension could possibly be considered a vacation, and Serwan was reminded of the solemn vow they had made to one another, that upon their return to the academy, they would dedicate themselves entirely to their studies to ascend to the next class. This very semester, they teased that Serwan should intentionally fall behind, so they could all spend another year together as classmates. Serwan countered that they were far more brilliant than he, and that he was the one most at risk of failing their path. He assured them that they would all graduate together in the same class. At a T-junction, they parted ways for the night. Iruki and Nade continued down the same path, while Serwan took a different route home. As he walked in solitude, he marveled at how, less than a year ago, he had been a brand new, unknown student. Now, he had unlocked the secret of the particle of God and forged unbreakable friendships, not to mention his girlfriend, who had been his steadfast support through it all. He was overcome with a profound sense of gratitude for the life he now led. At the senior class building, known as the Iron Bastille, a door creaked open. Amy and Cyril emerged, their lecture having just concluded. Serwan stepped out from the shadows, holding 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee. He joked that he hadn't intended to startle them, but they paid him no mind, walking straight past him without even acknowledging his offering. He began to wonder what had transpired between them. He speculated that perhaps his long absence had created a rift. When he tried to pursue them, they both spun around and shouted at him, accusing him of stalking them. Mortified, Serwan quickly beat a retreat, but in his haste, he collided with a familiar face. Mark, noticing the Class 5 insignia on Siron's uniform, immediately apologized even though Serwan was the one at fault. Serwan seized the opportunity to ask if Mark remembered him, but to his utter shock, Mark claimed he did not. Serwan tried to jog his memory, explaining they had taken the teleportation exam together, but Mark's mind was a complete blank. They were still in conversation when one of the instructors, a woman, called out from a distance, demanding to know what was going on. As she drew closer, she demanded to know who Serwan was. Serwan realized with dawning horror that something was terribly wrong with the school. Nearby students began to whisper that he might be an intruder, claiming they had never laid eyes on him before. He fled in shame, his mind reeling, trying to comprehend what had gone so horribly wrong. He raced back to find Aruki and Nadi, desperately asking if they knew who he was. But he was met with the same chilling response. They too stared at him blankly and asked his name. A strange phenomenon occurred. A faint, greenish light flickered in their eyes, as if they were under some kind of enchantment. Serwan stood paralyzed, unsure of what to do. His entire life seemed to flash before his eyes. He began to question his own sanity, wondering if everything he had experienced had been a grand delusion. Perhaps he had never even been admitted to Althea's magical school at all. The three friends, Serwan, Aruki, and Nade, stood together in a state of utter confusion. Serwan felt a crushing wave of despair as Aruki and Nade questioned how he knew the secret entrance to their location. His heart sank as they continued their charade, pretending not to recognize him. Serwan was at a complete loss, not knowing what to do next. But then, Aruki and Nade erupted into uproarious laughter. Aruki asked Nade how much longer they were expected to maintain this cruel prank. Serwan finally understood that they had been toying with him this entire time. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow, and his emotions completely overwhelmed him. He collapsed to his knees and began to weep uncontrollably. Aruki and Nade rushed to his side, apologizing profusely and explaining that it had all been a joke. They assured him they had been aware of the ordeal he was facing. Serwan, still sobbing, recounted the entire harrowing experience. He explained how even Professor Oliver had failed to recognize him. Nade's demeanor turned deadly serious. He acknowledged that something was profoundly wrong. Both Aruki and Nade agreed that they needed to leave immediately to confirm the veracity of Siron's terrifying story. Despite his fear of being abandoned once more, Serwan followed close behind them. They exchanged a secret hand signal, a silent promise to never forget each other. They exited the Ishtar room. Serwan, filled with anxiety. A bizarre procession unfolds as students from every class march in unison, drawn towards an unknown, sinister destination. A chilling dread grips the three friends, as the terrifying truth of Siron's dire warnings crystallizes before their eyes. In a bold move, Aruki proposes they infiltrate the horde to uncover their final destination. But Nade, his voice laced with terror, fears they might share the same ghastly fate and become one of the enthralled. Casting caution to the wind, Serwan boldly confronts one of the marching figures, a student named Gabe, demanding to know the meaning of this madness. Gabe stares back with the vacant eyes of a soulless husk, uttering a hollow whisper about a siren's call, an unseen melody pulling him forward. Confusion turns to horror for Serwan and his allies, who are utterly oblivious to the truth. But little did they know, this entire catastrophe was orchestrated by the Archmage Arcane and his devoted follower. The great mage had unleashed a devastating spell, luring the Academy's best and brightest deep into the forbidding woods. His spell has ripped their minds from their bodies, leaving behind functional, living puppets. Upon reaching the designated ritual site, the servant, Aaron, heralds the arrival of the captured souls. The students stand like statues, their wills completely erased. Even Lucas, a hardened conspirator in this plot, is awestruck by the sheer magnitude of power required to mentally shatter 500 elite students, robbing them of all independent thought and turning them into mere dolls. His gaze falls upon the beautiful Amy, and a cruel smile plays on his lips, pleased to see such a prize among the captives. But as his vile hand reaches for her, Canis, another of the Archmage's disciples, erupts with fury. He roars a warning, forbidding him from laying a finger on any of their prizes. With chilling conviction, Canis declares Amy to be the master's sacred offering. He vows to strike Lucas down without a moment's hesitation. If he dares to defile her, the air crackles with tension between the two, but their clash is momentarily put on hold as they resume their grim task of herding the human cattle deeper into the forest. Unseen by the villains, the heroic trio of Cyrone, Iruki, and Nade, immune to the mental assault, have been stalking the sinister procession from the shadows. Their eyes finally lock onto the leaders, Lucas, Aaron, and Canis, guiding the mindless army forward. Nade, burning with righteous fury, wants to charge in immediately, but Iruki, the strategist, holds him back, demanding they forge a plan to execute a mental domination spell of this scale. An incantation that can enslave the mind yet preserve the body is no simple feat. It is the mark of sorcerers who have ascended far beyond the realm of mere apprentices. The three heroes understand they need a flawless strategy to even stand a chance against such overwhelming power. Iruki grimly reminds them that these 500 victims are not just any students. Among them are the Academy's most brilliant minds, the very jewels of the institution. Warriors who have spent their lives honing their mental defenses. Worse still, some of their own professors have been captured, and most terrifyingly, a fully certified level 6 professor is marching among the brainwashed flock. The implication is staggering. The threat is not just the three minions before them. There must be a far greater power lurking in the shadows, a true master pulling the strings. This mastermind may not be the one actively casting the spell, but they are undoubtedly the dark heart fueling this entire operation. As they scan the sea of mindless faces, a stark realization hits them. Neither the headmaster nor the formidable Professor Romy are among the captives. This fact forces them into a single, grim conclusion. Their only path forward is to stalk the horde and discover the horrific destination they are being led to. Back at the deserted academy, a certain female professor, lost in a deep meditation since the prior evening, remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Typically, when her meditative trances run long, a student is dispatched to rouse her for the next lesson. But today, an unsettling silence hangs in the air. Even deep within her trance, she felt a massive, unnatural surge of energy, blanketing the school throughout the night. The foul resonance is palpable even before she concludes her ritual, compelling her to rise from her mat. The moment she emerges from her chambers, she is struck by the chilling emptiness of the halls. The campus, normally alive with the morning's energy, is now a ghost town. She ventures deeper into the academy's heart, towards what should be the most crowded areas at this hour. But she finds not a single soul. Just as the weight of the impossible situation begins to dawn on her, she hears the frantic pounding of footsteps racing her way. Whirling around, she sees her colleague, Professor Thad, a man who should be nowhere near this area at this time. He sprints toward her, his face a mask of terror, drenched in sweat. As he closes the distance, his panicked words are a garbled mess, until finally he gasps out a coherent sentence, a single phrase that makes her blood run cold. The academy is under attack. He keeps crying out the name, Professor Romy, desperately trying to convey the sheer horror of their predicament. When he finally collapses before her, he lays bare the truth of what has transpired, revealing the unthinkable. The mastermind behind this chaos is an archmage. Professor Romy reels from the news, her mind racing. An archmage, a being whose power surpasses even that of their own headmaster. And not just any archmage, but a wielder of forbidden dark magic, the source of the foul energy she had sensed. Professor Romy is staggered by the monumental implications. She contemplates the sheer effort required to attain such a legendary title. A mage's rank is forged through legendary deeds and world-shaking renown. To ascend to the rank of archmage, a level 3 designation, one must accumulate an astronomical 280 million achievement points. And the fiend responsible, Archmage Arcane Tord, had done just that. A storm of fear and frustration brews within Romy. She grips the professor, demanding to know more. She presses for every last detail on this mythical foe, and though her colleague falters, shaken to his core, he eventually reveals the most devastating truth of all. The invader is the headmaster's own former teacher. The revelation hits her like a physical blow, and her agitation soars. The full scope of the danger, the personal vendetta, is now terrifyingly clear. There is no more time to waste. They must move now to rescue their students. Harnessing her own immense magical senses, she reaches out with her mind, pinpointing the students' location. She confirms their trajectory. They are being marched toward the mountain. Though their faces are a blur in her mystic sight, she detects 3 other presences trailing the main group, able to discern only that they are 2 males and 1 female. At that very moment, our 3 heroes, still shadowing the enchanted legion, arrive at a landmark of dread, the pathless bridge. The destination sends a jolt of horror through them. The danger becomes instantly terrifyingly apparent. This bridge is infamous for one thing: its precipitous, unforgiving cliff face. The vile intention is clear. They plan to hurl their victims into the abyss. This gruesome realization ignites a firestorm of rage within them as they imagine the horrific final moments of their classmates. As they scan the captive crowd once more, they confirm that Professor Romy and Professor Thad are nowhere to be found, nor is the headmaster. Iruki reasons that by now, the remaining faculty must have sensed the disturbance and are already mobilizing a counteroffensive. Nade grimly points out that while the enemy hasn't yet started their grim sacrifice, the situation is a powder keg. The razor's edge they walk on is terrifyingly thin. The question is not if the villains will act, but when and how can they possibly protect everyone. Serwan contemplates the impossible odds. He concedes that even if they fought with the fury of demons to save the hostages, it would be a suicidal charge. 500 puppets against a mere 3 souls. The end of that battle is a foregone and bloody conclusion. High upon the mountain precipice, Canis and Aaron stand guard, watching over their mindless flock. Meanwhile, Lucas's patience wears dangerously thin. Time drags on with no sign or signal from their master. His fury finally reaches its boiling point, and he turns his venom on Canis. He explodes with frustration, sick of the endless waiting. He snarls that he's bored, and that he's ready to start slaughtering the hostages just to break the monotony. Canis, however, coolly rebuffs Lucas's savage outburst. He reminds him that their sacred duty is to guard the tribute and await the command of their glorious master. The Archmage, Aaron, sensing Lucas's volatile impatience, adds her own thought, conceding that while the Archmage is surely replenishing his vast power, his arrival is long overdue. But Canis is resolute. He reaffirms his absolute trust in the Master's grand design. His faith in the Archmage is an unshakable fortress. He declares that he has awaited this glorious day for years, and he will not allow it to be spoiled by petty impatience. He can feel it in his very bones. The Master's arrival is imminent. Despite this display of piety, Lucas is unmoved, his depraved desires still festering. He asks again, his voice a low, disgusting growl, if he can have some fun, suggesting he could amuse himself with the captive women of the Academy. This vile comment is the final straw for Canis. Utterly incensed, Canis whirls on Lucas, his voice dripping with contempt. He cannot believe such a degenerate was chosen for this sacred mission. Lucas, now seething with rage himself, bellows back, accusing Canis of acting high and mighty, of looking down on him. He spits out his hatred for Canis, the deep-seated resentment in his heart finally boiling over. As their venomous argument explodes, Aaron watches them, her eyes glowing faintly. She channels her own mystic power, peeling back the layers of Lucas's soul. She sees past his brutish exterior and glimpses the true abyss of his past sins. Her power reveals to her the countless, unspeakable atrocities Lucas committed long before being imprisoned. She understands in that moment that he is a monster beyond redemption. Canis answers Lucas's rage with a razor-sharp insult. He sneers that no matter how much Lucas bellows and postures, he is no different from the gutter trashback in Radom. He brands him as human refuse, nothing more than the very filth he claims to despise. Driven mad by the insult, Lucas fires back, defending his own brand of cruelty. He proclaims that his methods are refined, unlike the crude violence of the trash Canis speaks of. Then he argues that turning people into zombies is just a slow, boring death. He proposes a more efficient solution. Start killing the hostages now, thin the herd, and make their job significantly easier. Canis instantly rejects the barbaric proposal. He declares that these are their master's tribute, and not a single one shall be harmed. But suddenly, to prove his deadly point, Lucas acts, impulsively hurling a helpless student over the edge of the cliff. As the student plummets toward certain death, Iruki and Nade spring from the shadows. A bolt of pure lightning erupts, striking near Lucas to drive him back. Nade, his eyes blazing with fury, roars that his only regret is not blowing the monster's leg clean off. Lucas recoils, startled by the sudden assault, the raw power of the attack finally registering as a real threat. "Who dares?" he bellows. But, as he recognizes their academy uniforms, a new movement catches his eye, drawing his attention to the cliff's edge. There, silhouetted against the sky, is Serwan, holding the student Lucas had just discarded, mere inches from the jagged rocks below. In an incredible feat of speed and power, Serwan had caught her, snatching her from the jaws of death itself. With righteous fury, Siron's voice booms across the chasm. "For what you have done to this student, you will never be forgiven." Canis is visibly shaken, truly shocked. "Who are you?" he demands. "How did you resist my master's mental domination?" Deep within the mountain's core, the Archmage's advance is halted by the sudden appearance of Professor Romy, her aura radiating a power he did not expect. A palpable fury hangs between them as Romy directly confronts the ancient evil. He scoffs. "Have you come alone to stop me? Are you all they sent?" Back at the academy, Romy and Thad had forged a desperate pact. They would place their faith in the academy's most brilliant students to create a diversion, their hopes resting squarely on the trio of Serwan, Iruki, and Nade. They knew, while the students stood no chance of outright victory, they could at least delay the enemy, buying them precious, life-saving time. Romy, using her formidable tracking abilities, would intercept the Archmage, while Thad embarked on the most critical mission, finding the headmaster. Thad knew with absolute certainty that only the headmaster possessed the power to end this nightmare and restore the sanctity of their academy. And so, Professor Romy now stands before the legendary Archmage Arcane Vilter. She reveals her true station. She is a bishop of the revered Karsus order. She explains that her heart's true calling led her to mentor the next generation. And with a respectful bow, she professes what an honor it is to stand before a mage of his legendary status. Arcane, at first dismissive, quickly senses that Romy is no mere educator. He recognizes the unmistakable signs of a seeker of truth within her spirit, an enlightened state he never imagined finding in one so young. He muses that every bishop he has ever encountered has been ancient and weathered. To see a woman as youthful as Romy holding such a title means she has already transcended the 8 worldly desires, a feat of spiritual discipline that is nothing short of miraculous for her age. In response to her presence, Archmage Arcane chuckles. "The world is still capable of amusing me." He then sneers, "Where is that brat, the headmaster?" Romy, unbowed, states her purpose clearly. She came to broker a parley, an audience with the headmaster. She proposes a deal. If he releases the students from his dark enchantment, she will personally guarantee the headmaster meets with him. She then plays her trump card, noting that since Arcane expended a colossal amount of mental force yesterday, he surely cannot manifest his dark powers again until nightfall. However, Arcane erupts in booming laughter. He reveals that he saw through her simple gambit from the very beginning. He mocks her openly, declaring that her sole purpose here is to stall for time for the headmaster and her little band of heroes. With a malevolent cackle, Arcane commands the very roots of the forest to erupt from the earth, ensnaring Romy and pinning her to the ground as he gloats in his absolute power. Back at the deadly pathless bridge, the students remain frozen, oblivious to the life-or-death drama unfolding. Lucas, filled with amusement, laughs at Canis and taunts him, suggesting he has a backup plan involving more sinister allies. Canis, utterly unfazed, silences Lucas with a single glare, stating he will handle this pathetic interference himself. He orders his sister to remain behind and guard the tribute, while he personally confronts the 3 defiant students, Serwan, Iruki, and Nade, and their newly rescued professor. Lucas, now lounging casually on a rock, watches the unfolding spectacle and sneers at Canis, calling him a punk as he strides toward the heroic trio. As Canis stands before them, a figure of immense power, he questions how they could have possibly shattered his master's mental chains. Iruki replies with a defiant laugh, boldly proclaiming they shattered the spell with their own will. Canis, filled with disbelief, scoffs at their claim, He points out that not even the powerful professors could resist the spell. He then invites them to face their doom together as he unleashes his terrifying spirit zone. Nate immediately feels the suffocating, murderous intent radiating from Canis's aura. He warns the others that this zone is steeped in the dark energy of a man who has taken countless lives. As Canis stalks forward, a debate erupts. Should they split up, one to face Canis while the others deal with the monstrous Lucas? Nade the swordsman, a wielder of light, believes that Canis's affinity for darkness makes him a natural enemy for his own holy magic. But the trio knows this is no time for bravado. Despite the palpable tension, they make their choice. They will face this demon together as one. Serwan warns them not to take this enemy lightly. He grimly reminds them that Canis has already proven his utter lack of mercy by casually tossing a person from a cliff. In the heat of this crucial discussion, Siron's mind is already racing, analyzing the threat. He begins to channel his own formidable spirit zone, his entire demeanor shifting into that of a seasoned warrior. The battle begins, and Serwan immediately detects a horrifying problem. He cannot read Canis's eyes. He cannot sense his emotional state. Normally, this is his greatest weapon, allowing him to predict an opponent's every move, to know if they are calm or if they are blinded by rage. But against this foe, that crucial ability is useless. With a truly wicked grin, Canis begins to gather pure darkness around him, preparing to unleash hell. Serwan reacts in a flash, conjuring his signature photon lightning and hurling it at Canis's coalescing shadow. But to Siron's utter astonishment, the lightning doesn't pierce the darkness. Instead, it impacts the shadowy energy with no discernible effect. He strikes again, and again sees his attack completely nullified. A horrifying thought enters Siron's mind. Could the chasm between their power levels be so immense that his lightning is utterly incapable of penetrating Canis's dark shield? He realizes with a jolt of fear that this battle will be far deadlier than he ever imagined. Canis advances, his confidence swelling with every unstoppable step. Serwan, his frustration mounting, decides to push his limits beyond anything he's done before. He summons a colossal bolt of lightning, this one crackling with visible particles of raw energy, and unleashes it with blinding speed. Canis attempts to raise his dark defenses once more, but this new, empowered lightning strikes him before he can fully form his shield. The sheer force of the impact sends him hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the unforgiving ground. Every single person watching, including Canis's own sister, is frozen in absolute shock. Canis, sprawled on the ground, is trapped in a state of pure disbelief, unable to comprehend how the lightning managed to shatter his impenetrable darkness. Meanwhile, Lucas, who had been watching with detached amusement, is suddenly overcome with a fresh wave of rage. He leaps to his feet, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent at Serwan. Now, he understands that this mere student may be a threat far greater than he ever anticipated. In the suffocating darkness of the forest, Romy battles desperately against the living roots that bind her. She tries to invoke her teleportation magic, but the Archmage's curse holds her fast, preventing her escape. After several futile attempts, Arcane's voice slithers into her mind, attempting to poison her spirit. He tells her she could have been a legendary figure, a true force of nature, a true bishop if it weren't for Alpheus, the man who stole the credit for all of her glorious achievements. Arcane whispers that Alpheus deliberately suppressed her accomplishments, all to keep her chained under his command. His words are venomous seeds of doubt, a calculated attempt to turn her against the headmaster. But Romy refuses to listen, her mind focused solely on breaking free. At the same time, Thad frantically scours the academy for the headmaster. He tears through the library, he storms the man's office, but there is no sign of the man anywhere. After a desperate search, his eyes fall upon a strange, out-of-place book on a shelf. He recalls the old rumors of a secret chamber, a hidden sanctuary within the headmaster's private office. He pushes the book, and with a low groan, a hidden door swings open. Elated, Thad plunges into the dark chamber and finds the headmaster, sitting alone, bathed in a single ethereal beam of light. Thad's relief is overwhelming. He has found him. He opens his mouth to explain the catastrophe unfolding outside, but the headmaster cuts him off. He asks Thad a chilling question, "Do you know who I truly am?" hinting at a profound gap in his own memory. Thad realizes with horror that the headmaster has forgotten his own legendary past. He has forgotten that he was once the infamous prodigy, Alpheus. The headmaster then asks Thad, "Who am I to you?" A question from a man lost in time. Thad answers as truthfully as he can. The headmaster then presses, "What is my station in life now?" And Thad explains that he is the leader of one of the 5 most prestigious magic academies in the entire kingdom. The headmaster lets out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. He scoffs at the idea that he toiled so hard in his youth, only to end up as a glorified, useless school teacher. His frustration explodes as he questions why, despite his supposed genius, he has only attained a pathetic level 4 in magic. He leaps to his feet and with a roar of fury, smashes the door with his bare fist, lamenting that he should have been a level 1 mage by now, the destiny everyone had predicted for him. In his rage, he begins to tear the portraits from the walls, a physical manifestation of his deep-seated bitterness. He accuses his past self of squandering his potential, of not taking his destiny seriously, pointing to the pictures of beautiful women on the walls as proof of his frivolous, wasted life. Thad stands by, silent and powerless, watching helplessly as the great man unravels before his very eyes. Alpheus turns to Thad, his eyes wild, and demands if it's possible to restore his stolen memories, to reclaim the last 40 years of his life using Thad's photonization abilities. Thad hesitates, cautiously advising against unearthing memories that might be better left buried in the past. Alpheus, confused and angered by Thad's reluctance, accuses him of failing in his duty as a loyal subordinate. He questions Thad's very allegiance and proclaims himself to be the mighty Alpheus. He insists that his will is strong enough to withstand the truth of his past, and that no memory, no matter how painful, could ever break him. As Alpheus sits, Thad, though still deeply apprehensive, realizes there is no other choice. He must try to restore the man's mind. He moves behind Alpheus, placing his hands gently on the temples of the great man's head, where the lost memories lie dormant. Thad makes a solemn vow to himself that once Alpheus's memories are unlocked, he will then use his photonization to its fullest extent, to purify the darkness that has sealed the headmaster's mind for so long. He knows the process will unleash a torrent of pain, but he is resolved to see it through. The very first memory to surface is a scene from 40 years ago. Alpheus, a mere 18 years old, is in a rowdy tavern, drowning himself in ale. He is surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, all hanging on his every word. They praise his dazzling intellect, and ask how one so young could possess such profound wisdom. Alpheus revels in the adoration, raising his cup in a grand toast to the ladies, proclaiming that life is long, and that one should seize every pleasure at this vibrant age. His hair is a striking mane of white with golden undertones, making him impossibly handsome. His magnetic presence commands the attention of every woman in the bar. At the cliff, Erin stares in utter disbelief as her invincible brother, Canis, is struck down by a single, devastating blow from Serwan, a mere student who wields a form of magic she has never seen before. Tears stream down her face as she remembers the lessons of their master, who had raised them from childhood, teaching them that the dark magic they wielded was the ultimate power. They had been told that their abilities were supreme, and that they must remain eternally vigilant, for life was an endless, brutal battlefield. One moment of weakness, one critical error, and they would lose everything they held dear. Their master had sworn to them that they could never be bested, that their magic was truly invincible. But now, as she watches her brother, her rock, her other half struggle just to rise, a poisonous seed of doubt begins to sprout in her heart. She starts to question if their master had deceived them, if their belief that no one could defeat them was nothing more than a dangerous lie. Canis slowly, painfully, forces himself back to his feet, his body screaming in protest from the savage attack. His mind reels with confusion. He asks himself how he was struck by an attack made of pure light that somehow carried the physical weight of a mountain. He has never faced a power like this in all his years of battle. The very concept that light could be imbued with mass is utterly alien to him, and he begins to doubt the very foundations of his magical knowledge. Despite the agony and the swirling confusion, Canis's warrior spirit takes over, and he advances on Serwan once more. Serwan, in stark contrast, stands his ground, his expression a mask of calm, ready for the next onslaught. Canis's mind races. How could a boy, a mere student like Serwan, have stumbled upon such a revolutionary, impossible power? The ability to transform pure light into solid mass. The more he contemplates it, the more impossible it seems. In this moment of crisis, Canis turns his consciousness inward, communing with the ancient, shadowy entity that resides within his soul. It is a presence he calls upon only when facing an opponent who is demonstrably more powerful than himself. He asks the shadow, "Can this boy be defeated?" The shadow's answer is chilling and direct. Serwan's power is an anomaly, perhaps one of a kind in all the world. It is a power that likely no one, not in Canis's group, not even in the entire academy, has ever witnessed before. If Canis falls to him, his allies will surely be paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming might that Serwan can command. The shadow tells him that Serwan can only be vanquished if they unite their powers and fight as one. Canis rematerializes in front of Serwan as his sister cries out his name in relief. His sister cries out his name in relief. Serwan's friends can only stare, dumbfounded, wondering how any man could have survived such a direct hit. Canis taunts Serwan, "Is that the best you've got?" He expresses a grim satisfaction, for he has finally found an adversary worthy of his full power. Serwan's own anger flares. He is disgusted by Canis's words, questioning how he can call this a match while holding hundreds of innocent students as his prisoners. Canis, unbothered, grows even more arrogant. He believes that now he is truly unbeatable. He unleashes a volley of dark energy, but Serwan evades the attack with contemptuous ease. Before Canis can even register the movement, Serwan appears directly behind him, attempting to land a decisive strike. They both vanish, teleporting and clashing in midair in a dizzying display of power. Nade's frustration boils over. He shouts that it's an unfair fight, that Canis is using his shadow to teleport, making him an elusive, almost untouchable target. But Iruki calms him, explaining that Serwan has already deciphered the enemy's movements. He's already pinpointed the true location of Canis's shadow. Serwan unleashes a devastating attack on the shadow itself, certain that he has finally struck down his foe. But to his utter shock, it is not Canis who emerges from the darkness. Instead, a colossal, monstrous beast erupts from the shadows, a creature far larger than any man, towering at nearly 3 times the size. It snarls, licking its horrifying lips, and praises the delicious taste of the lightning Serwan had just unleashed. 40 years prior, in a bustling tavern in Bashuka, a hub for all walks of life, a circle of mages is celebrating one of their own, a man named Saraf, for his groundbreaking new paper on lightning magic. He excitedly regales his friends, promising them a grand feast once his revolutionary work is published. From across the crowded room, the young Alpheus watches with a cynical eye. Hearing Saraf's boastful claims, Alpheus approaches and cruelly informs him that his paper has been rejected and that his life's work has been for nothing. Humiliated, Saraf storms away in a rage, vowing to never lay eyes on Alpheus ever again. Alpheus then notices a man named Clump, a 23-year-old soldier in full military dress, glaring at him with open hostility. Clump shouts at Alpheus, accusing him of deliberately shaming Saraf. He tells him that he's heard the whispers about Alpheus, that people call him the arrogant one. Clump, disgusted by what he's just witnessed, condemns Alpheus for his cruel behavior. Back on the cliff's edge, the battle takes a terrifying turn as a colossal bio-creature born of pure shadow. The sight freezes every combatant in their tracks. A collective gasp of disbelief echoes across the cliffside. A voice dripping with arrogant pride cuts through the silence as Canis savors the raw terror etched onto their faces. He proclaims that this abomination is the very apex of forbidden dark sorcery. In the rear, Iruki and Nade exchange frantic whispers, recalling dusty tomes that spoke of such bio-creatures. But the legends spoke only of mindless puppets, never of a monstrosity that could possess a thinking mind, let alone a voice to taunt its victims. Serwan, however, remains transfixed on the behemoth, his analytical mind already cross-referencing every scrap of arcane lore he's ever consumed. He names the forbidden art magical biology, a heretical science where the very creation of life is a mystery so profound few have dared to even study it. As Serwan's allies reel from the revelation, the creature itself, responds with a voice rumbling with smug pride. I am not merely intelligent, it boasts, I am a thing of perfect, terrifying beauty. Canis names the creation Harvest, declaring it a masterpiece of their master's will, a living vessel that carries the Archmage's own sacred memories. With this new, monstrous player on the field, the battle explodes into a new level of ferocity. The odds have shifted, and the clash resumes with terrifying intensity. But Serwan feels the cold grip of despair. He knows this is a war of attrition they are destined to lose. They are on a timer, ticking down to their own destruction. If this fight continues, defeat is inevitable, and the souls of their friends will be forfeit. The relentless onslaught begins to take its toll, as Canis's brutal strikes find their mark on Serwan. Again and again, the blows land, drawing blood. His comrades scream his name in terror, rushing to intervene, but then, a jolt of pure, primal instinct electrifies Siron's very being. It's the same flash of battlefield genius that allowed him to first unlock photonization. In his desperate struggle against the Wilks, a new revelation born from the chaos, his very soul, screams the answer, seizing upon the name itself, magic bio-creature. The secret to its destruction was in its very definition. He rockets into the sky, soaring high above the battlefield, and unleashes a cascading thunderbolt, shimmering with the brilliant colors of a rainbow. Canis instantly perceives the dramatic shift in Siron's aura. The terror that once marked his face has vanished, replaced by the ecstatic grin of a hunter who has discovered his prey's fatal flaw. Siron's epiphany was simple yet profound. If the abomination is a magic bio-creature, then like any machine it must run on fuel, a finite energy source to power its every action. Projecting his thoughts with pure mental force, he taunts the beast, "Do you still wish to play this game?" Harvest lets out a guttural laugh, intrigued by the boy's sudden bravado. Siron's psychic voice cuts back, "Because your power source is about to run dry." Canis scoffs at the notion, declaring, "Fool, Harvest and I are two parts of a greater whole. Our power is limitless." But Siron's strategy is already in motion. He focuses his power, unleashing a torrent of lightning, with the sole purpose of overloading and exhausting the creature's hidden power core. He knows that once the fuel is gone, the monster will be nothing more than an empty, lifeless shell. The dawning horror on Canis's face reveals he understands the terrifying strategy. The creature, Harvest, snarls a warning, calling Serwan a madman. "How can this mere whelp possess such forbidden insight?" it roars. The beast quickly devises a new stratagem. It commands Canis to retreat into the dense forest nearby, where the abundance of shadows will amplify their power and turn the tables. Harvest knows Siron's heroic nature will compel him to follow, walking right into their trap. Canis agrees without hesitation. With Harvest's access to the master's knowledge, he has no doubt they will prevail. He plunges into the dark woods, his faith in the creature and his master's plan absolute. And just as the beast predicted, Serwan gives chase, plunging headfirst into the gloom. His friends' desperate warnings are lost to the wind. They cry out for him to be careful, but their pleas fall on deaf ears. Left behind, they realize they must now face the remaining threat alone. Lucas, having recovered, rises to his feet. He draws a wicked-looking blade from his back, bouncing on the balls of his feet with a demonic grin, hungry for battle. In the tavern, Clump is putting on his best face, hoping to catch the eye of a lady, perhaps even secure a new romance. He is impeccably dressed, with a sharp, short haircut, a style Alpheus had ironically recommended to him years ago. In their youth, Alpheus had insisted that Clump let his hair grow long, claiming it was the fashion that women of their time found most alluring. In those days, Clump and Alpheus were inseparable comrades, a common sight at the grandest royal galas. At one such extravagant event, while lost in conversation, their attention was drawn to the ball's hostess, the eldest daughter of the esteemed house of Batad. Clump confesses he has never seen her, a complete unknown in their social circles. They watch as every man she approaches for a dance pointedly turns her away. A curious Alpheus asks Clump why she is being shunned so cruelly. "She doesn't seem so unattractive," he observes. Clump explains the dark rumors that plague her name, whispers of her fragile mind. It is said she possesses the mental faculties of a child of 10, the tragic result of a childhood accident. Her family, obsessed with their reputation, keeps her locked away like a dirty secret, But tonight, it seems the bird has escaped her cage, and Clump notes how her very presence is a blight upon the party, causing a wave of discomfort to ripple through the guests. As they watch her, Clump's own father can be seen in a corner, sweating profusely, clearly agonizing over the social disaster. He is on the verge of dispatching a servant to drag her back to her room, while her mother pleads with him to let the girl have this one small moment of joy, a rare escape from her gilded prison. Alpheus, witnessing this pathetic family drama, feels a surge of hot anger. He is reminded of his own parents and the suffocating restrictions they placed upon him, the very same chains that now bind this poor girl, Erica. A wave of empathy washes over Alpheus. He decides then and there that he will not allow her to be abandoned at her own ball. He informs Clump that he will not be a bystander to this cruelty, and with newfound purpose, he strides toward her. Clump tries to stop him, warning that his interference will only escalate the disaster. But Alpheus is unstoppable. He reaches Erica and with a gentleman's flourish, he extends his hand, inviting her to join him on the dance floor. To his complete bewilderment, Erica erupts into tears. Even after his compliments on her beauty and his grand invitation to dance, a hush falls over the entire ballroom. Every eye is fixed upon them, wondering what foul thing Alpheus has done to so grievously offend the daughter of their noble host. Back on the bloody cliffside, Iruki and Nade now stand against Lucas. Both are steeled for the fight of their lives. But Iruki cannot banish the ghost of their first, brutal encounter 3 years ago. The memory haunts him. He warns Nade to keep his guard up, for he knows firsthand that Lucas is a monster on the battlefield. Lucas wields 2 swords, his stance a terrifying blend of absolute confidence and savage aggression as he charges them. Iruki and Nade explode into motion, their charge perfectly synchronized as they meet him head-on. But as they close the distance, they break formation, launching a pincer attack from opposite sides to shatter his concentration. Lucas reacts in an instant, employing his advanced schema techniques. In combat, he is a blur of adaptation and skill. But Iruki and Nade have forged their bond in the crucible of battle for years, anticipating every possible feint and parry Lucas could attempt. Lucas, however, unleashes a secret, terrifying technique of his own, one known as the mitochondrial build. It is also called the body powerhouse technique. This forbidden art supercharges his body's metabolism, granting him a seemingly endless well of stamina and raw power. As Lucas's speed and resilience skyrocket, the battle's intensity reaches a fever pitch. Despite this, Iruki and Nade refuse to yield, pressing their assault. With a blinding flurry of coordinated attacks, striking from the front, the flank, and the rear simultaneously. Before Lucas can even comprehend their flawless teamwork, he finds himself slammed to the ground, spitting curses and calling them insignificant little brats. But he recovers in an instant, his humiliation fueling a new, deadlier resolve. He is forced to acknowledge the sheer perfection of their synergy, their movements like 2 halves of a single deadly warrior. With a roar, he decides to double the output of his mitochondrial build. Suddenly, Lucas is a phantom, faster, stronger, impossibly agile. He evades their attacks as if they were standing still. He begins to teleport behind them in a blink of an eye, landing his own devastating counterstrikes. Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods, Professor Romy is crucified by living vines, her arms and legs bound tight. The Archmage Arcane stands before her, a contemptuous smirk on his face. He mockingly congratulates her for surviving as long as she has. "You have wasted enough of my precious time," he declares, preparing to extinguish her light. A sickly green, venomous light begins to coalesce and drift towards her. Romy recognizes the lethal signature instantly, pure, concentrated poison. She has only one desperate gambit left, a rare and powerful technique, the Proma Roar. She unleashes it, and the resulting shockwave shatters the enchanted roots that held her captive. As Romy soars into the air, she knows that magic alone cannot defeat this ancient evil. She must resort to her own schema battle techniques. Arcane, seeing her shift tactics, instantly adapts, countering with his own superior schema. The skies erupt as the 2 masters clash in a deadly aerial duel, each trying to find a fatal opening in the other's defense. At the same time, back at the royal ball, Alpheus is frozen in time, the focus of every person in the room, unsure how to proceed. The once lovely lady, the eldest daughter of the House of Batad, is sobbing uncontrollably before him, her composure completely shattered, behaving like a lost 10-year-old. She is overwhelmed, unable to manage manage her own emotions, wailing for her mother. Her helpless tears only ratchet up the tension in the room. She rises from her chair, ready to flee, insisting that her mother forbade her from ever speaking to strangers. Alpheus, seeing her profound distress, gently takes her hand, trying to soothe her rising panic. He softly pleads for just 1 minute of her time. He tells her that if she can only find the courage to meet his gaze, she will never again fear speaking to another soul for the rest of her life. The entire energy of the ballroom shifts. The music dies, and every guest stops to witness the bizarre spectacle. Even Seraph, Alpheus's sworn rival, tries to use the moment to stir the pot. He loudly proclaims that someone must stop Alpheus from tormenting the eldest daughter of the noble Batad family. But Alpheus doesn't even hear him. His entire world is focused on the broken girl standing before him. Despite his calm and gentle approach, she continues to pull away, hysterically repeating that it was her mother's sacred rule not to speak to strangers. Alpheus, a master manipulator of women his own age, has a sudden, critical epiphany about his failed approach. He realizes that by treating her like everyone else, he is only exacerbating her fear and confusion. She isn't refusing him because of the party, or even because of him. She is terrified, not of him, but of her own mother. She fears the punishment that will come if she breaks even one of the family's rigid rules. She keeps muttering her own name, as if desperately trying to remind herself of her station in life and the crushing weight of her family's expectations. Clump, watching from the sidelines, is on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. He knows Alpheus has made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The poisonous whispers from the crowd only amplify his anxiety. He hears people gossiping that if they were in Alpheus's position, they would have simply abandoned the girl, apologized for the disturbance, and slunk away in shame. And yet, the more Clump hears these cowardly whispers, the more he feels he must stand by his friend. He has a strange feeling that Alpheus's stubborn persistence may be the only thing that can salvage this disaster. Alpheus, hearing the whispers himself, knows this is his final opportunity. He takes a centering breath, and with a newfound calm and authority, he speaks again. His voice is deep, masculine, and unwavering, carries a certainty that seems to pierce through her panic in a way words alone could not. He tells her, softly but with absolute conviction, that she must not fear anyone. Not him, not the gossiping nobles at this party, and most especially not her mother. He promises her that no one in this world will dare punish her for dancing with him. It is not a crime to dance, he adds, his tone unbreakable. His words finally break through her wall of fear. Something shifts in her eyes. She looks up, truly meeting his gaze for the first time. The crushing weight on her soul seems to lift, just for a moment, and she sees not just a handsome stranger asking for a dance, but a man who, impossibly, seems to understand her silent suffering. His calming aura and genuine smile finally begin to soothe her frantic heart. After a moment's pause, she extends her trembling hand toward his. As the orchestra swells around them, for the first time that night, she allows a true smile to grace her lips. In the dark forest, the titanic struggle between Romy and the Archmage rages on. Romy is pushed to her absolute limit, trying to counter the Archmage, who is not only deploying his master-level schema, but also commanding his own bio-creature, a colossal, nightmarish entity far more powerful than his servants. Despite her incredible power and ferocious attacks, Romy is faced with the grim reality of her opponent's overwhelming might. He is a level 3 Archmage, a living god of magic, and this battle is far from over. As the battle drags on, Romy knows her conventional attacks will not be enough to secure victory. She must risk everything on one final, desperate maneuver. Calling upon the deepest reserves of her power, she unleashes a cataclysmic shockwave, a technique designed to attack both the internal and external structure of her foe simultaneously. If targeted correctly, it can multiply the damage 100-fold, capable of shattering even the most formidable defenses. The bio-creature shrieks in pure agony as the shockwave finds its mark. Visibly weakening, Romy presses her advantage, believing she has at last found a chink in his armor. But the Archmage, though clearly racked with pain, does not fall. Instead, He draws upon his own boundless reserves, and despite the shockwave's devastating effects, he recovers with terrifying speed, his resolve unbroken. He retaliates with his own sonic assault, striking Romy with such force that it blasts her from the sky, sending her crashing back to the forest floor. As she struggles to rise, she feels her own power beginning to fail her. Every passing second is now critical. She knows the battle is reaching its bloody climax. Back at the cliff's edge, Iruki and Nade continue their desperate struggle against Lucas. Iruki has already been wounded, his uniform stained crimson with his own blood, but he refuses to surrender. Despite the impossible odds, he fights on, determined to achieve victory. Together with Nade, they manage to trap Lucas, driving him to the very edge of defeat. But just as they feel the tide of battle finally turning in their favor, Iruki sees something that makes his blood run cold. Eren, who had been a passive observer until now, finally enters the fray. Her sudden intervention completely shatters the balance of the fight. With Eren now reinforcing Lucas, Iruki and Nade are thrown into disarray by this unexpected development. Nade's fate seems all but sealed as Lucas raises his sword, taking direct aim at his heart. Nade, feeling the crushing weight of his imminent demise, squeezes his eyes shut, knowing he has no defense against the killing blow. The dark magic binding him has left him completely paralyzed. But just as the sword begins its fatal descent, an explosive wave of ice erupts from nowhere, blocking the attack, freezing the blade solid in mid-air. Both Lucas and Nade freeze in utter shock, their eyes snapping to the source of this new, incredible power. They instantly recognize the magical signature. Professor Sienna. She strides forward, her aura radiating a terrifying, uncontrolled magical energy. Every move she makes causes the very environment to react to her power. Each step she takes leaves a trail of frost on the ground. Her hair flows wildly, and the air itself seems to crackle with raw, untamed energy. Lucas's arrogant confidence completely evaporates. For the first time since the battle began, he feels true fear. He has never witnessed this level of raw power in his life, and he knows with chilling certainty that he is completely outclassed. He falters, unsure how to even begin to counter the overwhelming force of Professor Sienna's magic. Iruki and Nade, though battered and near exhaustion, feel a surge of hope as they witness their professor's glorious return. With her arrival, the very dynamic of the battle has shifted. They now know they have a fighting chance to turn the tide. At the ball, Alpheus has managed to convince Erika to dance. The entire room watches, spellbound, as they gracefully move across the floor. The guests are mesmerized by the sight of Erika, once so terrified and withdrawn, now beaming with a genuine, radiant smile. Her father, standing on the sidelines, is overcome with pride. For the first time, he is seeing his daughter dance without fear, and he is filled with a profound joy to see her finally unshackled from the chains her family had placed upon her. As the dance continues, the crowd's admiration for Alpheus's charm and confidence grows. Even Clump, watching from his corner, cannot suppress a smile. In the forest, Serwan stalks Canis and his beast, Harvey. The air is thick with tension. Canis notices an unnatural quiet from his companion. The creature's usual rumbling growl is gone, replaced by an unnerving silence. He asks Harvey what's wrong, and the creature's voice vibrates with a low, anxious hum. Harvey explains that it is sensing a powerful, strange vibration emanating from the mountains, where a battle of titanic proportions seems to be underway. It is the clash between their master, Arcane, and Professor Romy. Harvey, sensing the overwhelming power of Arcane's attacks, urgently tells Canis they must conclude their business with Serwan immediately, for their master is rapidly approaching, and the shockwaves of his battle will soon engulf them all. Meanwhile, back at the cliff's edge, Lucas is seething with impotent rage. He is furious that Professor Sienna's arrival has interrupted his glorious battle. His fury deepens when he realizes that she has somehow shattered an incredibly powerful binding spell, one of the most potent enchantments in the known magical world, the Abyss Nova. The spell, typically used to permanently seal away memories, is something that most mages can never hope to escape, and seeing this mere teacher break it fills him with rage. For a single, tense moment, the battlefield goes silent as all attention is focused on Sienna. Iruki and Nade, overjoyed to see their professor has recovered, exchange a look of renewed hope. They knew if anyone could turn the tide of this battle, it would be Sienna. However, Aaron, still trapped in a state of disbelief, cannot comprehend how this common school teacher could have broken free from such a legendary spell. She remembers her master's teachings, how he had drilled into her that those who attend academies are magically weak, ignorant of the true depths of power. This makes Sienna's freedom all the more baffling and infuriating to Aaron. But then, the situation takes a horrifyingly dark turn. Sienna, who they thought had been freed, reveals that she has been playing a far more sinister game all along. The terrible truth is revealed when she unleashes her ice magic not on the enemy, but on Lucas, pinning his arms and legs to the ground with razor-sharp ice. She then summons a colossal glacier bombing, aimed directly at Lucas. With a powerful gesture of her hand, the glacier detonates, sending a wave of absolute zero through the air. Lucas, realizing he is about to die, bitterly regrets accepting this job for the paltry sum of 1 million gold coins from Archmage Arcane. His final thoughts are of pure panic and the agonizing realization of his own failure. But the glacier bombing does not stop with Lucas. It threatens to obliterate everything in its path, including Aaron. But Nade, acting on pure instinct, grabs Aaron and shields her from the blast, narrowly escaping the epicenter of the attack. Nade, in a desperate plea, begs Sienna to stop, urging her to release the spell she has unleashed upon them all. He warns her that if she does not only will they perish, but she too will be consumed by her own power. He stresses the sheer danger and overwhelming might of Sienna's magic, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences if she continues down this dark path. As the glacier continues its inexorable descent, Aaron finally understands the true horror of their situation. She turns to Nade, her voice a mixture of urgency and utter resignation. She explains that even if she wanted to release them from the spell, it would take far too long, especially with the glacier about to impact. Their situation is hopeless. There is no escape unless a miracle occurs. Aruki, ever the unyielding warrior, steps forward without a moment's hesitation. He knows what must be done. With grim determination, he squares his shoulders and focuses on the descending glacier, a solid mass of ice weighing at least 20 tons. With a roar of pure willpower, he begins to pulverize the glacier, shattering it into harmless, smaller fragments before it can strike the ground. His power and focus are the only things standing between his friends and total annihilation. He knows if that solid mass of ice impacts the ground, it will instantly wipe out everyone in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Nade, in a desperate attempt to shield Aaron from the fallout, throws his own body over hers, becoming a human shield. Aaron, however, is still reeling from the incredible displays of power she has witnessed today. Magic and raw strength far beyond anything she ever thought possible at the Academy. The experience is both horrifying and deeply humbling. It makes her question just how vast the world of magic truly is. Despite her inner turmoil, Nade's selfless act of protection does not go unnoticed. Aaron, irritated and deeply conflicted, shoves him off of her. She cannot fathom his motivations, but Nade cuts her off with a sharp command. He orders her to focus on the crisis at hand, urging her to undo the spell or suffer the consequences. His words are like daggers, reminding her of all the innocent lives that hang in the balance. Aaron's heart is a battlefield of conflicting emotions. She stubbornly insists that she doesn't care about the fate of anyone else. Only Canis, her brother, truly matters. She remembers all the times Canis defended her, protected her when they were children, and the mere thought of him being in danger solidifies her resolve. Before Aaron can say another word, a loud crash echoes from behind them. They whirl around to see Canis, grievously wounded and bleeding from the mouth, staggering out from the shadows of the forest. His condition is dire, but he has managed to drag himself back to them. Despite the agony he is clearly in, the sight of him, wounded but alive, completely changes the battlefield's atmosphere. Aaron's heart hammers in her chest as she realizes her every protective instinct is now focused entirely on him, the one person she has always relied on. Meanwhile, at the ball, Alpheus and Erica have escaped to the quiet tranquility of the night garden, discussing the nature of life and magic. Alpheus, with his characteristic passion, is explaining his advanced magical studies, specifically the paradox of how light can be both a particle and a wave. He is used to explaining his passions to others, but Erica's rapt attention feels different. As he speaks, he notices her genuine smile, a warm, sincere expression that makes him feel truly appreciated. She tells him he is a nice person, a simple compliment he has seldom heard from anyone, and certainly not from a highborn lady such as herself. For Alpheus, it is a profound moment that makes him feel truly seen, a sensation he has never experienced before. As their conversation deepens, Alpheus confides in Erica about his struggles in writing his thesis. Torn between arguing that light is a particle or a wave, he expects nothing from her, knowing she is not a mage. But Erica's response is one that will echo in his mind for the rest of his life. She simply says, "Light is beautiful." In the library, as they pore over ancient texts, Nade's eyes go wide with shock. He has discovered something truly revolutionary in an old, forgotten tome. The book details how raw energy can be converted into physical mass. He frantically flips through the pages, his excitement mounting with every word he reads. To his absolute astonishment, it also describes the reverse process, how mass can be deconstructed back into pure energy using a specific, elegant formula. Stunned by the sheer complexity and world-shaking implications of what he is reading, Nade excitedly presents the book to his friends. But what leaves them all utterly speechless is the final revelation. The author of this groundbreaking formula was none other than their own headmaster. Meanwhile, in the dark forest where Canis and Serwan are locked in mortal combat, the battle has escalated dramatically. Canis is now running for his life, his mind reeling as he desperately tries to defend himself against Siron's ever-escalating, ferocious attacks. He begins to wonder if Siron's power is actually growing, with every passing moment making it impossible for him to keep pace. Canis's bio-creature, Harvey, has noticed the same terrifying trend. After witnessing Siron's photonized power amplify with each new assault, Harvey reluctantly informs Canis that it is time to flee. He admits that they are no longer powerful enough to defeat Serwan, even after Canis has empowered him with his own life force. Harvey, sensing their imminent doom, implores Canis to retreat before they are both annihilated. As Canis stumbles back, injured and bleeding, he finds himself back at the edge of the forest where the chase began. Serwan emerges from the shadows, his thirst for battle still unquenched. Nade, watching from a distance, is the first to notice the photon cannon that Serwan has now manifested. He grabs Iruki, telling him to witness what their friend has created, clearly in awe of the weapon's terrifying power. Iruki, too, is stunned, especially since they had just discovered the energy to mass conversion formula only the day before. The link between that ancient formula and the weapon in Siron's hands is undeniable, with the full, terrifying weight of their reality. But before the shock can even settle, Canis staggers forward, his body a canvas of torment, barely clinging to consciousness. Through sheer force of will he speaks, his voice a ragged gasp, admitting his strength is fading fast. He confesses he never believed he would walk away from his clash with Serwan. Yet even on the brink of death, Canis declares that Serwan, the boy who seemed a god of thunder moments ago, is now the one who is truly weakened. The heroes know they must shield their exhausted champion. Iruki steps into the breach, facing down the wounded Canis and his sister, who has now rushed to his side. He offers them one final path to survival, a chance to release their captives and escape the righteous fury of our heroes. He warns them that victory is now an impossibility for them. They should accept their defeat and vanish. After all, no permanent harm has yet come to the students. But Canis erupts with fanatical fury. He snarls that while they may have won this single skirmish, his master, the great Vilter, will inevitably crush them all in the end. He reveals a secret history, a dark truth that Vilter has already vanquished Alpheus once before. He vows that his master will rise from the ashes and reclaim the legendary status that Alpheus stole from him long ago. The heroes are staggered by this revelation, a tale of betrayal they have never once heard. Nade steps forward, his voice filled with righteous disbelief. He challenges Canis, branding his words as the baseless, venomous lies of a desperate man, pointing out the absolute lack of any proof. Iruki, sensing the unshakable conviction in Canis's soul, hurls a blade of pure logic at him. If this ancient war is between your master and our headmaster, he demands, why wage it upon the innocent, on students who weren't even alive to witness this supposed betrayal? Canis's eyes blaze with the fire of a zealot as he retorts that, as a loyal disciple of his master, his sworn duty is to wage war on any front his master commands. He dismisses Iruki's moral quandary as utterly insignificant. Nade, refusing to surrender to such madness, makes one final desperate plea. He proposes that if this is truly a personal vendetta between two masters, then they should end their meaningless battle here and now. But Canis answers with a hollow, chilling laugh, a sound that signals the death of any hope for a peaceful end. His devotion to his master is a fortress of madness, and he will not relent until his sacred duty is fulfilled. Serwan moves forward, his presence silencing all debate. He begins to summon another photon cannon, this one burning with a ferocity that dwarfs his previous attacks. Harvey, the shadow beast, feels the cataclysmic force gathering, and screams a psychic warning to Canis that this attack cannot be stopped. The creature is gripped by primal fear, knowing that to defend against this onslaught would surely result in their mutual annihilation. But Canis stands his ground, his resolve unbroken. With the calm of a martyr, he proclaims that as a true servant to his master, he would welcome death in the line of duty, before he would ever suffer the shame of surrender. Serwan, a flicker of pity in his eyes, offers Canis and his sister one final chance at mercy. If he will simply walk away, their lives will be spared. But Siron's voice turns to ice as he warns that if Canis dares to threaten even one more student, he will be utterly annihilated. Canis meets his gaze, his eyes cold and dead, his choice already made. In Alpheus's mind, a memory surfaces. A quiet moment with Erica, beneath a canopy of stars. He remembers asking her why she found light so beautiful. Her answer had changed his world. Light is beautiful, she had said, because it is the only thing that allows us to truly see the darkness, to see the truth beyond the obvious. Her words became his mantra. He realized in that moment that she was the light he had been searching for his entire life. Overcome with a love he had never known, he asked her to be his light forever, asking for her hand in marriage in that one perfect moment. Even now, with his memories locked away, the ghost of her words remains, a phantom of the love he had lost. Back in the blood-soaked present, Canis's master, Vilter, finally descends upon the battlefield. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, as he witnesses his disciples being brutalized by 3 mere students. The Archmage stands upon the mountain peak, a figure of terrifying, majestic power. Shadows writhe around him like living things, his white hair, an eerie mirror of Alpheus's own, whips in the wind as his gaze slices through the chaos below. The boys do not know his name, but the crushing pressure of his very presence makes it terrifyingly clear that this is a being of unimaginable power. His cold eyes fall upon the broken form of Lucas on the ground, his mind not yet processing the full scope of the disaster. But his attention quickly snaps to his other wounded servants, who can only offer him pathetic apologies. Their words are meaningless to him. As the Archmage takes in the scene, his gaze finally locks onto Serwan and the incandescent photon cannon he still wields. The Archmage knows in an instant that this boy, this insignificant whelp, is the source of all his problems. Serwan, sensing the Archmage's killing intent, unleashes a defiant roar. "Are you the monster responsible for this nightmare?" The Archmage, with chilling disdain, simply asks for Siron's name. Serwan spits back that he will not give it, for the Archmage is not worthy to even know it. Instead, he makes his demand. "Release them. Release the students and faculty of this academy from your vile enchantment." The Archmage's refusal is swift and absolute. "I will not," he says. Without another word, Serwan unleashes his photon cannon at the godlike being. But the attack is swatted aside, as if it were a mere child's toy. The Archmage even offers a condescending compliment on the size of Siron's spirit radius, impressed by his power, but utterly unthreatened by it. Serwan prepares to strike again. But before he can launch his attack, Professor Romy appears, staggering, barely able to stay on her feet. Her grievous injuries are plain to see as she clutches her side, but she fights through the agony to intervene. "Stop, Serwan," she pleads. The Archmage sneers at her arrival, calling her a pathetic loser and questioning why she even bothered to show her face. But Romy is resolute. She declares that she is not here to win or lose. Her only purpose is to protect her students. Iruki, his mind reeling from this new development, asks who this new, terrifying enemy is. Romy reveals the horrifying truth. He is a level 3 Archmage. The revelation descends upon the boys like a death sentence. They now understand the true, impossible scale of the threat they face. Romy adds that this Archmage holds a deep and ancient grudge against their headmaster, Alpheus. The Archmage lets out a derisive laugh, mocking her concern, and implying that she cannot possibly comprehend the true stakes of this battle. At that moment, Harvey's fading consciousness whispers to Canis, informing him that the Archmage's own life force has been depleted, that only a mere 10% of his power remains. Canis is shocked by this news. It is the first time in his life he has ever witnessed such a catastrophic drain of his master's power. But Harvey's next words extinguish that flicker of hope. He reassures him that even with only 10% of his full might, the Archmage still possesses more than enough power to obliterate them all. Arcane, the Archmage steps forward, deaf to his servant's conversation. He proclaims that he has no need to concern himself with these pathetic children, and that he will now settle this matter personally. His burning gaze returns to Serwan, and he asks if Serwan is truly a disciple of that traitor, Alpheus. Siron's response is a blaze of pure fury, warning the Archmage not to dare speak their headmaster's name with such contempt. The Archmage laughs a bitter, broken laugh, as if this entire tragedy is nothing more than a cosmic joke. He then orders Canis to engage Serwan one final time. Canis, even without the aid of Harvey, accepts the command without question. He sees it as one last chance to prove his undying loyalty. He soars into the air, surrendering himself completely to the darkness within. He prepares to use the very shadows as his weapon, determined to strike Serwan down. But Serwan, focused and unwavering, targets Canis's entire spirit zone. He unleashes a meteor shower of lightning. Canis cannot even process what is happening as Serwan unleashes hundreds upon hundreds of bolts of lightning at him. The sheer volume of the attack is unthinkable, far too many to possibly evade. His eyes widen with horrified disbelief, but before he can even react, he realizes with dawning terror that the lightning isn't aimed at him. Instead, Serwan is targeting his shadow, pinning him in place, making it impossible for him to escape. As this terrifying realization sinks in, Canis screams out for Harvey's help, but he is met with only deafening silence. In this moment, Canis is struck by the full, crushing weight of the battle. The colossal power that Serwan wields is far beyond anything he could have ever imagined, and he finds himself utterly defenseless. His desperation reaches a fever pitch, and just as it seems he is about to be completely annihilated, Harvey finally responds. In a fraction of a second, Harvey drops Canis to the ground, a selfless act that results in Harvey himself taking the full, fatal force of the attack. Serwan instantly shifts his strategy, upgrading his photon magic to a devastating new photon output, an attack with even greater precision and annihilating force. The blast tears through Harvey, who releases a final, agonized shriek. Canis, still reeling from the previous assault, can only watch in horror as his servant, his only connection to the living world, is obliterated. As Siron's confidence in his power surges, he escalates his attack yet again. He gathers all of his remaining lightning, condensing it into a single, devastating lightning laser. The attack is a horrifying spectacle of raw, untamed energy, and it rips through Harvey's form, causing unimaginable pain. Canis, psychically linked to Harvey through their shared life force, feels every single ounce of the agony that Harvey is enduring. The pain is beyond comprehension. Canis collapses to his knees, coughing up blood as his own body is racked by the shared torment. His sister, watching helplessly from the sidelines, fears for his very life. Professor Romy and the other students, witnessing the sheer destructive force of this battle, desperately try to intervene, calling out to Serwan, pleading with him to stop the attack before Canis himself is killed. But Serwan is unable to halt his attack in time. The lightning laser continues to carve a path of destruction across the battlefield until Harvey's physical form finally detonates in a violent, explosive release of energy. In the ensuing chaos, Canis lies on the ground, a nearly lifeless husk, the psychic bond between the two finally severed. Serwan, realizing the fatal consequences of his attack, is struck by the terrible weight of his actions. But it is far too late. Canis's shared suffering has escalated to a point from which there is no return. Meanwhile, far above, Canis's master, Vilter, has been watching the entire scene unfold from his lofty perch. He observes his own loyal servant being tortured and destroyed in midair, and is completely powerless to intervene. Vilter does absolutely nothing to help Canis, even as the boy is fighting for his very life. Harvey, having taken the fight upon himself, has been completely abandoned by his master. In his most desperate hour, Aaron, standing nearby, notices the utter lack of concern from Professor Romy and the others regarding her brother's rapidly deteriorating condition. She turns to Arcane and demands that he order Canis and Harvey to stop their fight, but Arcane remains completely unmoved. On the mountaintop, just 1 minute before Harvey's self-destruction, he recalls his very first meeting with Arcane. He remembers Canis and Aaron, 2 children, plucked from the gutter by Arcane and brought before Harvey, who at the time was contained within a glass cylinder. Arcane had ordered Harvey to choose one of the 2 siblings, but Harvey remembers that Arcane had already decided it must be Canis. Harvey knew that Arcane had chosen these 2 siblings, specifically for Aaron's innate psychic ability to sense a person's true nature, a skill that would prove invaluable in the future. Aaron possessed the power to see the true motivations behind a person's actions. Arcane had asked Canis why he wished to join him, to which Canis replied that he wanted to bond with Harvey, to gain enough power to protect his sister from the cruelties of the world. Harvey had smiled at Canis's noble determination and called him an amusing boy. That was the moment Canis was chosen to be Harvey's partner. Now, as Harvey is about to be consumed by the blast, he tells Canis to live on and to not mourn for him. The explosion rips through the air, and Canis lets out a soul-shattering scream of anguish, hot tears of grief streaming down his face. His sorrow is pure and all-consuming. His cries only serve to fuel the righteous fury within Serwan, who now turns his blazing eyes toward Arcane. He confronts the Archmage, accusing him of being willing to kill everyone in his path for the sake of his own pathetic revenge. Arcane, however, responds with a cold, detached voice, revealing that Serwan is the spitting image of his former student, Alpheus, from 40 years ago. Arcane explains that it was Alpheus who caused all of this with his insatiable greed. He claims that Alpheus cast him into a fire and burned his entire life's work to ashes. Professor Romy and the others, their voices now a unified chorus, demand to know the entire story. And so, Arcane begins to speak, recounting the events that transpired 40 years ago, when he was given the award for the most accomplished mage of the year, an honor bestowed by the legendary Golden Circle. He was celebrated for his revolutionary theory on the nature of light, that it existed as both a particle and a wave. It was a discovery that had the entire world buzzing. Even Clump had been in attendance at the award ceremony that night. After the ceremony, Arcane returned home, where he was already married to the love of his life, Erica. He proudly presented her with his award, but despite his newfound celebrity, one major obstacle remained. Both of their families vehemently disapproved of their union. Arcane believed that if he achieved enough fame, his parents would have no choice but to accept their relationship. One day, members of the Seraph family arrived at his home to offer their congratulations. But Arcane was not home, and they found only his wife. They entertained her until one of them, deep in his cups, allowed the conversation to turn venomous. Arcane arrived home just in time to overhear them badmouthing him, claiming he was only successful because he had married into the powerful Batad family, and accusing him of not even being the true author of his own thesis. When Arcane stepped into the room and heard their poisonous words, he was consumed by rage. He struck one of them so hard that they immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy, and vowing to never return. After they had fled, Arcane turned his fury on his own wife, enraged that she had allowed them into their home. He berated her, saying that these people claimed to be her friends, and yet they spoke of him with such vile disrespect. He called her a fool for suffering such an insult, but as soon as the words escaped his lips, he instantly knew the terrible weight of what he had just done. Seeing his wife's shattered expression, Arcane turned away, drowning in his own regret. Arcane begs his wife to forgive him for the cruel things he said. His heart consumed by shame, she too offers her apology, promising to no longer behave like a child. But Arcane is too ashamed to accept her apology in that moment. He tells her he needs to clear his head and steps out into the night. Seeking comfort, he goes to a tavern with his best friend, Clump. There, he confesses the growing chasm between himself and Erica, admitting that he no longer knows what to do. Clump tries to console him, reminding him that every married couple faces their share of conflict. Then Clump suggests that they should consider having a child, something to solidify their bond. After all, it is clear that they love each other deeply. Arcane, however, replies that the doctors have told him that Erica's body could not withstand a pregnancy, given her delicate emotional state, which he compares to that of a 10-year-old child. Clump vehemently disagrees, urging his friend to trust his heart, not the cold assessment of a doctor. Clump insists that Arcane is the only one who can make this decision, and Arcane, moved by his friend's passionate advice, agrees to follow Clump's counsel. 2 days later, Arcane has taken command of the academy. In the midst of the chaos, he finally meets Alpheus. The young man stumbles into Arcane's office, bleeding profusely, and collapses onto the floor. He weakly tells Arcane that he needs his help, having read about Arcane's forbidden theory on memory storage. He wants to transfer his own memories into his wife's mind. But before he can elaborate, he loses consciousness. Arcane helps him to recover, and upon waking, Alpheus explains his request in more detail. He reveals that he wishes to use light magic, in combination with dark magic, to restore his wife's mind. Arcane realizes that with this confession, Alpheus now knows that he is a practitioner of dark magic, a title that could utterly destroy his reputation if it were ever revealed. Arcane, wrestling with this moral quandary, asks if Alpheus's wife is aware of this desperate plan. Back at his home, Arcane lays out his plan to Erica. He tells Clump of the decision he has made. Despite the immense risks, Clump pleads with him to reconsider, pointing out that associating with a known dark mage could destroy everything he has worked for. No respectable mage would ever trust a dark mage, Clump warns. But Arcane, his decision now absolute, tells Clump that he is willing to sacrifice everything for his wife's happiness. Soon, Arcane's laboratory becomes the stage for their desperate gamble. Erica lies upon one of the operating tables, while she and Alpheus are connected by a series of wires that will bridge their two minds. Clump stands by Arcane, his face a mask of concern, but Arcane offers his reassurance, claiming that while the procedure is experimental, he has successfully performed it once before. As the memory transfer begins, everything appears to be proceeding smoothly. But then, something goes catastrophically wrong. Erica's nervous system begins to violently reject the memory transfer, and despite the procedure's initial success, it is clear that the magic is not integrating as it should. She speaks her final words before she dies, telling Alpheus that she can see that the love he has for her is pure and true. She stuns everyone, including Clump, by speaking in complex scientific terminology that no one has ever heard her use before. Her last words are filled with a profound sorrow as she apologizes to him for her own foolishness, admitting that in the brief time they shared, his brilliant mind was the greatest gift she had ever known. And with that, she is gone. Alpheus cries out in pure, primal agony, unable to contain his soul-crushing grief. Clump stands beside him, tears streaming down his own face, witnessing the tragic final chapter of their love story. Erica's death sends a shockwave of pain through everyone who knew her. On the day of her death, Alpheus, consumed by his grief, repeatedly smashes his head against a wall. He is only stopped when Clump physically restrains him. At her burial, her family arrives and forbids anyone else from attending, including Alpheus and his family. In that moment, Alpheus remembers Erica's words, that light is beautiful, that everything in the world is beautiful. He blames himself for having changed her, for having tainted her pure perception of the world. This crushing guilt drives him to a new, terrible decision. He returns to Arcane's home, determined to erase the experiment from existence. Without a word, Alpheus begins to douse the floor with gasoline, declaring that any experiment that could murder an innocent person and poison another's view of the world should never be allowed to exist. Arcane desperately tries to reason with him, arguing that if they continue their work, they could save countless others with similar neurological conditions, just like Erica, and ensure that her death was not in vain. But Alpheus's mind is made up. He throws a lit match onto the gasoline, and in an instant, the entire lab and all of his life's work goes up in flames. Everything, including Arcane's entire legacy, is burned to the ground. Now, back on the cliffside, as Arcane concludes his tragic tale, he proclaims that Alpheus abandoned him in his hour of need. He claims that Alpheus's refusal to accept responsibility for his own wife's death renders her sacrifice meaningless, and that he is here not just for vengeance, but to eradicate anyone who follows in his footsteps, anyone who has learned from him. Arcane brands Alpheus as arrogant, selfish and ungrateful, accusing him of never understanding the simple concept of gratitude. At this point, Serwan steps forward and addresses Arcane directly. He admits that while he knows what the headmaster, Alpheus, did was wrong, Arcane's own judgment has been poisoned by the past. He reveals that, like Arcane, he, too, is bound by a tragedy that occurred 40 years ago. Serwan raises his voice, proclaiming that even if everything Arcane says is true, the true source of his rage isn't just the betrayal of the past. It's because Arcane misses Erica, too. A profound silence falls between Serwan and the Archmage, and it is clear to every person present that Siron's words have struck a deep and painful chord. Arcane suddenly remembers the very first time he saw Erica with Alpheus. What he remembers most is the profound innocence and purity in her face, a purity so brilliant that it both amazed and terrified him. He realizes that her innocence held the potential to illuminate the entire world, a power he had come to fear. A sinister laugh escapes Arcane's lips as he dismisses emotions like empathy and sympathy as pathetic weaknesses. He believes that humanity can only truly evolve by embracing either absolute good or absolute evil. He then turns to face Serwan, mocking him. He proclaims that he will never align himself with the disciples of Alpheus. Suddenly, Arcane unleashes his dark magic in one final, desperate attempt to destroy them all, even as it is clear that his own strength is failing. But Serwan is not yet finished. He asks how Arcane was able to defy the sacred law of equivalent exchange, learning even now from his enemy's darkest arts. Arcane laughs, pleased by the boy's sharp mind. He reveals that he has used his dark magic to summon an asteroid from the heavens, a harbinger of doom that, if it falls, will obliterate the entire mountain and every living thing on it. Now the true challenge is how to stop an Archmage. Just as all hope seems lost, a blinding, holy light appears in the distance. It is Alpheus, walking towards Arcane, with a divine aura of power radiating from him. He approaches with eyes that blaze with pure light. Every person present knows that this is a side of Alpheus they have never witnessed before, a level of divine fury that rivals Arcane's own dark rage. The students can only see Alpheus as he draws near, and they all cry out "Headmaster!" in a single unified voice. Alpheus strikes Arcane with a single bolt of divine lightning, hitting him squarely on the mountaintop. He observes how much Arcane has aged, and comments on how he never expected to fall victim to the memory sealing that Arcane had unleashed upon the entire academy. Alpheus expresses his gratitude that he can still remember his own love life despite the memory seal. He then turns to his students and thanks them for protecting the others who had fallen under the spell. He acknowledges that without their heroic intervention, Arcane could have inflicted far worse damage on their friends. As Alpheus strides towards Arcane, Serwan runs to join him, and Alpheus asks if Siron's own willpower has recovered. Serwan is shocked that Alpheus would know this. Alpheus explains that despite Arcane's weakened state, he still possesses a formidable willpower. Alpheus reveals that Arcane's greatest creation, the memory sealing, was a technique he had also used on himself, which allowed him to seal away his own magical memories, and in doing so amplify his willpower. Serwan is stunned by the very existence of such a technique. Alpheus further explains that in the battle they now face, without a secret weapon of their own, they cannot possibly hope to defeat Arcane. He suggests that they should fight this battle alone, without involving the students. Serwan agrees. However, Serwan points out that although Alpheus had sealed his own intelligence, the students could still hear and comprehend everything that was happening around them. He doubts that they will ever want to see him as their headmaster again, after hearing about the terrible things he had done, like burning a man alive and causing the death of his own wife. Turning to the students, Alpheus tells them to follow him. He explains that if they wish to continue the memory implant experiment, it was only made possible by Erica's selfless sacrifice. This only serves to fuel his rage even further, and he reveals that stealing the memories of himself and Erica was all part of his master plan to create an army of hundreds of magical organisms. He presents Arcane with proof from his own research papers and books, written 40 years ago before the lab was consumed by fire. His true ambition was to conquer the entire world. Arcane is utterly shattered shattered to learn that the true reason behind all of Alpheus's actions has finally been revealed. Alpheus reveals that he knew Arcane's own memories were hidden inside Harvey, which is why Harvey had ultimately disobeyed him. He self-destructed in order to save Canis and Aaron. Canis, hearing this final, devastating truth, is overcome with rage and begins to weep uncontrollably, realizing that everything he had done for Alpheus had been in vain, as he had planned to kill them all along. As the situation spirals out of control, Arcane sees that not only are the students now his enemy, but even his own loyal servants have turned against him. In response, Arcane suspends a colossal, asteroid-like object in the sky. With his dark magic, he waves a single finger, and the object begins to plummet towards them. The students, now terrified for their very existence,